Okay. We on. We is here. We is here. See if I can get y'all set up and we'll be good. I heard Borderlands 4 is so unoptimized that on the best rig you can hardly get 60 at 1080. I'll actually have to turn on like the FPS counter so we can actually see. Oh god. I mean, I have a 4090. So again, this goes back to one of those discussions I've had before where like sometimes I'm a little blinded by what the what the issues are for a lot of people. I know that people have had issues. I was having some, and then I ended up doing a little bit of like tinkering on the back end. I want to turn off frame gen and see what it looks like as well. But it launches default with like whatever optimization Unreal 5 itself uses, rather than using like DLSS instead, which works better. What's up? Hopefully they didn't make the same mistake as Capcom's with Wild. No, I think that from what I've heard, people on console are largely not having any issue, and then it's mostly PC. It doesn't look like it's affecting their numbers. I'll be real with you. I mean, the game right now, just looking at it, the game right now, 230,000, it just hit its peak recently, 245,000. My experience with the game so far has been all right on a 3070. Main issues have been the CPU, like with Battlefield. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen some people have some issues with it. I mean, at the end of the day, you guys already know what my position on this is. I think that it's unforgivable, but people are going to still seek out enjoyment. People still want to play the game. They're going to make their voices heard. We're going to get into this a little bit more because I actually have some more stuff on this topic for like the just the general reception around performance in Borderlands 4. But yeah, this week has me depressed. I got stitches, had a heart stress test, and then everyone has been unhinged. How are you? I've had a relatively tame week for the most part. A busy week, but a tame week. Tism Riz, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Rangers, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. 3 months, appreciate it. Family, baby. Family. Did you hear Sucker Punch officially fired the Blue Sky idiot? Yes, I did. Yeah, I brought that up in my video that it seemed that like that they got let go. So I'm happy that they took a proactive approach on that. But dude, I think that like this last week, just seeing like the last few days, like seeing a lot of the rhetoric, just like the general conversation and like people's reactions, it's really concerning. And it's not like and like it's so hard to communicate this shit because like everybody needs it to be specifically like needs it to be a political topic to be had. But like for me, like just seeing like the way that people have been talking about this shit and how hot the temperature has gotten between, well, in a partisan, right? As a partisan issue, like just how hot the temperature has gotten between two parties, as well as just like, it's really weird and it's really concerning to see so many people that are so open about something like this happening to somebody. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah, I was talking to a friend of mine, and I think like largely it's just I think it's the long-term side effect of social media. I think that like slowly but surely our ability to be able to have, I don't know, Like, I'd have to meditate on it a little bit longer, but the weird thing that I'm seeing is that, like, who are you saying this stuff for? Like, when I see some of these things that people are posting online, and you're seeing people that are from, like, all walks of life. I saw, like, Shoe on Head posted, and she's, it just says, you know, one guy acted alone, now everybody wants to go to war, and then she says, you know, one guy acted alone, and then we saw the reaction of millions, some posting with their full names and faces. Teachers, childcare workers, healthcare workers, HR professionals, game developers, hundreds of people from walks of life, people that live next door to us, people we thought were friends, people that I thought were normal people, were celebrating, you know, the gruesome execution of somebody. And it's just like, I don't even think, like, personally, I don't even think this is like a political thing. As weird as that sounds, I think that, like, in a lot of cases, people want to point to that because it's easier to be able to put a face on crazy. But I think that, like, just general mental health among just regular people are just bad. Ironic that you say that on social media. What do you mean? You're right, though. The point that I'm trying to make isn't necessarily that social media is bad. The point that I'm trying to make is that I think that social media is bad for some people. I think that's probably the way for me to be able to say. Like, I think that, like, some people just genuinely can't handle it, right? And over time, what it does is it gives them this constant need and this constant desire to always be engaged with on social media, I guess. I don't really know exactly how I say this. I don't know. I'd have to take the time to think about it. Hawks suck? Yeah, they do. What else you want me to say? Of course they do. Team's fucking terrible. It's a bunch of young kids. It's a bunch of young kids and old guys until they finish their rebuild. You underestimate how collectively disgusting humanity is. You know what the funny thing is? I actually think that's part of it. I think that, you know, before social media, it's like, it's such a great thing and such a gross thing at the exact same time, because at one point in time, you know, way back in the old days, we didn't really know anything about anybody else, and nobody was interested in what we were doing, right? Like, you were just you, and they were just them, and there was millions of people that you would never come across no matter what, right? Where now you're exposed to the thoughts and the unfiltered just insanity of the world at all times of the day. And it's just, it's something. It's something, I'll say that. Probably bad for most people, to be honest, especially with a generation that's had to spend their formative years locked inside with nothing but social media to reach to. I think for, like, I think for kids in, like, their formative years, I think the problem for them is specifically is that, like, that's how they've discovered value for themselves, right? Or I guess it's what they attribute value to, how popular somebody is on social media. I brought this up, like, a long time ago, but one of the, like, when I had first moved out and I was, like, I first got transferred out to California for work, I'd gone on a date with a girl. And everything went, you know, relatively fine. No problems or anything like that. We got along just fine. It was a good time. It was a good time. And she then asked me, she's like, you know, I think she asked me to, like, follow her on Instagram or something like that. And she thought it was weird that I have, like, that I had less than 100 people that followed me on Instagram. And I'm like, huh? Like, what do you mean? And this is before I did YouTube and stuff like that too, right? So I wasn't even making YouTube videos. It was just like, yeah, I have, like, my close friends and a couple of family members that are on there. And she's just like, well, it makes me feel like you might not be, like, a real person. And I'm like, what? So, like, in a lot of cases, there are people that are completely deriving their value in society from how many people follow them on social media, how many engage with them on social media. And when I see like a lot of the stuff that I've, noticed over the past couple of days, like the things that people have said online and, how a lot of people have been celebrating and glorifying and things of that nature. The reason why is because they want other people to engage with them online. So I think in a lot of cases, you're seeing people just constantly crank it up, crank it up, crank it up until somebody notices them. Equal parts funny and depressing. Oh, no, it was a major bullet dodged. To me, it's not a political issue. It's a mental health in society. We don't prioritize that. And we're seeing the consequences of that. Yeah, I'm like, the other thing is too, and this is something like I've seen over the past like couple of years, way more than I've seen it just about anywhere else, which is there's been a lot of people that are just like straight up like putting their like mental illness on social media, and they're having it on display, and then people are sharing it and upvoting it and supporting it, and it's weird. It's weird. We're in a weird world. That's all I got to say. That's right, LD. Social media has given people the ability to feel important, and when their views get rebutted, they can't handle it. Yeah, I think in most cases, yeah. I think the benefit for me is that like I didn't get into social media until I made a YouTube channel. That's really it, right? So like I've lived most of my life without it. I mean, like obviously it's my job now, but I think it's one of the reasons why I can stay relatively balanced. Calls for war are also weird. I mean, you're going to see that regardless. I mean, we've already been seeing that beforehand, right? Asmon's right about the 2%er take. I don't really have any strong opinions on something like that. And the funny thing is, in most cases, I don't really take most of his stuff like that seriously. But I do think that there's a cross-section between people that just shouldn't be on social media and then all of the issues that we're running into today. You have to realize that the normal job having citizen is complete trash. There's no fixing it. All you can do is not participate in their world. You can be perfectly happy. The normal job having citizen? No, there's nothing wrong with people that have normal jobs. I had a normal job. My friends have normal jobs. My family has normal jobs. There's plenty of normal people that are out there. They may be in short supply, but there's plenty of them out there. Yeah, it's just been weird, man. It's just been really weird lately. Normally I am all over social media and looking at a bunch of different things and trying to do my best to be able to like have my finger on the pulse of what's going on, at least within the news. But it's been really hard to keep up on things and pay attention because in a lot of cases, it's just like a lot of people freaking out. Yeah, I got a normal job and I enjoy not being on socials. Yeah. I think there's also a big difference between the people that are like actively posting on social media and the people that use social media, right? Like I think there's a lot of people that will just look at it either for news, for information, for whatever else, and then there's the people that actively engage and are trying to, I don't know, it's something I would have to take the time to really ponder for a while and meditate on for the most part. But there's all these different subcategories of people and what happens to them and their personality and personal narcissism and things like that, that it's like the people that are posting trying to make accounts for themselves and they want everybody to pay attention to what they're actually saying. Then you also have the people that are trying to get the attention of other people that are on the internet, which like that can vary all over the place. It's just a lot of different stuff. Internet participators are specific people Yeah, there's a lot of different groups for that stuff. I've always viewed, largely, I'm lucky, right? Because most of my community, the vast majority of my community, is literally just a bunch of people that are like-minded that want to hang out and chat, right? It's kind of like an active chat room where I just have to be the dancing monkey. Miss Mole, thank you for the 249. There's no way to discern between them. You have to build a wall of goods and services between you and them. Using money, happiness, and peace is real if you do. I don't understand what you mean by that. Big fan of your videos. I find you grounded in reality, and it's a nice voice in the dark. Please keep up the good work. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. The only thing that I try to do with most of my content, and it's hard to do sometimes, I'll be honest with you guys. When you get exposed to this stuff for as long as I have, and as many hours as in a day that sometimes I am, there's been some times where, like, I went to go to make a video, and when I sat down and I started putting down some of my thoughts, I started noticing that I was just kind of flying off the handle. And I had to take a minute to step back and go, what am I doing? Like, this is not real. This is not the direction you should go in. Take a minute, think about it, tone yourself down a little bit, ground yourself a bit, and then go forward. That's why, like, sometimes I try to do my best to make sure that I don't, like, make a video every single day, or two a week, or whatever it is that I try to do. Sometimes it's okay to just take a week and just make one, and sometimes maybe push that towards the end of the week. Did you see the Nintendo Direct? I kind of want to take a look at it today. Was there anything worth watching in it? I would imagine there was no big, massive game reveals, because there's nothing on the timeline about it at all. I think there's something about Pokemon, but I talked to Josh Strife Hayes recently. There's been this weird thing that's been going on, and he made a video about it. It's really good. Essentially, every content creator has made a video on it. I'm not going to, because, like, as you guys know, I'm not really somebody that's, like, trying to push people to, like, help me or anything like that, if that makes any sense. I don't like asking for anything from other people. It's the one thing that I hate doing more than anything else. Maybe it's just the way that I was raised. I try to make sure that I can take care of things and do things on myself. I do not like reaching out for help. And that sounds terrible, but it's not as bad as you think it is. Recently, something's been going on. Essentially, since August, all of my analytics on the back end on YouTube have just nosedived. It's been bad. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Channel's fine. But the, like, overall viewership for the channel, like, just jumped off of a cliff in August. And it's not natural. It'd be different if it was natural, if it was like, oh, I'm just not hitting the right topics, the videos are uninteresting, or whatever it might be. And I'm like, I've changed nothing. I've changed nothing. I'm delivering exactly what I'm interested in, and that's all I've ever made for videos. I go into the back end, and I start seeing a lot of these other YouTubers that are posting about this stuff, and they're talking about it. And let's see here. He had posted recently about it. He made an entire video. I'm actually in the video as well. He brought in a quote from a conversation him and I had. Essentially, just about every single person on YouTube discovered that in August, two things changed. One, there's some type of, like, restricted viewing that's happening. And what it is that YouTube put in, like, an under 18 protection thing, where the YouTube algorithm is trying to guess what your age is rather than just asking you for your age. And as a result, it is tailoring your feed based on what it assumes your age to be. So if you're watching a bunch of gaming content, it might bring your age down. So then some of my more business-related topics or industry or culture-related topics might not actually get served to you. And the other problem is this is the thing that I think it is that YouTube is using its content restriction thing that it has. There's this like tool that's on YouTube that you can hit restricted mode and it'll hide a bunch of videos that they restrict. But none of my videos are restricted in YouTube. But if you click the button, it hides like half the videos on my channel. It's crazy. It's wild. Shadow banned essentially with certain videos, yeah. Did you watch Bellier's video on the topic? I did watch Bellier's video, yeah. So Bellier, the amount of people that it's happening to, and it's really crazy when you actually go to watch Josh's video, because in his video, there's a ton of content creators this is happening to. It's essentially the entire gaming space, and then a bunch of like outlier ones. But if your channel is just like that big, it's not really gonna matter that much. Like the guys that are doing 1 million views every single video. If you're somebody like Charlie or something like that, you're really not going to feel like that much of an impact. Somebody like Asmongold, you're not going to feel like that much of an impact. But if you're in that like mid-size to larger range, that's where you're really getting impacted. The only algorithm that I interact with is recommended videos based on the ones that you're already watching. Aside from that, I use the subscriptions tab. That's the one thing that I might put out like a YouTube post or whatever, just to say, make sure you're checking your subscriptions tab because my videos are being held or hidden by the suggested videos. I am going to be real with you guys. I've always been somebody that's just used the front page. I just take what's fed to me. I don't really use my subscriptions tab. In a lot of cases, I'll look around and be like, oh, okay, well, you know, I haven't seen this guy in a while, and then I'll go watch one of their videos, but yeah. Am I going to get Fortnite videos recommended to me? Despair? You might, actually. You might. Linus Tech Tips? Yeah, Linus Tech Tips, his channel got hit as well. There's a bunch. I spam subs and use the front page. Well, that's the problem. The other one is, too, and this is the other thing that people are really looking into, because something happened with YouTube's backend when it comes to browser features. So I can't really, like, show a lot of the analytics or anything like that, but what's really crazy is I've seen in 1 month, I saw a 30% drop or 20 or 30% drop in PC viewers. So if somebody is on a desktop, 30% just gone. And that's not real percent. It's just the number, right? So the best way for me to say this is essentially it's usually like 50%, or it's like 40. What was the numbers? It was like 40% and 30% or 40-40 is relatively tied between mobile and desktop. Now, all of a sudden, it's 50% mobile or this month it's 60% mobile and 20% PC, which is crazy. That's so weird. And some people have keyed in on, they think what it is that YouTube is suggesting less videos. How do I say this? YouTube is not making the normal recommendations on desktop viewers because they are having their ads blocked. What are consoles considered as? I think they're considered as TV. Which I have really high TV viewership, which is interesting. I would have never thought that. People like to have me up on the big screen. Maybe it's the hair. Ad blocker. Yeah, that's what it is. So the reason why people think the reason why they're doing this is because they're trying to avoid users watching a lot of videos with ad blockers. I can't watch videos on my phone. My eyes are screwed. Turbo audio, yeah. Well, if YouTube would stop spamming 10-minute unskippable ads, yeah. Or if they actually would just advertise things that people would actually want to look at. LD, hope you've been good surviving without Asmon. It's been weird not seeing him post. It has genuinely been weird not seeing that dude post. I don't know, like, it's just definitely not used to it. Where are these? I really wish I could figure out. It's like bothering the hell out of me, but they're like, there's ants getting into my apartment somewhere, and I have no idea where they're coming from. I put bait outside, so hopefully they just eat it. I don't know. I keep getting H-game ads. It's so weird. That's been all over the place. That's like the craziest thing. You will see some of the weirdest stuff. It's just some of the stuff that I've seen recently that it's just kind of like popped up. I've just been like, dude, what are you doing, YouTube? Why are you allowing this? Am I in the right app? Ants find their ways into closed bottles. They get into anything. Yeah, but like this is the worst year that I've had with them, where they just keep getting into my place and I don't know how to stop. And it's not like I have like a lot of crumbs or anything like that over the place, right? Get some ant motels. Yeah, I have a couple. I should probably put a couple more out. I got recommended a Black Separatist live stream, basically. That's been the other weird thing, is that YouTube's recommended page has just been really weird in general. I've been getting some just really weird suggestions where I'm like, why would you ever think that I would want to watch this? Like, this doesn't even make any sense to me. A bunch of like, you know what I've been getting a lot of recently? React videos from like 3 viewer React Andes with PNG tubers, right? People that are trying to be VTubers but are like just making all their content about reacting. That is, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, if there is anybody here that is trying to be a YouTuber, if there's anybody here that's trying to be a streamer, if you're just doing React content, emulating what you think is successful because you see some of the most successful people doing React content, you're doing the wrong thing. I think that a lot of people do not understand that the reason why React content does well for Asmongold and for other people is because they're not there because it's somebody else watching a video. They're there because it's specifically him reacting to something. And for some odd reason, people get that confused. They think people just want to watch somebody else watch something. That's not what it is. You have to make your opinion valued enough for people to want to watch something. You have to be entertaining enough or whatever it is. You basically have to sell yourself in some other way to give yourself the authority or the recognition or the entertainment to be able to react to somebody else's videos or do whatever else, right? Drama farming slop, it's so bad. Yeah. I see people trying to start commentary channels as well. Yeah, there's that as well. The other, that starts a whole other, that starts a whole other problem. I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about the people that are making the Sunny V2, what's the one drama tuber that posts a lot of videos constantly? I can't remember what his name is. There's a few of them. There's a lot of them. More Pegasus. That was the one that I was thinking of. People are seeing like more Pegasus and a bunch of other people, and they're like, oh, I'm going to be just like these guys. And then they start doing the same thing. The problem is, though, is that in most cases, those guys already know what they're doing. The people that are going to do it now, you're seeing people that are like, where's my pop-off point going to be? Right? Because like you have to do something that's different than them to be able to overtake them. You cannot make the same video as somebody else and think that you're going to be able to be successful doing that. You have to do something different. You have to do whatever that person isn't doing in some cases. And for some people, they have come to the conclusion of, I'm going to start doing predictive downfall content, or they just do straight up hit pieces on random people that aren't even doing anything wrong. Which is really bad, because if it does work, they go and they ruin somebody else's life just for their own benefit, even though that person didn't do anything. Or, and meanwhile, they just go around spreading misinformation. Or, they completely destroy their own character because whatever they say is fake, right? Look at all the other thing is, too, like, I feel bad for some people, too, because I seen a lot of people that were popping off with like Pirate Software, right? When all of his stuff was going on. There was like 3 channels that were posting every single day about Pirate Software. Every day about Pirate Software. That shit was crazy. These guys were farming. Farming. Not saying the guy didn't need the criticism. He definitely needed the criticism. But where do you go after that? Who's next? Who's the next witch to hunt? I don't like that. I don't like the culture of that, man. I just don't like the culture of that. Dude, they are everywhere. Give me a second real quick. I'm going to put something down. I'm going to put one of those. I'm going to put a ant hotel out. Dude, I looked over and there was like 4 of them on my desk. There's no food. That's the thing that's tripping me up. Is that my apartment's clean. Like, this is not a dirty place. I got display boxes, but there's not like food all over the place or anything like that. This is not Asmongold's house. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I don't know. I don't know where the fuck they're coming from. What I want to do is I want to find out where they're coming from. Because if I know where they're coming from, then I can just bait where they're getting into my house. All right, I'm over it. I'm never going to figure it out. Cue boss music? For real. Does your cat hunt? Not ants. not ants. I wish it was ants. It's fucking tripping me out, man. I sit there, like, all of a sudden my skin's itching. Like, there's another one! You need to pay more snacks to your kitty. That's actually the one thing that it's kind of tripped me out. Is that, like, normally I would think that they would probably be off of that direction, right? Like, they would be in the kitchen somewhere, but they're not in the kitchen. They're at my desk where there's nothing for them other than me. Other than me. You need an anteater? True. Actually, that'd be a really good pick. That'd be a really good pick. Yeah, so I saw that they got lifted. I saw that they lost their job. Kotaku also reported on it too. You know what? Let's see what Kotaku has to say. Most predictable things in the world for $100, Alex. Kotaku making the exact take you would imagine that they would have. Ghost of Yote dev fired for Charlie Kirk joke after right-wing pressure campaign. Gamergate 2 is looking to cancel people in the wake of the assassination. Unreal, dude. Like, this is the stuff that I'm talking about, where I'm like, I cannot believe that these guys feel comfortable posting and talking like this. Ethan Gogg. And of course, like, here's him, but like, aren't you guys excited for Intergalactic? Aren't you excited for Intergalactic? It's gonna Druckmann. My God, Druckmann, my God. Looks like I won't buy me on this game at all. No shit. A contingent of right-wing online figures and their followers have been using recent assassination and Charlie Kirk to punish people that don't they don't like. To punish people they don't like. Look at the framing here. I love the victim framing that they use. Oh, it's not that they did anything. They're just punishing people they don't like. What? Oh my God, stop calling normal people not Nazis and right-wingers. Like, that's the biggest problem that I see as well, is that, like, and we can't even have just a normal conversation about this kind of stuff. I'm not right-wing. You know, I took a political test the other day just because I was like, where am I? Mentally, where am I right now? I would really like to know, because I got a lot of people that want to throw labels on me. Left libertarian. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, canceled. Exactly. And I'm sitting there and I'm just like, and by the way, the only reason I did it was because I was like, I actually have no idea, right? It's just a general, like, political compass thing. Obviously, some topics are going to be a little bit more nuanced. You're going to bounce either way or whatever. But it's basically like right in the middle ring, leaning on the left side. And it's just like I always think of that meme that people show where it's like, you know, here's where the scales were balanced and one side's on one side and the other's over here, and then now all of a sudden, you know, that balance is all the way over here. So now it's just like everything over here. It's rough, dude. We're in a rough place. All I gotta say is that. Yeah. So the problem is like this necessary desire to try to make sure that, like, people are immediately framed. And also on top of that, it's like using one thing that I don't like, and this goes for everyone, is that I don't really like how political affiliation is now becoming a derogatory term. I hate politics so much. I do too. I do too. That's why I don't watch it. I don't pay attention to it. I really don't. Right? And like, some people take that as like me being somebody that doesn't have any politics. Everybody has their own, right? Like, everybody's going to look at each individual issue and they're going to come to whatever their conclusion or their moral belief on something is. But I don't know. I just don't engage with it. Not on that level. In your Discord, off topic, linked Orthos Ant Killer. I have like some bait stuff that's really good, but I'll have to look at that. Ban both parties, problem solved. Based. I hope the shooter's name is Mario, so that Luigi knows his bro got his back. Drew Harrison, a nearly 10-year veteran at PlayStation, posted in the evening after Kirk was shot and during a speaking event at Utah a few hours later, and then Grums. And then now here they're highlighting in Devion. Sucker Punch senior developers celebrate. Ghost of Yotai is dead to me now. A streamer who goes by Madam Sat. Oh, so you're literally just... No, right? Okay. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, wait a minute. They ain't dragging... They ain't dragging me into this, are they? You better not be dragging my ass up in this. We'd have a problem. What the fuck just happened to my mouse? There it goes. The evil grums. There's a lot of things that dude says that I don't agree with. Flat out, there's just some stuff that he pushes and he talks about that I largely I just don't agree with. In a lot of cases, I see some of the posts that are online from a lot of these folks that's just way too reactionary for my taste. Way too reactionary for my taste. But at the same time, there are some times where it's just posting things that's just bringing awareness to something like, hey, do you see this? And while I will say, in defense of Kotaku, there are a lot of leaning people that are the ones that are bringing a lot of this stuff to light, but that doesn't really matter. It's just the professionalism and the morals behind posting shit like this on your public account that you have linked to your employer. Every single employee, any company that you work with, when you sign your employment contract, it specifically says that they will look at your social media, and the things that you do on social media can affect your employment. This is not something out of the ordinary. The reason why a lot of people are posting this is that, yeah, they are going against political enemies by making sure that they're held accountable for this, but it's also because this is such a cut and dry issue that these people should not be employed at these companies. Like, the one thing that I really want to make sure that is, like, crystal clear here, there's a difference between voicing your own opinions and then misusing the platform that was given to you by your employer, right? There's a difference of having your own voice and using your own voice to be able to voice those opinions, and now you're using a loudspeaker that your company gave you. Those are two completely different things. You are no longer just representing yourself. You're now representing your customers. You're representing the company. You're representing your games. You're representing all the people that you're working with. Like, all of these different things then branch into it. That's what the problem is. At least for me, that's what the problem is. It should not be tolerated under any circumstances to have these people going out there and misusing that platform. Have you seen Asmongold's latest video about this? I saw the one where he was going through and he showed like some Blizzard people and stuff like that. Yeah, I'd seen that. I've seen a bunch of people on Twitch celebrating it and they got banned. Oh, only one has gotten banned. Well, that wouldn't really surprise me. You have to keep in mind that a lot of the moderators on Twitch are agreeing with some of this stuff, right? A loosely aligned Gamergate 2 movement that's grown out of conspiracy theories claiming... God, Jesus Christ, they just can't help themselves. They can't help themselves. Grew out of conspiracy theories. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. The people that you're talking about directly, and I don't even have to click it because I know it's gonna link directly to Sweet Baby Incorporated. You have employees of that company giving public speeches specifically saying that that was their intent. It's not a theory, it's just a flat-out conspiracy that there are people working for some of these organizations that do want to push their messages through video games. That's not even, and it's not even a controversial thing to say that. That exists everywhere. It exists even, the funny thing is it's not even just people like Sweet Baby Incorporated, it's also conservative groups like Collective Shout. It's also politicians that want to ban video games because they think that video games cause violence. There are tons of companies and tons of people that are out there that are trying to do the exact same thing as these people. The only difference is these ones have actually been working with video game companies. There's like no normal people anymore. It's just, it's crazy to me that they just won't. Why can't we just have a normal conversation about some of this stuff? Do you see Legal Mindset's recent video about OSHA? Oh, if he's talking about OSHA reporting, yeah. It's like the easiest thing for you to be able to do. If you feel there's an unsafe workplace environment, I didn't see his video, but if he's bringing up OSHA as somebody that worked closely with OSHA for many years, it's the easiest way for a lot of employees to be able to make their work safe or make their workplace safe. Keep in mind, OSHA has no, it is the one, you know, so a lot of people will say, oh, like HR is supposed to be on your side, but everybody knows HR is just there to protect the company, not you. OSHA is one of the very few organizations, especially in the US, where they do not give a shit about your company. They will put them out of business. They don't care. You either do what they say and give them money, or you go out of business. Like, that's it. There's no if, ands, or buts about it. They are ruthless. They are ruthless. I've never seen companies get more spooked than when OSHA shows up on a job site. They scatter. They scatter. They're like, they're coming tomorrow. They're coming tomorrow. And I've never had a problem with them. They're literally some of the coolest people as long as you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. So, you know, I've never had an issue with them. I've gone to lunch with the guys before, right? Like, but it's funny to see the people that are like sweating bullets because they know they're doing some bullshit. They know they're doing some bullshit. OSHA will shut you down. They will. So if you're ever having a problem at the workplace, if there's any unsafe conditions that you feel like you're in, whether that's physical conditions, heat, you know, you're not given the right protective equipment. It could be things as simple as there is an unsafe work culture of extremism within the workplace, and it's being perpetuated by the management in some way, or it's being ignored by management in some way. And if you can provide proof that that is happening and you hand that over to them, they'll show up. They'll show up. OSHA should go after Ubisoft and Bungie then. They have to be American. OSHA it's an American safety board. And it also widely depends on where you're at as well, because most states have their own. They just want to avoid the lawsuit? Yeah, exactly. They do. But yeah, no, I would definitely see something like that being able to work in the... I'd see that working in the favor of a lot of people, just contacting OSHA. Bribing OSHA with lunch? No, you just make sure you're doing your job and keeping up on stuff. I remember there was a permit that we had to renew. And it was the easiest thing that I've ever done in my life. It was literally just writing a check for the permit, because it's like a year-long permit, and giving them the details of our job, how long we were going to be there, how long the project was going to go on, the specifications of the project, the equipment we were using, and then whatever else we were doing. What it was is we were doing trench work, right? And the trench was deep. It was like 20 feet, 25 feet or something like that. And all I did was just go to their office, fill out the paperwork, walk them around the job site, gave them the overview of what the project was. They signed it, and then that was it, and we got the permit. I was hailed like a god on the job site for an entire year because I did that. They were like, dude, you know what he did? Every time they bring it up, I would just be like, my job? I didn't do shit. I didn't do shit, but they're like, I can't believe he went to their office. He went to their office. That's crazy. What a wild guy. Oh, man. Fed up by an algorithm juiced. What is this? Fed by an algorithm juiced YouTube rage factory. Certain online culture content creators latched onto Ichi's past statements about abolishing the police as a way to attack the game. So they don't even want to. They don't even want. You guys don't know this. Okay, you guys don't know this. Do you know? I'm going to read this again. I want to see if anybody can pick up who they're talking about. Fed by an algorithm-juiced YouTube rage factory, certain online culture content creators latched onto one of Ichi's past comments about abolishing the police as a way to attack the game. They don't even want to mention the Dark Lord's name. Voldemort. Yeah. They don't even want to bring him up. They don't say his name. He who shall not be named. Videos like Ghost of Yotai is doomed. Radical activist Eric Ishii woke chaos. Bro, these titles fucking kill me. People wild out with these titles sometimes. Later changed to Ghost of Yotai's new trailer sparks backlash. Hiring activists backfires for Sony and Sucker Punch. As YouTubers combed LinkedIn for evidence proving that people with opinions they disagree with were ruining games. You know what's really funny is that for whatever reason, with a lot, and this isn't all journalists, I think that there's plenty that are out there that would largely agree with me. They are the ones that are ruining video games. Take a couple seconds just to reflect on that sentence that you wrote. Evidence proving people with opinions they disagree with were ruining games. Yeah. What that sounds like is that there are people that are making games that don't share the same perspectives, values, opinions, or interests as the audience of people that are out there that are buying video games. So yes, actually, that's exactly what that means. It means that there are people that are out there that are, at least from the perspective of the players, from the perspective of customers, are ruining video games because they don't align with them. Their priorities are not the same. That's not a conspiracy. That's not a weird thing for people to think. And that's also not to say that like every single game needs to be made by people that have the same values and beliefs and things like that you do. Obviously, that's impossible. I guarantee for everybody here, we've all played games made by people that we had no idea, but they would literally be our worst enemy in real life. If we knew these people, we would absolutely hate them. I guarantee there are plenty of people that work at game studios that we have played games that we love. But the problem is, it's the priorities that have gotten mixed up. So the funny thing is, I think that this is largely true in a sense, but it kind of goes back to the discussion that I started from today's video, which was that everything has been increasingly becoming more political, and as a result of that, the priorities have shifted. And where before it used to be game first, cool narrative, awesome character designs, and then maybe some of my own personal beliefs, values, and messages. Now all that back end is now thrown to the front end, and then everything is in service to it. Which then makes this right here make a lot more sense. Because now a lot of these games are leading with their values instead of leading with the experience. And if those values do not match up with the audience, they're going to view those people as ruining video games. Does that make sense? It's the order of operations that has changed. I don't even think it's the people. I honestly don't. I don't think it's the people that have changed. You know, I've seen some people that have been calling like, oh, there needs to be more conservatives that are making video games. That's not going to happen. Like in a lot of cases, it's not really going to happen. Most arts usually lean liberal, right? So you're not really going to see a lot of that. It's the same people that are making games. It's just their priorities have changed. The order of operations and how games are made and how they're being built has changed. The conversation isn't starting from how do we make a good game, it's how do we get my message out there. If they reverse the two of those, the games get a lot better. That's not me saying, by the way, and I want to make sure that I clarify this because I've talked about this before. That's not me saying that like none of these opinions or anything like that can't be involved in video games. I don't really have much of a problem with it. It's just you have to make sure that your priorities are straight. You have to make sure that order of operations is in the right order, and that order is serving the audience. I mean, look at Metal Gear as an example, right? There's some crazy political views that were thrown into that, even though most of it came true. But taking my daughter to see the new Demon Slayer movie. Had to pop in and say much love and support. YouTube convinced me to swing by stream. Awesome. Thank you, man. Thank you for stopping by. I'm jealous, Misery. I'm jealous that you're going to the movie. Can somebody tell me, Demon Slayer movie, isn't that just going to turn into like episodes? Because if I go and watch the movie, don't I just essentially just ruin the next season of anime that I could watch? Metal Gear Solid 2, dude, has some great messages. I mean, a lot that came true. You call them messages. He had some great predictions. MGS2 is a documentary at this point. It really is. It's meant to be a 2 or 3 part movie. What? It's a season? Maybe? No? Yes? I watched Mugen Train and then it became the season 2 opening. Oh, yeah. Oh, but then season 2 switched, right? I have to figure it out. I have to look at it. Because that studio has some of the best fight scenes. Period. Like, Demon Slayer has some absolutely insane fight scenes. I don't think it's like the greatest, I don't think it's the greatest anime ever made. I think it's good. It's entertaining to watch. The characters are great. But the fight scenes in that show. Man. Demon Slayer ain't for me, but I'm glad other people like it. I'll be honest, there's not a lot of anime that's not for me. I'll be real with you. It's like I hate to say it, but like the only 2 forms of media that I consume anymore are essentially anime and video games, just because in a lot of other cases, things have gone in a direction with media that I'm just not really a huge fan of. I'm just not really interested in it. That's really all it is. It's just the messaging in a lot of shows. People say weeb. I mean, like, kind of, but also... I mean, like, I grew up watching anime, and I just kind of continue to watch it. Just kind of continue to watch it. Have you seen Hellsing Ultimate? Yeah. Of course I have. What do you mean? Bro. It's literally behind. He's behind me in every video. Alucard's behind me in every video. Abridged is my favorite version. That is canon. That's canon to me now. Actually, it's the original version to me now. Big titty police girl. If you guys haven't watched Abridged, I don't know. You don't live on Earth. It's also canon Dragon Ball for me now too. This stuff is so good. It's so good. Maybe didn't see it with your hair. What? You trying to say my hair is a problem now? Lord knows you guys got enough bald YouTubers and Twitch streamers. You got a problem that you got one with hair? Team 4-star abridged? Yeah, Team 4-star. Ghost of Yotai is far from the only high-profile blockbuster game to be dragged into the culture war quicksand. Kern and others attacked Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Shadows as well for featuring an African samurai as one of its two main characters. Developers on the game were reportedly told not to comment on the harassment campaign when the game launched earlier this year. While Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot condemned the attacks and targeting their employees. Like, that's the thing that, like, I would agree with anyone on this. But one of the problems that we run into right now, one of the problems that I think that we're running into right now is that, like, the actions of the few are being punished by are being punished for the many. Maybe that's the way that I want to say it. Essentially, anytime we want to have, like, an actual conversation about some of the things that we've seen in games that we don't really like, a lot of the dishonesty that we've seen in some of these conversations that we've tried to have with game developers on the direction that some of these games are going in, and some of the just outright flat, so damn obvious pandering. I think that's the thing that's probably the most frustrating. It's like people just won't agree, or they not agree. People won't just admit it. Like, we see it. We're not stupid. Like, people are pretty sensitive to this kind of thing. We can smell dishonesty. It's not hard to see. These are corporations, okay? They're not hard to read. They're not hard to read. And we can't have an honest conversation about it because these guys will go and say, well, no, it's not. They just shut down the entire conversation by pointing to the fact that there are a few people that are out there that are directly emailing and harassing these developers behind closed doors, DMing them, doxing them, and things like that. That should, under no circumstances, be condoned. Nobody should ever be doing that. You don't even need to directly reply to any of these people. But they just use that as a siege. We can't have the conversation because all the people that are saying it, they're all in bad faith and they're evil because they're, these devs are getting evil messages. And it's just like, really, dude? Really? Well, Ubisoft CEO, we said that members of the campaign to get Harrison fired from Sucker Punch are already targeting individuals and other publishers on social media. Every studio is compromised. One of them wrote, and it's all American leftists doing this. Like, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with it's all American leftists doing this. That's hyperbolic bullshit. It's mentally unstable game developers. And the only reason this stuff is being paid attention to is just because video games are a microcosm of society and gamers are far more passionate about their hobby, more vocal, and also online more. That's really what it is. At least that's what my perspective on it is. I think I missed a super chat. Potentially more. I can do that sometimes. Levy Kewen, thank you for the $5. Thanks for the hard work and the top-notch content. Thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Appreciate that so much. I am so blind. I am so blind. I can't read my own I can't read the super chats from here. I'm so cooked. Day one game plus DLC $100 are already here. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that before. Rambling Entertainment, thank you for the $2. I mean, here's the thing. I actually don't have much of a problem. I don't have a problem with developers wanting to monetize other options of their games. Premium editions and all that stuff. Sure, that's fine. I don't like them cutting content that was obviously made for the base game and putting that to the side. That was one of the issues with that Vampire Bloodlines game where they literally locked out classes and side missions and narrative if you didn't get the DLC. That stuff shouldn't exist. But I don't have any problem with variable pricing on creating like different editions of games. I feel like that's what they should do. And I feel there should be another edition of the game that's even cheaper. I don't think that they should start at 70. I think it should start at like 60. They just 60 and then you can kind of go from there. But they want to keep raising the floor. But by raising the floor, you're going to have some people that are not going to be able to reach it. And I don't know why they don't pay attention to that. I don't know why they don't realize it. I think that's the thing that's crazy to me. I saw that. I saw that one. Sorry for late. What do you think about Borderlands 4? Marcus Jenkins, thank you for the 2. We can talk a little about, let's talk about Borderlands 4. Let's talk about a little bit of a lighter topic for a little while, okay? Talk about a little lighter topic for a little bit. Borderlands 4. Game is doing good. I'm going to say that first. Let me get this other. Watch the trailer for Brave Bang Bavern. I don't know what that is. Thank you for the 2 though, Saint. Okay, let's talk. Let's lighten it up a little bit. Okay, we're gonna lighten it up just slightly. There's plenty of other shit to get into. Borderlands 4. As you guys know, and I've talked about this a few times before, I love Borderlands. I even loved Borderlands 3. Even though narratively I thought it was garbage, I still enjoyed a lot of the content, the bosses. I played the crap out of it with my friends. I put well over a couple hundred hours into the game. I just played it on mute in a lot of cases because I couldn't stand the characters and the overhanded and overheaded beatdown of a messaging that they constantly were forcing into the game. But I enjoyed the gameplay. I like the gameplay loop. I've always just been a fan of Borderlands. I've just been that way. I like looter shooters. And it was the first one, and I stuck with it ever since then. I've been playing it. I haven't put much time into it. I can show you guys. I've only put in 5 hours so far. So I haven't played very much. I had some performance hitches at the very beginning, but then I messed with a couple of settings, and then ever since then, I haven't had any problems with it. I like Borderlands 4. I think, and this is a crazy, especially, it was like, I was playing it, and I was enjoying it, playing it by myself. And then I started playing it with a friend, and I was like, I'm gonna lose hours on this shit. I'm gonna lose days on this. I'm gonna lose years on this shit. Like, immediately, the minute that me and my buddy started playing the game, I was like, oh, this is so good. This is so good. I think that the open world for Borderlands 4, and by the way, we'll get into some of my more other shit, right? Like, the price of the game is fucking ridiculous. Let me get the negative out of the way first before I unload, because I don't want people to be like, oh, he's just glazing, okay? He's a Borderlands fan. He can't help himself. The price of this is absolutely, it's borderline ridiculous. It's one of the most expensive games that I have ever seen. Because, I mean, you're talking about on the store page, the deluxe, whatever it is, $129. $129. Now, mind you, that's coming with future DLC. It's a season pass and all of that stuff, right? Like, there's plenty, like, that's a good thing, right? That, like, not really. Not really, because the funny thing is, I remember the old days. That's right. I remember the ancient texts. I remember going into GameStop and getting Borderlands 2 and its season pass for $20. I remember the entire purchase costing me something like 60 or 70 bucks. Oh, you want it now? You want it now? Well, we'll need as much as you likely pay for your electric bill. Base game is $100 Canadian. Well, I mean, you guys live in a different, reality. Grandpa LD wants us to get off his lawn. Yeah. So, like, I remember the old days, okay? I remember how cheap this shit used to be. And it's crazy to me that if you want to play the full version of this game, at least not right now, you still, like, if you just buy the base game for $70, you're getting the whole game. I'll be honest, like, I saw the stuff. Did you play Tiny Tina's? Of course I played Tiny Tina's. I have played every single Borderlands game. There's not a single one that I haven't played. Tiny Tina's was largely the biggest disappointment for me personally. I wanted that game to be good because I like bunkers and badasses as like a theme, The Bunkers and Badasses DLC from Borderlands 2. One of the best DLCs ever made. One of the best DLCs ever made. Borderlands, and I always wanted them to make it a whole game, and then they did make it a whole game, and I was like, this is terrible. This is terrible. Just, it's one of those things where you thought you liked Tina as a character. I need to stop myself. I like Tina as a character in Borderlands 2. And then they turned Tina into something else. Then they turned Tina into the Message. She used to be this funny, goofy character that would do off-the-wall shit and say some crazy shit. And then they just, well, we're going to use her as a vehicle for our identity politics. And it's just like, dude, come on, man. And then the funny thing is, it's crazy to see, I go back to that conversation we were talking about earlier, where priorities shift, and all of a sudden, now the purpose of this character is shifted. All of a sudden, all of her funny dialogue was just not as funny anymore because the writing and the attention to detail wasn't going into that anymore. And it just nosedived so hard. Yeah. That's because she was the most popular character. They can't help themselves. No, they can't. So anyway, going back to Borderlands 4. The price of the game is absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to be a nice guy, and I'm going to give some credence, and I'm going to say that I do think that largely that is the decision of 2K Games. And that makes a lot of sense because 2K Games is incredibly greedy. And in most cases, the Gearbox guys have really not been. That's been my personal experience playing and buying their games over time. They usually try to do best to be able to keep whatever promises they make. And while it is so easy and it feels so good to dunk on Randy Pitchford, they did a really good job with Risk of Rain 2. They fucked up the game. They immediately apologized. They fixed it. And now it's good. Borderlands 4. It is considerably better than Borderlands 3. I wouldn't even say you'd even be able to compare the two, honestly. And one of the things that I was probably what I'll do is I'll make it easier for you guys. I have footage that I took so I could use for a video in the future, right? So I'll just have it running in the background while we talk about the Borderlands.
I think this is Idris.
Oh my god. And now I can't. Hopefully Mark doesn't say anything inappropriate before I get to mute it. I don't need you guys. We don't need to have the boys talk getting exposed here. You know? All right. Anyway, so I'm getting my testicles laminated. So I played a little bit with Mark today before I got on stream. I'm gonna play with him a little bit later too. For some of you guys that haven't been here before to know, Mark is just a friend of mine, good buddy of mine. We were playing, and one of the things that I was really unsure about when it came to Borderlands 4, when it was first announced, is that I didn't know, how an open world would go. I didn't know if I would like an open world in a game like this. And it fits so insanely well into the just general loop of playing the game. And they've added so many random little things from other games, little inspirations from live service games into a single player game that just make it that much better. One of the things that I've really enjoyed, and I think it's somewhere around here maybe. Let me find it. This is like an event. I think this is it right here. No, oh no, this is a different quest. So essentially what they have is they have these domes that you'll walk up on. And the domes, yeah, here we go. This is, we fight these guys. Oh, I think we did it afterwards. That it is what it is. But anyway, so there's just like world events that will happen. And they'll happen randomly. And you'll just happen upon it and be like, oh shit, there's a world event. And you'll just be able to fight some mini bosses and get some loot. Super quick. Nothing complicated. Jump in, fight some enemies, get your stuff, get on the road. The game is like very focused around its looting and loop, right? Which is exactly what you want to do. The weapons feel great. The game, performance-wise, like I said before, I had some issues with it at the beginning. It got a little bit better over time. I think that it's wholly inexcusable for a game to be this expensive, in development for this long, made by a company this experienced, and to come out in this poor of condition. Where in a lot of cases, the only way for you to be able to get any solid performance out of this game is by using frame gen and using DLSS and a bunch of other features and trying to tool around with a bunch of different stuff. And that's somebody that's using a 4090. I can't imagine how much of a nightmare it has to be for anybody else to try to play this game on lower end hardware than a 40 series card. And that's disgusting. And one of the things that I think really bothers me about Borderlands 4 is that it fails to deliver on the promise of what I believed Borderlands could as a series going on into the future. And what I mean by that is that I always really appreciated their aesthetic, the cel-shaded graphics, and I always viewed it as timeless because they would be able to make something that isn't as graphically intensive as most games are, which would make it more accessible to more people on lower-end hardware. Instead, they go to Unreal Engine 5, they crank up a bunch of stuff, and honestly, outside of color and the world being bigger and open world, I don't really see anything graphically, visually that jumps out at me and says this looks better than Borderlands 3. I think it largely looks the exact same as Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 was beautiful as it was. I thought Borderlands 3 was a beautiful game. And it's disappointing that they felt the need to go and use this other engine, right, to be able to make their game. And while I don't want this to be a full indictment on Gearbox and Borderlands specifically, as much as it is, we need to have the honest conversation and just admit that Unreal Engine 5 and game developers go together like oil and water. These things just do not mix. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. It's inexperience. It's a lack of professionalism. It's a lack of making sure that they're optimizing their games properly. But then it's also something that's coming from the engine itself. The engine itself is just garbage. Or it has something in it that's like just making it easier for devs to be able to skip steps in their work. There's too many tools that are in there for these guys to be able to skip steps. And it's just, except for Shin Megami Tensei 5, that's the thing that I will say. If you find a game, and there are games, by the way, that if they know the tools, if they understand the engine, and if they do their work the way that they're supposed to, and they make sure that optimization is the core thing, then everything is fine for the most part. And I also think that it largely depends on like how graphically intensive and how big the game is as well, right? SMT5, I would imagine that's what you're talking about, Shin Megami Tensei 5. Is that what you guys... I don't know all of my acronyms. I just kind of guessed on that one. Okay. I haven't played it, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. The only other one that... Like, the only other examples that I would have of Unreal Engine 5 games that I know that run relatively well, Fortnite does really well. Expedition 33... largely, I think, is relatively well optimized. There's some artifacting and stuff that was in that, but it was pretty good. Shadow Warrior 3 at launch ran like absolute shit, but now on the same hardware, it's buttery smooth. Yeah. Shin Megami Tensei uses Unreal 4. Oh, I'm not really sure. Fortnite was bad at first, though. Oh, if it's Unreal 4, that's a different story. Yeah. I saw somebody ask about the gunplay. Gunplay is really good. Like, I'll be fucking real. Just as like a controlling playing the game, movement and gunplay are so radically improved over the over previous entries that the game, just from a play state, which is the reason why I'm like high on the game personally, is that it just feels good to play. It feels very fun to play. It's very responsive. It's very snappy. The controls feel good. Your abilities feel relatively good. Obviously, the abilities that I'm using on mine, I think here I'm using her like lich form or whatever, but I've then now since switched, and I switched my build up a little bit, and I'm doing the summons, and I'm dropping like copies of myself around and stuff like that. All the abilities and stuff feel really good. Grenades feel weird for whatever reason. I'm not really too sure. I don't know what. Yeah, I'm doing a minion build. Grenades for whatever. I think I'm gonna go back to this. I was like looking at the tree. I don't know if I show the tree in here. Maybe I do. I guess not. Anyway, customization stuff is really cool. It's very easy to get a bunch of customization stuff, run around just doing activities on the map, doing side quests and stuff. You get a bunch of different skins, and you can change your hair color and change your outfits and stuff. I only have 3 at the moment, which your base one and a couple of other ones. I wish I actually had like a thing with my skill tree, but I don't think it's in here at all. I thought I put a skill point in it at some point, but I guess I didn't. I don't know. We'll look at it later when I actually go to play the game, so then you guys can kind of see it from there. But there's a lot of build diversity, and just when I was talking about like the build stuff, I'm going to end up going back, I think, to like the lich form, or I forgot what it's called. I'm probably going to go back to that form in the late game, because I feel like that's going to be really good there, because most of its really good stuff is at the bottom of that tree, and the beginning of that tree kind of sucks. And it's also kind of awkward to use her form at that point. It looks like I'll be able to modify it later, and it'll be a little bit cooler. But yeah, gunplay's really good. Movement feels really good. Only gripe I have about like the grapple hook thing is that it feels like it's just short of where it needs to be comfortable. What I mean by that is it's like, you know, if the hook is 5 feet away, I need to be. So how do I say this? I feel like I have to run up too far to be able to actually use it. The icon will pop up showing me like how you just kind of saw it right there with that like fruit that I grabbed. The icon will pop up showing me that it's an interactable object, but I have to get even closer to actually use the grapple hook. I wish the grapple hook had more range. I think it should. I think it would make the game feel a lot better. How's the game on Xbox Series X? I have no idea. I would imagine it'd be pretty good though. Decent at the very least. Keep in mind, these games are optimized for console before they're optimized for PC. She's the Siren this time around? Yes. Yeah, she's the Siren. Very cool abilities. She has 3. Her first one is she goes into like a Wraith form. That's what it's called. It's Wraith form. She goes into a Wraith form, sprouts out wings, and then she uses Eldritch Blast. And then you'll be able to modify that down the line. Mine, initially, when I was playing it here, I had the ability, like, once I popped it, I would leech health and energy shield off of enemies that were nearby me while I was still in that form. You mean phase walk too? So she phase walks, like, that's the crazy thing about this character, is it essentially has a little bit of things from, like, different Borderlands characters across the board, right? So she also has, like, one of her other builds is more like Gage from Borderlands 2, the DLC, the Necromancer. So she has that, but then she also has the cat one where she just straight up has a pet that follows you all the time. That one's really cool. But yeah. Hope she's more tolerable in this game. Who? From what I've seen, Eva isn't in the game. And if she is, she better be dead. Yeah, Eva's not in the game. No, I haven't seen any mention of her. I've seen mention of other Borderlands characters, like who's the guy that we played at? I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Who's the guy that we played as in Borderlands 3 that had like the Irish accent? Zane. Yeah, Zane is now the weapons guy instead of Marcus. So when you go up to the weapons machines, it's Zane's machines, which I really like because I really like Zane. I thought he was a cool character. He was definitely one of the highlights from Borderlands 3. Marcus is still in the game. He's the narrator. He narrates the very beginning of the game. But Zane owns the machines on this planet. Yeah, Marcus was a staple though. I mean, he's still a staple, but yeah. Amara, Zane are both in this game. Yeah, Amara is also. I should also say Amara was a high point too. I liked Amara in Borderlands 3. You want to hear another story? Who's the doctor now? Amara? I have no idea. I actually haven't even used the health machine. I probably should, just so I can look at just so I can look at shields. I played up to like level 12 using the same shield that I got at level 1, and I just never picked up another shield. They were dropping. I just didn't pick them up. I didn't even think about it. And I didn't realize that I had gotten in, like up into the point of being like level 12. I'm like, dude, I keep getting like almost 2-tapped. It's because I had a shield that had like 50 shield. And then I picked up a new shield and was like, oh, it's 500. Or it's almost like 600 shield. Moxie is still in the game. Yeah. Yeah, Moxie's still in the game. But yeah, no, narratively, I will say that they definitely weren't bullshitting when they said that they tried to serious it up a little bit. It's definitely a little bit, it's definitely more, like, there's still that Borderlands cringy dialogue. It's still there. But it's also, like, the weird part of the game's charm in some ways. Like, it's not as bad as it was in the past, where it was just constant and, barraging you the entire time you were playing the game. It's just in some cases, they'll say some goofy shit every once in a while. So it's closer to Borderlands 1. I think narratively, it's much closer to Borderlands 1, yes. Yeah. Like, it's just like dumb millennial punny shit, right? Like there was this murder investigation that I had gone on that was actually really dark. And then my character like cut in when we were doing the murder investigation, and I found a body that was missing like its like left arm and left leg, and they're like, huh. Well, it seems like they're all right. You're just like, not the worst. No, but you're still sitting there like, God damn it. God damn it. It's the seriousness is why I can't get into it. I miss the outrageous chaos. I mean, that's still here. That's still here. Like when you go and you fight the, what do they call them? The Unbolted or something like that. The Rippers. They call them Rippers because they ripped out their like mind control device or whatever. When you go to fight those guys, I mean, they're goofy as hell. It's the same psychopaths that you fought in all the other games, right? So you'll hear them like say dumbass lines that'll catch you like by surprise. There was a part that had me in stitches for a little bit. Like I laughed pretty hard because it's just like it's the timing of certain quotes that you'll hear in combat when you're fighting people. And I'm fighting like this massive group of all these like psychos, and I kill one of them and you just hear the other guy go, I don't even like that guy anyway. I don't know why it got me. It did. It was just in the moment. It was just perfect. And it caught me off guard, and yeah. So like you still have plenty of that stuff in the game. And that's one of the things where like I think with Borderlands, when it comes to like humor specifically, Borderlands has always been 95% chaff, but the 5% that sneaks in there every once in a while, they get you pretty good. They get you pretty good. There's those moments where all of a sudden you just don't expect it, and then something funny happens, and you're like, okay, all right, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. I love the guy yelling about the bucket in Borderlands 1. Yeah. Joke's on you. I was in massive debt. Yeah. Dad jokes are permissible. They are. Yeah, there's always some of those good one-liners and stuff like that in Borderlands. This game still has that largely, so you're not going to miss that. They just kind of toned it back where it wasn't just this constant barrage of bad humor that just kind of killed the tone of the game. I think the villains and stuff are pretty cool. You're never going to... The problem is with Borderlands is, and I think this happens for just about any game series that's out there, the minute that you have a really good villain, you're never going to have another good one. You're never going to have another Handsome Jack. You're never going to have another one. Nothing can compare now. Exactly. Because all you're going to do is try to go back and emulate that, right? And, yeah. Nonsense. You just need good writers. The problem is that it's not just good writers. It's also that your community is always going to have to... Your community is always going to have to go and compare, right? They can't help themselves. Far Cry had the same problem. Far Cry does have the same problem. Goner Melegi's bit was hilarious in Borderlands 3. Yeah, even Borderlands 3 had some moments that'll get you. He's a complete character too. Between 1, 2, the Tales from the Borderlands, and 3 DLC. You can write a 300-page book on him. Yeah, I mean the guy's it was just an insanely well written and charismatic. Like people really like charismatic villains, but the problem is that, and I feel like this is also something this is a social issue. People don't want to make charismatic villains. They don't want to make villains that you can relate to or anything like that. They definitely don't want to make villains you'll like. So all media has this problem. They do. Yeah. All they want is sympathetic villains. In a lot of cases, yeah, that's exactly what they want. Free Ren discourse is a perfect example of this. It is. It is. And the fact that you would have people that are out there that would try to defend that and say, oh, well, you know, this is the way that, you know, like, oh my God. But, you know, there could always be good demons. No, that's not the lore of this. That's not the lore of this show. The show is that the demons are always liars and there's no such thing as a good one. Yeah, but what about nuance? Free Ren don't give a fuck about nuance. My favorite thing to see online is it Kryl? Is that the name of the artist? Kryl's pictures? Like the drawings that they do of Free Ren where she's like dunking Aura's head and like doing all these like skits with Aura's head. I don't mind villains with backstories. They will just they'll have justice served to them. It's just they made the wrong choice. Now there's consequences. Yeah. Is it Kyle? That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. They're not showing up here. That's not the name. I don't know what it is. Borderlands Store 4 still a buggy mess? I think so. For some people it is. I haven't had any issues with it myself, but I'm on higher end hardware, and yeah. But this does bring me to the conversation I wanted to have. And that conversation I wanted to have is a conversation that I have been having with myself. I posted on Twitter and I said, because I noticed something, that you're getting mostly negative reviews on Borderlands. This is global, right? By the way, this is not just US. If you look at US, it's mixed. So on a global scale, Borderlands 4 is mostly negative, and it's all performance related. None of it has anything to do with the gameplay. It is all performance related. In a lot of cases, what's going on for some people is they can't even get the game to load. It won't even come up. I've seen streamers that were trying to stream the game, and the game just kept crashing and crashing and crashing and crashing over and over and over again. On top of that, other players are going through a bunch of other issues. I've seen a lot of finger pointing, because you have people that are like, well, I like the game, so I can't let anybody else say anything bad about the game. So the reason why people can't run it is because they're poor. And they're playing on worse hardware. And they're stupid. Like, that's essentially what the dialogue has been. It's essentially what the dialogue has been. And the response I have to that is, they are not stupid. They are poor. Most people are. Not a lot of people can be able to keep up with every new series of graphics card that comes out every year, and the customer should never be able to be expected to have to do that either, especially with computer hardware. It's just not necessary. I mean, these consoles stick around they're supposed to stick around for 7 to 8 years. The expectation should be the same for the people that are using graphics cards in computers. They should be able to run those graphics cards for 8 years or more in some cases. But that expectation isn't being met on PC for whatever reason. And instead, likely because of Unreal Engine 5, everything is just targeting the most recent hardware. And they're using the most recent hardware as the baseline, rather than the goal that they wish they could reach. Wasn't one of the points of Unreal Engine 5 devs so they could learn to use engines to optimize their games in lower end machines? Yeah, that didn't happen. You have to keep in mind, I brought this up in the performance video that I had put together, where I was talking about how a lot of these games, they're using a lot of tools and a lot of back-end processing that just does not exist. The power does not exist on lower end hardware. They're leveraging things that, like, as an example, frame gen. Can you guys tell me what GPUs have frame gen? I can afford a new rig now to throw power at these problems. Components and build a rig that draws... Oh, shit. Chat's moving too fast for me to be able to read this. I can afford to build a rig now, but I refuse to buy expensive components to build a rig to power out a kilowatt on an outlet because a developer and publisher won't optimize their games. Yeah, exactly. 40 and 50 series cards. Yeah, it's 40 and 50 series cards. Those are the only ones that have it right now. So... those are expensive. Those are very expensive cards, and they are not in ready. They're not in a ready supply. In a lot of cases, they got scalped when they first came out. Most people aren't going to have that stuff. So they keep talking about how, like, oh, well, we're utilizing this and we're utilizing this, and it's like, yeah, but none of that stuff actually applies to the vast majority of people that are playing games today. I showed. Let me see if I can find it. Oh no. My ADHD hit fucking hard there for a second, and I completely forgot what I was doing and where I was for a moment. Like, I was fucking gone, dude. I was gone. I, like, switched it up because I wanted to search for something, but then I saw a message popped up, and I read the message, and then my brain started thinking about that, and was like, oh, that's really interesting. And then I was like, wait, what was I even talking about? So, PC video card usage, systems, processor, headsets. So this is hardware usage right now. So Steam hardware and software survey, August 2025. Overall distribution of cards. DirectX 12 GPUs make up 90% of cards. Good. Okay. So using DirectX 12 makes a lot of sense. The top card right now at 4%, at 4.5%. Sorry, August at 4.8% is a 4060. But that's 4.85% of players that have a 4060 on Steam. 4.8%. 3060 goes under that. 4060 laptop, which is way weaker than these other two, right under that. And then in number 4, it's a fucking 1650. Number 4 is 1650. That is an ocean. That is an ocean of difference. CS2 players right there for sure. Autumn was guaranteed. I'm still running a 2080. I have a 4090 here and I have a 3080 in the back, but I don't plan on upgrading anytime soon. Not unless somebody sponsors it. I had no interest at all in the 50 series cards. I don't know about you guys, but when I saw that like 90% of the technology for the 50 series cards was almost all AI driven, I was like, what am I buying? I'm buying a piece of plastic with fucking ChatGPT in it. When I was going to buy graphics cards before, I felt like I was going to buy a fucking Hemi, right? Like I felt like I was going to buy a supercharged piece of fucking machinery that was going to make my computer sing in my room heat up to, 100 degrees. So, and then you have 30 series, 40 series, 30 series, 40 series, 30 series, 20 series, 40 series. So out of the top 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So out of the top 10 GPUs that are currently being used on Steam, that would mean that 3 out of 10 can actually use the hardware and software solutions that are in some of these games to get better performance and frame rate. And these companies want to go around and celebrate like they're doing such a great thing because they make sure that they have these tools implemented in there. Oh, there's frame gen. Oh, there's this. Oh, there's this. And it's just like 3 out of 10 people or 3 out of 10 of the top 10 GPUs on the platform can even use this stuff. It's even worse because it's a percentage. Yes, it's even worse than that. It's an even lower amount. Unbelievable. Shroud was on a 5090 and still had to drop to medium settings to get more than 60 frames. That's crazy. Maybe he's running some other stuff in the background off of his GPU, maybe. But the point that I was trying to get to, because I wanted to make sure that I give some background on this, is that there seems to be an ocean of difference between the way that players value players value performance versus industry critics. So where players are rating the game as mostly negative, 35%, right? The game's at 35% on Steam. It's an 84 for critics. Might actually be higher than that because no, it's an 84. What about open? $85. $85 on OpenCritic, and it's an 84 on Metacritic. So when you have a game that's rated that high, but the fans are absolutely shredding the game because of its performance, there is a massive difference in perspective between the players and critics. And one of the things that I've always been trying to explore more and more of is why players hate game developers so much. Obviously, there's a lot of reasons, or not game developers. Why players hate games journalists so much anymore. Part of it is because there's a lot of tone issues. There's a lot of policing that's going on from that side of the gaming industry that's trying to. It feels like the media is largely trying to police the players and feed them a forced narrative in some cases, downplay whatever their criticisms are. Obviously, we just read the article that Kotaku put out about the entire thing going on with the Ghost of Yotei developer Ghost of Yotei developer they got let go. But there's definitely a difference in perspectives there, a difference in ideals, in beliefs, in morals, and all kinds of other things. There's radicals for sure. But when it comes to like game reviews and the number behind a score, and players being able to find use and purpose off of games journalists, because like that's the entire thing, right? These guys are supposed to be giving us a service. Games journalists are supposed to inform me, and then they're supposed to be my buyer beware people. They're supposed to be the ones to tell me, hey, this game is not worth your money. I wouldn't buy it right now. Hey, this game is great. You should buy it right now. They're the people that are supposed to help us make those decisions. However, over time, especially after I'd say the last 5 years or so, they become less and less useful every single year, with more and more people completely leaving them behind and instead going and listening to the opinions of YouTubers, people like myself, right? Now, there is a difference in that. I will recognize the reason why some people want to listen to what my opinion is on a game before they go and pull the trigger on and buy something, which is crazy that people would actually want to listen to me about that. It's because they probably see the games that I like, the opinions that I have, they resonate with that and say, you know what, this guy's pretty similar to the way that I think and the things that I'm interested in. Chances are if he likes something, I'll like it too. Which ends up being true. It's the same relationship that you would have with friends, right? If one of your buddies really likes a game, there's a really good chance that you're going to like that game too. If you guys have a lot in common, there's a good chance that you're going to enjoy it. At this point, you can watch independent video impressions and not be biased. Yeah, you can. Yeah. So that same connection is not being shared with game reviewers, right? Synth Potato actually responded to me. And he had said, same situation with Metal Gear Solid Delta. Just feels like reviewers don't take it into consideration anymore because it will be fixed later. And I said it's a mix with that and game reviewers playing on higher powered hardware, while people that are actually buying games on are playing games on console or can't afford a new GPU every year. So like they're just playing on higher end hardware where the actual people that are buying games do not have that same access to that level of hardware. So what ended up happening is I drew the attention of a Mr. Paul Tossi. And he spoke about it. And he had said, I don't think that there's a difference between a player base. Sorry. I think that there's a difference between a player base using Steam's thumbs up, thumbs down to express valid discontent and a critic submitting a permanent score to Metacritic when there could be a patch the next day. Though you mention it in the review, certainly. So what he's saying is that he thinks that there's a difference between a Steam user score, which can change on the flip of a dime. Obviously, if there's a patch, people can flip it and they can make it a little bit better. Paul Tossi works for Forbes. He's a game reviewer, game content creator. You'll see him sometimes on the Friends Per Second podcast with Ralph over at Skill Up, right? So he's saying that there's a difference between that, which he is right, that our review scores on sites are malleable, right? They're flexible. We can bring them up, they can bring them down. A game could be overwhelmingly negative, and then it can shoot up to overwhelmingly positive. It just can happen on a flip of a coin. But then he says that a critic is submitting a permanent score to Metacritic that could be patched the next day. Though you mentioned it in the review, certainly. Yeah, so I'm not gonna dog, because he largely, pretty much across the board, most of these guys did bring up the fact that there were performance issues. They warned people, hey, there are performance issues with these games. But there is an ocean of difference. I'm going to read what I said again. There is an ocean of difference between how customers value performance and how critics seem to not. This sentence right here, a critic submitting a permanent score on Metacritic when there could be a patch the next day. That tells me that you don't value performance day one the same way as a customer does, because you view it as something that can be fixed. I view it as, I don't give a fuck. You're selling me a product, I want it finished day one. Some variations, some issues obviously are going to exist. Some things are going to slip through the cracks. That's not what we're getting. We are not getting games with a couple things slipping through the cracks. We're getting games that are coming through that are just wholly unfinished. We are getting games that are getting kicked out the door because they want to meet their deadline. The review should be based on the current state of the game, not when the game is patched and working right version. And that's the other thing to think about. So then my question is, when you're sitting there, are you thinking to yourself, how should I score this game? Should I score this game on what the actual experience is right now? Or should I score it on what I think it's going to be once they fix these issues? Because that's what he's saying right here. That's what he's saying effectively is what they're actually doing. Then why are early preview copies necessary, Paul? So I responded, and I had said, I totally understand where you're coming from, and ultimately it proves my point. Critics do weigh performance issues differently than players because of the permanence of your reviews. So I'm saying, like, I understand you rate it differently. It doesn't mean as much to you, because you understand that your review is permanent, and you don't want your review to score a game poorly and make that score permanent because you see it as something that is changeable. You're seeing it as something that will eventually get fixed. And I said, while I appreciate you and others mentioning performance, there is a major difference in reception of it. First impressions are oftentimes last impressions for players, and poor optimization leaves players feeling undervalued in a way that critics do not communicate. Which I think is accurate. That's one of the reasons, like, I always try to do these things to, like, point out, like, why is it that players seem to not respect video game journalists? And it's because they're not speaking for them. They're not seeing themselves in the articles that are written. They're not seeing themselves in the reviews that are written. And they don't feel like they're being spoken for the way that they need to be, because on a player-by-player basis, these developers are not going to hear them. These companies are not going to hear them. There needs to be people with a loudspeaker. There needs to be people that are out there that are saying what these guys want these companies to hear. It's a really frustrating disconnect. Yes. Yes, it is. And it makes you feel ignored. So Paul responded by saying, I get why the reaction is different, but I still can't agree that we value it different, or that we value it less. We may think about it differently, but I think that I get why the reaction is different, but I still can't agree that we value it less. We may think about it differently, but I don't think that we care less because it doesn't tank our overall review score. I also think that there are levels between this doesn't work and frame drops. To which I respond, I'm not saying that you don't care at all or that it doesn't tie into your scoring. However, the perception of value is different between those that are spending money on an experience and those that are, my fucking brain right now. I'm not saying that you don't care or that it doesn't tie into your scoring. However, the perception of value is different between those spending money on an experience and the purpose of that experience for them. And what I mean by this specifically is players are spending money on the experience, and they're spending money on that experience to get something that is supposed to be an escape. It's supposed to be enjoyment. It's part of their hobby. Journalists, on average, are not spending money on the game. And the purpose of that experience for them isn't always enjoyment. Enjoyment is definitely part of it. Game developers do like video games, at least on average. But the purpose of that experience, especially the one that they're having at the very beginning, is to make money. Right? So, like, the perception of value between between somebody that's buying something for their enjoyment and for their hobby and somebody that's getting something for free and doing it for work, the perception of those two people and the value of that experience is going to be completely different on a fundamental level. And that's why I said it's the difference between outrage and inconvenience. And I think that's probably I think that this is the clearest way for me to be able to communicate this. For a game reviewer, obviously there's some games that they're going to be really looking forward to. Maybe it's their favorite franchises, so they might actually, and we will see this in some cases, we will see them side with us. We'll see them turn and go, oh man, I'm just as mad as the players are in this case. You know, screw this company, screw this, yada, 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 and you'll see them go off. You'll see them talk about these kind of things. But in this case specifically, with a lot of these games where they could take it or leave it, or it's just a video game to them, it's just going to be a minor inconvenience that it didn't work. Because they didn't spend money on it. They don't feel that same loss that a player does. They don't feel the same disrespect that a player does. That's why you see outrage from players, but you see games journalists treat it like it's an inconvenience. Why are all these players so angry about an inconvenience? Well, it's an inconvenience to you, not to the people that spent money on it. The problem we have with the review rating and gaming as a whole, it's not an efficient or effective way to say that a game is good or not. You know something else that I just realized? A critic submitting a permanent review score to Metacritic when there could be a patch the next day. Who are you prioritizing? Who are journalists prioritizing when they say that? Are you prioritizing the customer? Or are you prioritizing the company? Because that makes it sound like you're more worried about the impact that you'll have on the reputation of the studio and the game than you do delivering something of value to the customers and the people that actually keep you in business. That's not with us being considered. That's what their friends being considered. That's what the industry itself being considered. But I don't think that, like, and this is the most frustrating part with it, and I don't necessarily I don't really blame writers for this. I just think that they're just unaware of it. I think that there's just writers that are just straight up unaware of the situation. They don't realize what they're doing or why they're motivated to do it, right? And that's actually something that I brought up in this conversation that I had with him. And so I said this, you know, I'm not saying that you don't care or that tie into your scoring. However, the perception of value is different between those that are spending money on an experience and the purpose of that experience for them. It's the difference between outrage and inconvenience. And he messaged back and he said, I suppose, but you could extrapolate that to be true for any aspect of a game, i.e., we care less about a game because we got a free code, which isn't true. Now, that's a goalpost move. And I responded saying, we do, though. I'm including myself here so it doesn't feel like I'm trying to dog on you. It feels comparatively worse paying for a bad game than playing it for free. Again, inconvenience versus outrage. One wasted my time, the other wasted my time and my money. This is a bias of mine that I am self-aware of, and I don't think that a lot of other I don't think a lot of other critics are. I really don't. I don't think a lot of other critics are. I think there are ones that are out there. To be honest with you, the only reason why I've become aware of it myself, or why I understand it, is because of Skill Up. It's all the videos of watching him and him saying, I paid for this flight out to this, underground viewing of a game, this demo of a game. I paid for my flight out to this studio. I bought this game. And he's doing that because he's making sure that it's not changing the perception of his audience, but he's also doing it for himself. So he responded and said, yeah, I pay for some games. I don't pay for others, but it being free never changes my opinion. It does, though. It does, though. You just know it's paid. You just know it's a paid product and go from there. I get some people may not believe that, but it is what it is. Like, you don't understand. Like, by not putting in an investment, you do not feel the sense of loss. That's just not you cannot argue that point. You can't say that I'm not biased because I'm not biased. Like, I'm telling you that I recognize it's in myself, that if it's in me, that it's in you, bud. It's in all of us. Skill Up is the height of ethics in reviewing profession. Oh, he's absolutely fucking peak. I love Skill Up. I know people have their own opinions of the guy. I've always loved him. He's one of the reasons why I got inspired to do this in the first place. It was him, Josh, and Asmongold. And also Force Gaming to an effect as well. Like, those are like kind of the four people that got me like really interested and got me in the zone and made me like want to start making videos of my own. To a lesser effect, I mean, actually there's like a whole group of them, because I think about like Nakey Jakey, because I really liked his like long form documentaries that like got me really interested in it as well. And there's like Super Eye Patch Wolf, which then like his like insane level of detail that he goes into also, inspired me to make videos too. Yeah, I'm all over the place. The Roach King is my sire. Yeah. So then I finally, my last response that I said is, I think it's a great, mostly because I didn't want to just keep doing this back and forth argumentation with him, because at this point he kind of just had already like said like, this is essentially, I'm not biased because I'm not biased. I'm not this thing because I say I'm not this thing. So that's why I just responded and said, I think it's a great conversation to explore regardless of differing perspectives or opinions. I know that you're on Friends Per Second sometime. Good topic to bring up with Ralph at some point, because I know that he pays for his trips to previews out of pocket out of fear of changing his or his audience's perception. Mostly because this is like the first time that I've ever done like a back and forth with anybody on Twitter. I am literally that guy that just posts shit and walks away. You guys already know this. I don't even really respond to comments on my YouTube channel. Like, I'll like it, right? I'll give it a heart if I like the comment, but I don't really respond to that shit. I don't really respond to that shit. I will respond sometimes. Obviously, like super kind comments and shit. It's only when people are making me feel really good about myself. That's some gangsta shit. Ain't gangsta shit. I just drop my ideas out there and walk away. If people want me to elaborate on them, watch a video. Watch a motherfucking video. Jerk. This is a one-way relationship, baby. One-way relationship. I don't know what to tell you. Isn't Monster Hunter Wilds still broken? They state updates will fix the game at or near launch, but it rarely ever happens. Well, and like that's the other thing too, right? Like that goes into a whole second conversation to be had about like whether or not these games even get fixed. So like using Monster Hunter Wilds as an example, Metacritic. It's an 88. That's a great example. I'm so happy you brought that up. That's such a great example. It's an 88. The reviewers gave it a near 90. Likely based on the idea that performance would be fixed over time. And here we are, slowly but surely, actually very quickly, racing towards a year of this game being out. It came out in February. Obviously, we still have like 5 months before that happens, but still, we're over a year later and the game hasn't been fixed. So if you went into this and you were like, oh, I don't want to rate this game too harshly because, well, the issues are going to get fixed with it. They didn't. Now what? Useless review. Exactly. And that's why players feel largely ignored. That's why they don't respect the opinions of some of these reviewers. In most cases, I think that the only time now people even agree with reviewers is when reviewers are essentially just there making hype videos that agree with whatever their opinion already is, right? Just reinforcing whatever their views are. Let me catch up here. I missed a couple of these super chats. Marcus Jenkins with the 199. It's not Borderlands 2 story-wise, but gunplay is smooth. Yeah, the story's not as good as Borderlands 2. I don't think you're ever going to get back to that. I don't think they have the people for it, to be honest with you. Kiez with the $5 says, crazy because the new Steam rule makes it where... means they better make those DLC too. That's the best part. At least we don't got to worry about people trying to ghost us on DLC and steal our money. Bender the Offender with $10 says, people will shit on Borderlands 4 for its price, which is ridiculous, but those same people would probably spend $20 on a cosmetic pack in Destiny, whereas Borderlands, every cosmetic is earnable. Bender throwing fire. Bender throwing fucking fire. Holy shit. I mean, I'll be honest with you, with the amount of content that's already in Borderlands 4 to begin with, you do essentially have a single player live service game that's going to get more and more content as things go on. From what I understand as well, there's going to be like weekly content and bosses and stuff like that they're going to put into the game too. But no, you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. There are a lot of folks that will complain about the price of a game and they'll be like, oh, that's way too expensive. And then they go and spend $30 or $40 or $50 on a fucking gacha game in the same week. They say that as they're swiping for horse girls. Rest in peace, Haru Urarara. I can't remember how to say her name. Hello, LD. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Thank you for the tier 1. 10 months. I'm broke. This is worth more than food right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's right. No, I think that's right. I don't think that's a wrong thing to say. I think that's the right perspective to have. I do. Is there any other shit talking I've done this week? Oh, fucking YouTube. Did they respond to me? No. What is this? I don't know who that is. No, they're not going to respond to me. So they finally responded to the accusations that are being made online, but all they're doing is just denying it and acting like nothing actually has happened. We'll talk about this a little bit too. Let me get some water and use the bathroom real quick. Make sure you do a water check, boys and girls. Mostly boys, sometimes girls. Give me a second. Give me a second. Here, while I'm doing this, I'll let the footage play a little bit more so you guys can see more. So that way you're not just sitting here staring at a chair the entire time. Let me actually put gameplay on the board. No. There we go. All right. All right, we're back. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, samurai. I stayed with Destiny until Light and Dark Saga was over. Only bought one cosmetic for about $5. Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously not every Destiny player that's buying that kind of stuff. Ants go marching in. I haven't seen one in a while, but maybe that's because they're in my brain now. That's probably what the case is, right? Probably in my brain. What if the ants were never real in the first place? Try not to think about that one for too long. Speaking of Warframe, LD, did you watch last TennoCon? I did watch TennoCon. Yeah. Thank you for the 5, by the way. One dirty bit. One dirty bit. Bid. All right, let's see here. The only other thing I really wanted to cover with this is that it was only a matter of time before customers started to actually speak out against some of these game developers. So that's the whole reason why I had said, I didn't realize, I don't think that they realize how much this damages their brand, puts their coworkers at risk, and alienates audiences. They likely don't care. This part, I definitely agree with. This part, I think I'm dead on right with, because I think that in a lot of cases for some of these developers, they don't think there's going to be any consequences. They're likely sitting around the office with their coworkers saying this exact same shit. They then go home, thinking that they're isolated from the world and they're just living in this little bubble, and they post this shit online saying the edgy shit that they think, and then they get surprised. Ooh, guess what? Now there's backlash because people that were either fans of your studio, were excited for your game, or people that are just Sony PlayStation players. Maybe they're fans of the guy. Did you ever think about the fact that there's probably a sizable audience that you have on your platform that is not directly in line with your personal politics? Do you not make games for them? Did you say you agree that's your own post? Shut up. Sometimes I have to agree with myself. Sometimes I want to argue with myself. Depends on the phase of the moon. Republicans buy sneakers too. Yeah. And I understand, like, this is something that has actually largely drawn me into, like, political discussions about, like, what, like, you know, oh, you know, he has his biases. No. I think what a lot of people fail to realize is that in a lot of cases when I'm making the videos or I'm talking about the things that I do, it's specifically because of the fact that I think that for these companies to come forward and say that they want to make games for broader audiences, for wider audiences, those audiences also include people with different views than you. Religion, philosophical, political, whatever it might be. And by narrowing yourself this much, you are cutting off a large section of the audience. And it's not just the people that don't align with you politically. It's also the people that think it's weird that you're doing this stuff to begin with, or that you're saying this kind of stuff to begin with. That bothers them. For some people, they look at it and they go, well, maybe they agree with you, right? Maybe they actually do agree with your politics. Maybe they share the same views as you, but they don't like that you're using your platform that's given to you by your employer to go out and act like this or say these things. And they view it as unprofessional. And then they go, you know what? I don't know. This makes me feel weird. I don't think I want to buy the game. That does happen. And with how volatile the AAA industry has become over the past couple of years, with how many games that we've seen it fail, with how much money they have riding on the line, with how many developers and how easily these developers are being laid off and how easily these studios are being closed, the fact that these guys are not even cognizant of the risk is just... it's so insanely selfish and destructive. And I didn't really talk about this too much in the video itself, but I mean, we're talking about somebody that got assassinated, right? We're talking about somebody that got killed for their political views. If you already believe that the world, and especially America, is in this like super chaotic, destructive, fascist state, do you think it's a smart thing to be edgy posting, grave dancing, literally, and poking the bear and potentially putting the lives of your coworkers at risk? Because, like, who's to say, like, with today's like political climate, with the way that we've seen like a lot of this shit going on right now, we've seen, you know, school shootings, we've seen a bunch of other things. Who's to say some deranged player of one of your games sees you make this stand and go, I'm going to do something about them. The games industry is part of the problem. And then somebody shows up to your game studio. Like, you're just in the most unnecessary way putting your own coworkers at risk. And we already know that's the case to begin with, because I guarantee the studio, other employees, this person specifically, they've likely gotten a lot of emails. They've likely gotten a lot of DMs. They've likely got people talking about them on message boards and a bunch of other stuff. Like, you're literally just putting yourself out there for no reason. Do you check the update on the Charlie Kirk video that I posted? I haven't really been paying attention to that stuff that much. I saw that they caught the shooter, which is good. I'm happy that happened. I'm even more happy to find out that it was his dad that turned him in. If using a company LinkedIn account, all should be sacked. If it's a personal account, unlink the work account, then that's different. Well, and like that's the thing. This is one of the things that just absolutely frustrates the shit out of me, is that you'll see a lot of these people have their accounts, they'll link the company that they work for, it's in their bio, or it's even like the actual critical, like, you know, like how some of these guys will actually have like a symbol here that'll be like their account is like tied to the company or whatever. But then in their bio, it says all opinions are my own. That is not a warrant. That is not a license for you to just go and say whatever the fuck you want, and it somehow not have any consequences for your employer or for your employment. Like, that is the biggest joke thing I've ever seen. It is the most... It's the most like, I said psych, though. Right, but I said psych. It was just a joke. Shut the fuck up. Just don't cancel culture these people. Let the company do what they want and treat the company appropriately by voting with your wallet and your voice online. I agree with that, right? Like, I'm not a huge fan of like the cancel culture shit. I think that should be pretty obvious. But at the exact same time, I think that the reason people are upset needs to be voiced. And I think that it needs to be made an example of, to show, hey, you do not align with our values. You do not align with the customer's values. And in this case, with this kind of shit, like, I hate to say that I agree with Asmongold on this. Like, this shit just shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't be allowed. I'm sorry. Like, trying to perpetuate this kind of violent rhetoric just shouldn't be there. Advocating for, celebrating this kind of violence? No. I'm sorry. You don't deserve to be talking in public in fucking civilized society if you're acting this way. You've forfeited that right. This is a self-filter from my perspective. Simo, thank you for the $5. It honestly reminds me of the whole copyright disclaimer thing with the YouTube videos, that they don't own music or whatever. Like, it's not going to save you. Yeah. I feel like there's a huge difference between somebody celebrating the death of somebody and somebody pushing for more and saying a naughty word or an off-color joke. Two massively different things. Like, it's not even close. Yeah, not even in the same neighborhood. And the other thing too is that I feel like I think the whole entire conversation about how, like, this is all cancel culture now, like this kind of thing is cancel culture, is just, it's so disingenuous, because the reasonings or the actions or the words are completely different than what we've seen in the past. I mean, like, we used to see people's history from like 10, 15 years ago get drug up, and they were like, "Ooh, you said a bad word on a video." And then now all of a sudden, you know, you don't deserve to have a career. You don't deserve to have a life. You deserve to be, like, followed everywhere. These are people that are celebrating somebody losing their life in one of the most gruesome ways that I think anybody can go. Like, this is some crazy shit, dude. This is like, there's a massive tonal difference here that most people just don't feel comfortable with. They don't want to see this kind of shit. Most people don't want to see this kind of conversation go on. And you want to know the reason why? You want to know why people feel so uncomfortable with this? Is because they know it leads to no solution. That's why. This is the absence of conversation. This is the absence of debate. This is the absence of solutions. I made a comment on a video when I first saw it's time to refund the game. When I saw somebody saying it's time to refund the games, and then asking Steam to tell, yeah, I mean, you could do that. Yeah. I don't know if that would work, but yeah. In this case, glorifying murder is absolutely justification for losing your job. If you're going to put yourself out there like that, this is sending a message to our countrymen that it is not. Yeah, no, like you're not allowed to do this in the first place. And again, I brought this up earlier in the stream. Literally every single one of us, anytime we've ever signed up for any company and gotten a job, every single fucking person here has signed on their corporate contract and said that the company's going to pay attention to your social media. In some cases, with some jobs, they'll check your social media even before you even get a job. I know that when I went to school, the irony here is actually really funny. When I went to school for game dev, one of my first classes was digital identity and footprint. And it was like building your own portfolio. And it was like online security, like personal online security, like protecting your own identity, making sure to like kind of diversify your stuff. So then that way, you know, not all of your accounts are all linked together and all that kind of stuff. And the reason why they had you doing that was because they knew that most employers that you're going to work for, especially in game dev, we're going to be looking at your social media account and your history and the things that you talk about. Most jobs do now. Of course they do. And it makes a lot of sense why companies would, because, well, think about it. I want to know and I want to make sure if this person aligns with my company's culture. Oh, so you did go to school for game dev. I dropped out. I'm not that smart, okay? I graduated for business. I went to business school instead. I couldn't do coding, man. I tried. You know what? If there was something like boot.dev. No, I'm kidding. But actually, seriously, if there was something like boot.dev back then that I would have been able to use, I probably would have been able to get through it. Something that's actually kind of turns it into something more entertaining or a game or something like that would probably work for me. Legendary dropped out. He's not cool like me. I dropped out of games. I dropped out of game design, and then I just went and got a business degree instead because that was. I'll be honest. Do you guys want to know why I took business school? It's the one thing that I think I'm actually really good at. And the only reason why was because I took like aptitude tests, and then once I started going to school for it, because it was easy. It was so easy. I never studied for a single test. I never even read any of my books. I didn't read a single book in college. Oh, hey, write a paper on this. Like the only times I ever actually had to read anything in any of my classes was like accounting, right? Like the money stuff, the actual number stuff. But outside of that, if it was like marketing or company ethics, it was just like the most, 90% of it is common sense. Yes, 90% of it is common sense. Isn't that fucking funny when you look at the games industry today? Imagine just being able to fire up a fucking video and a microphone and just talk common sense for like 20 minutes. I'm doing accounting and business at the moment. Great degree to get, especially the accounting side of it. I didn't really get anything out of my marketing degree, right? I literally didn't get anything out of my marketing degree other than, I mean, I guess a little bit of it maybe kind of is paid off with what I do now, but I wish I would have gone for accounting. Marketing or a real business degree? I did business management with a minor in marketing. I actually hate social media. I hate that social media push hatred forward because it drives more engagement. It is a term Twitter worse, especially with bots, and those are Reddit. The things aren't going great. I don't think that the funny thing is I don't think that social media necessarily does like pushes negativity by itself. I don't think it pushes hatred by itself. I think that's evident in the fact that cat videos are the most viewed video type, I think, in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Like cat memes and cat videos are some of the most viewed content in the entire world. People like feel-good stuff. I just think that social media largely is just a reflection of our psyche. We're attracted to controversy as humans. We're just attracted to controversy. We're attracted to negativity. We're attracted to debate. Hatred and rage are more useful. Maybe it does push negativity though. I mean, maybe. I mean, you got to keep in mind it's all algorithmically based. So, in a lot of cases, it's not going to push it if you're not engaging with it. At the end of the day, they're trying to make money, right? So it's going to push you content that they're going to make money off of. That's what rolls. Also, at the exact same time, we're like, I don't know if I can fully agree with that. Look at the videos that are the most watched views, like most watched videos on YouTube. I'm talking like the ones that have like billions and millions of views. Like, look at fucking Mr. Beast. That's not hatred, right? I'm not saying Mr. Beast is a great guy or I like his content. I'm personally not, I don't really like it. I think it's not very, it's like his content is essentially, it's like not like late 90s, early 2000s game shows, kind of, you know what I mean? Like that kind of content, essentially. Like he just basically took what like TV programming is done for years and then just made a YouTube channel of it where he switches the topic and switches the show every single week. But people eat that shit up. Hate watching? I don't think there's enough people to hate watch something like that. Life has become so cushy for most people, they seek adversity. The internet is readily available with a massive source of confrontation to fulfill that urge. I think that you bring up a really good point. I think that life for a lot of people, especially in countries like the US and places in the UK and Europe and stuff, there's not a lot of adversity. And because there's not a lot of adversity, people are seeking it out. Now, obviously, that's different for some countries. I think the UK and parts of Europe are actually going through some serious shit right now. But yeah, I think most people on average live a relatively comfortable life. So they're going online and they're shit stirring. It's Jackass with a bigger budget and a lot less funnier. Jackass was at least funny. Oh. I had seen Asmongold's video. I saw a lot of the content and a lot of things, or not content, but a lot of things that like people were talking about online. And they were just talking, like, just the general calls to violence and shit. And it's like, I completely agree with him that there needs to, I don't know what needs to be done, but something needs to be, no, I do know what needs to be done. The problem is, and this is the one thing that I worry about, is that I hear somebody like Asmongold, like, talking about how, like, the government needs to get involved with these platforms. And that's, like, the last-ditch effort. That's the last lever to be thrown. And I feel like, ultimately, it's probably the direction things are going to go in regardless. But the fact of the matter is that all of these social media sites are doing the worst job possible at moderating in any way. But Reddit is terrible. Reddit is so bad. Twitter's bad too. Twitter's bad too. Yeah, it's by design. It's so bad though. Like Reddit's the one that pisses me off because I used to love using that app and now I never use it. Well, I mean, I do. But not for the things that I used to use it for. Reddit needs a purge more than anything. It is so bad. It's so bad. I was talking about it the other day. I think I talked about it in Discord or something like that. But I went to like r/metalcore, which is like one of my favorite sites to be able to go to. And just to be like, see like new music that got posted or maybe some reminiscing, you know what I mean? Some throwback shit. And then like all of a sudden it was just like nothing but like there was like a day or a couple hours like after the shooting where it's like people posting like essentially victory posting videos. And I was like, I'm good. I'm good. Nah, dude. I'm like, this is a... yeah, I don't want to have anything to do with that. I was like, this is so fucking weird. And like, it wasn't just that though. It's like a history of things because like that sub in general has just been posting about like, man, isn't it so weird how this band lead singer came out as conservative? Oh man, aren't you guys tired of this like conservative movement in the metalcore scene? And I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I thought this was here from you. I thought we were here for music. I thought we were here for music. Ahem. Black guy. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Make sure you guys thank them for that. Poser? Who's the poser? You calling me a poser? I'm about to say, motherfucker. Don't make me go down the goddamn metalcore rabbit hole. Oh, the people in your Reddit? It's not my Reddit. I don't have a Reddit. We don't have a Reddit. No Reddit. You guys get no Reddit. I think personal Reddits for fucking streamers and YouTubers. Initially, I wanted one because, god damn it would make my life so easy. Because I could just send you guys out like little minions to go find news for me, and then I could just collate it and figure out what I want to talk about and what I'm interested in. But I just think they're terrible places. I think that like personal streamer, YouTuber subreddits just turn into fucking cesspools and eventually will turn into snark subreddits, right? Like I've seen like some of them are kept relatively clean, but in most cases you'll see them slowly devolve into just being a thing where they just sit around hating on the creator. And I think in a lot of cases what it is, it's actually not even people that are actually watching the videos. It's people that are infiltrating and trying to like change the perception on the person. I think that you see that quite often. You see people try to do that on Asmongold subreddit. I've seen people that come in, they're like, why are you commenting on posts on Asmongold subreddit when you're like, you hate the guy? Like you'll see people that are like doing like hate responses. It's so bad. WhatsApp better? I thought that was just like one of those like free phone call apps or like text messaging apps. Is it more than that? It has groups? Oh. It has some forum style portions to it. Yeah, I've never checked it out before. Discord is bad enough. I subscribe to an official game one for updates, but I stay away from the chat channels. Yeah, and largely I am very proud. I think I am blessed to have probably the best gaming channel Discord in the entire scene. The only like the rules are so simple and so sweet. It's literally just like leave your politics at the door, leave obviously any like hate hatred shit or whatever like that. We leave all that shit out, and then and then that's it. That's it. And then like and it's great. I don't know what to say about it. You got people that are in there because it's actually moderated. Yes, my moderators are fucking awesome. My moderators are awesome. They do their gig and they do it fucking great. They do a great job at it. It's a great place. They are, and I love them. Yeah, that's right. I love my mods. The bar is really low, dude. Okay, look. Let me celebrate, okay? Let me celebrate. Maybe I should check it out. Yeah. Highly recommend. It's one of those things. I'll see some like people that are posting some crazy shit about me. They'll say like I don't know. People come up with their own idea of like who I am or what I believe in and whatnot. And I think I'd seen it. Somebody had posted. I think it was on the thread with Paul Tossi. Yeah, here you go. Just a reminder, Legendary Drops is a grifter who hates LGBTQA+, people of color, and wanks Warframe knowing it's woke. Motherfuckers really do just be saying whatever they want. Like, people just love to make some shit up. I'm like sitting here and I'm like, I have never said anything against against any person of any color. I have never said anything about people that are gay. Like, what are you fucking talking about? And also, I don't wank to Warframe. LD also hates puppies. True. True. Warframe woke wanker. Yeah. You know what the funny thing is? I love Warframe. I largely love its community. But some of the most deranged people that talk the most shit about me come from Warframe. It literally is all stemming from the fact, and I remember it, and if some of you guys remember my earliest streams where I played Warframe, and people were like following my playthrough, the amount of people that were so mad that I would do anything other than play Warframe. If I would talk about gaming news, why aren't you playing Warframe? When are you going to play Warframe? If I would put out a video that wasn't Warframe, why aren't you making Warframe videos? When are you going to make build videos? Like, these people had convinced them, there was these like weird groups of people that had convinced themselves like this guy's going to be a Warframe content creator. And I'm like, I never was before that. They thought that like for whatever reason I discovered Warframe and like that was the only thing I was going to ever do with myself. And I'm like, dude, this is crazy. And then these are the same folks that then went on after that and then smeared my name at every fucking turn. If I ever see, anytime I've ever seen like a video or a post that was made about me in a negative way, there is always somebody mentioning, I used to like him when I watched his Warframe videos. It's just like, you pussy ass bitch. I guarantee for Asmongold, it's probably the same thing with World of Warcraft. Probably some of his biggest haters are the people that are just mad that he's not playing the game right now. It is some of the most bitch-made behavior. The autism is strong with Warframe players. Not joking. No memes. It's draw. It's a draw. So you lose. So you lose those one game only type people. I could see that. I could see that. Yeah. I could see that. I think to enjoy Warframe, you have to be on the spectrum a little bit. That's coming from somebody that really enjoys Warframe. One game Andes are really cringe. They are. Warcraft Andes. Yep. Every game has their Andes. Every game has their Andes. I usually don't get posts that get this many likes. This shit was fucking funny. I think somebody posted the clip in the comments. If you guys didn't see this, this is so good.
Is all the story necessary? That's my question. When they come up with all of this, the Vituperos have their gorms in a vault on Blackstar.
Yes.
Is it necessary, or can you just say to people, these are robots, and they go, pew, pew?
You want to hear a story?
I did not ask to hear a story.
Kairos was a prison, ruled by a tyrant made immortal by alien technology.
B, which is the top thing there. Yeah, hold that. Wait, what?
We just went to...
What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, you crashed the game?
How?
You crashed the game? I love the accusation. You crashed the game? Now listen to him.
Oh, I crashed the game.
I've never...
See my body language?
They cut it out in here. He goes to say, I've never seen this happen before. This has never happened before. And I'm like... You did this. Oh, it's so fucking good. Borderlands crashing during a promotional video is peak cinema. Really trying to set the right expectations. That shit is too good. Is Borderlands 4 better than Borderlands 3? It's not even fucking close. It's not even close. We are far closer to Borderlands 2 than we have ever been before. Like, the only thing that's missing is a better is a better villain like Handsome Jack. Outside of that, I think gameplay-wise, it's superior to almost every game. No, it is. I think gameplay-wise, it's superior to every game that they've made before. It is the best Borderlands from a gameplay perspective. Movement, gunplay, the weapon variety, build types, the amount of build diversity the game has, like how many different types of builds and things that you can do. The open world just fits so fucking perfectly into the entire equation, because the only problem that you had for Borderlands, at least from my perspective, was like from like long playthroughs, is a diversity of content to be able to do. The open world is massive. It is gross. It is gross how big it is. Holy shit. How's the story? It's Borderlands. In your opinion, is it worth buying yet? I've heard that it had some tech issues. That depends on you and your hardware and what you value and whether or not you can't wait. If you're a Steam player, I highly recommend just playing it for an hour and seeing what the performance is like. And if it works for you, it works for you. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Simple as that. If your GPU supports frame gen, you're good. Yeah. They're really leveraging frame gen because they forgot they left the frames behind. I totally expected this I totally expect the conversation on Friday to be about performance issues on launch. It's a sixth sense or something. Yeah. I think everybody already knew that to begin with because there was already some conversation for it. And I'll give Randy credit. He, in his own goofy ass way, was still warning people that there were going to be performance issues. Without saying it flat straight, without saying it outright, oh, the game is running like shit. Like, yeah. He said, oh, it's working well on these cards, with these settings, and things like that. And then on top of that, thank God, they didn't have a really long-lasting embargo on a lot of these guys either. Like, they were still able to at least share some stuff about it. Well, no, they had the embargo drop on the day the game released, right? So no, they still kept him quiet. That's more of a 2K thing than them, though. These guys don't have a say in that shit. Doesn't SkillUp do performance reviews on console and PC? He probably has a video up. I don't think he has put one up yet. Oh. Okay, Josh. We'll watch it. So Josh actually literally just sent me a link to that video. So we're going to watch it.
I think I've discovered
it's really short. It's only 9 minutes. So he thinks that he figured out why YouTube is weird right now. So I'm interested to hear what he has to say. He literally like DM'd me this like just a couple minutes ago. That's why I got distracted before and I said my ADHD kicked in. So let's watch Josh real quick. I want to see what he has to say about this. So like YouTube on the back end has been really weird. YouTube made a bunch of changes. Some of this also I want you guys to know. Some of the reasons why this is happening is it's also because of the law changes in the UK where they're doing the Child Safety Act and all that shit. These companies are trying to protect themselves legally, and the way that they're doing that is that YouTube wants to get around directly asking people for ID or directly trying to, basically ask for somebody's age, and they're using tools instead to decide whether or not you're under 18 or not. And that's largely dependent on the kind of content that you watch. Right? So that's part of this issue, but I'm interested to hear what he has to say.
The exact reason and the exact date the low views on YouTube issue started, but I need your help to gather more data than I ever could. So I'm going to show you exactly how you can double check if you have a YouTube channel. Now this needs a foundation, so check this out. All YouTube channels have access to the YouTube Studio, a load of data and analytics about your channel and your videos. Now, when you go to the Studio, it looks lovely and simple to use, but if you go to the Analytics tab and then click Advanced Mode, you'll get this much more complex looking line graph. And this is what we need, because we can use this graph to see some fascinating stuff.
Which I sent this to him already.
How many times a video has been watched, but how long on average, where people clicked onto it from, and importantly, importantly for our video right now, what type of device that view came from. I had the idea to search for this specifically while talking to YouTuber Rasputin, so massive thanks to them for suggesting this, and they were inspired.
This is also something that Bellular brought up in his video as well, where he thought he saw an interesting cross-section is that like you guys are not being shown all the videos that you normally would on PC.
By this video from Ludwig, so it's a pretty collaborative effort. But look at this. If you are a YouTuber and have a channel, follow along, because I've checked with 5 or 6 channels so far and they've each been able to corroborate what I've found. But this video is going to reach way more people than I ever could just messaging people, and will gather way more data. On the advanced analytics page, change the view on the left-hand side to the last 90 days. Then in the breakdown drop-down menu, select device type. This will let you see where your views are coming from.
Let's see.
PCs, mobile phones, TVs, or tablets. Now, my channel is consistently watched more on desktop PCs, more or equal to mobile phones. This is true for several other long-form channels I reached out to, including Rasputin, Wicked Wiz, ProJared, and Mother's Basement. In fact, if you look at this chart going back 2 years, desktop PC views have been consistently higher than mobile. But views across all 4 tracked devices have followed a pretty consistent correlation, rising and falling with each other, strongly linked together. But if you are following along, I want you to specifically look at your views from device type in August.
Oh my God.
Specifically around the August 9th to 12th period, because that is the date range the desktop views
hold on. It's going to freeze for a second.
Fall out of correlation with the other device
This
types.
This is mine. Look at this. This is crazy. So he said from August, look at this massive gap in mobile and PC. We're like normally, I mean, I think it's like relative, I guess. I don't really know. I mean, I guess I had a video that like popped off at that point. But so the orange line here is PC. Or is it the green line? Green line is PC. Which if you notice, like PC usually, yeah, he's absolutely right. They basically follow each other almost perfectly, and they don't really have like that big of a gap between them. They're like relatively close to one another. And then all of a sudden in comes August, and there's that gap grew a lot from where it was back here. Like PC and mobile weren't that far away from each other in some cases. A lot of people really liked watching me on TV right here for whatever reason. But right here, that's massive. This is massive. And then it stayed that way, where all of a sudden PC, people watching on computer is much, much lower than it used to be right here. It used to be really close, really close. That's wild. I watch on TV, couldn't imagine watching on PC. I think blue is TV. No, I literally just looked at the analytics myself. It's green. It shows on his. Blue is mobile. Would console consider as PC? I don't know. I don't know exactly. No way that many people on PC switched to another device. I don't think that they did. I mean, these gaps here are insane. Like, look how closely they were mirrored. They've been mirrored back here. This is nutty. Holy shit, man.
And become consistently lower. My analytics show a 4-day drop starting on August 10th, where the daily desktop views from a consistent 12,000 per day drop to 6,000 per day over 4 days, and then remain at that. The other channels I've asked to check their analytics also corroborated this same drop. August 10th shows a substantial and sustained reduction in views from desktop source only, while not showing a correlation reduction from other device types. Quick side note, this correlation only happens to long-form videos and not to shorts. Channels which post a lot of shorts will not show this same correlation and the data will be skewed, but in a second I'll show you how to isolate your long-form videos and see that even if you have posted a lot of shorts, this correlation switch will still be applying to your long-form videos. If this was just about...
Here, give me 1 second. It's going to pause for a second because I have to take a screenshot again. I need to send this to Josh.
Back to school view drop, we would
I think what he's doing right now is he's trying to gather a bunch of information, and he's trying to send that information to YouTube and show them the direct correlations and show them the issues that they're seeing pretty much across the board. So then that way it's not like YouTube can just be like, oh, nothing's happening. What are you talking about? Where you can be like, no, like literally you can see it in the data. And I'm sure that like YouTube's going to try to make the excuse of like, oh, people are going back to school. Don't get me wrong, I have a pretty solid viewership in like the younger range, but most of my viewers are between the ages of like 23 and 55.
To see a general reduction in views.
It's not like I got a bunch of 13-year-olds watching my content, right? For the ones that do, they growing up right. They're going to know what they're worth.
It's correlating together.
They're going to know what they're worth.
Just a reduction in one specific view source. Now I can use specific videos I've released to show this.
You got the working class, that's right. Good widget, thank you for the tier 1, man. Hey buddy, sorry I've been in a legal call. All good.
And I can use videos from both restricted mode and normal mode to show
poll chat now, mobile or PC.
To do with this. My analytics
yeah, I could poll chat actually. That's actually not a bad idea.
Shows on the day of release, more people watch this on desktop.
I know that some people are going to be on TV, and that's fine, obviously. But right now, I just want to keep it. I want to keep it current. Right.
And again, more people watch this on PC than mobile. Not unusual. But that Udrentide video was released on July 16th, the last video before this August 10th switch happens. And my next video, Was It Good? Neverwinter Nights, Hordes of the Underdark, released on August 21st. And that was the first video ever on my channel to have a higher view count from mobile devices than from desktop PCs. Here is the complete graph showing every video I have ever released on the channel. The blue line is desktop views, the green is mobile. Desktop views have been consistently higher than mobile views within correlation, except from August 10th onwards. If we look at the last 90 days again, you can see the desktop view dip.
Like
but that's just my Josh Drive Plays retro gaming channel. That's just one example.
Somebody, I don't know. So there was something that he had said to me before. He thinks that YouTube, and he's probably right, that YouTube is like not counting PC views as much anymore. They're not suggesting as many videos or more. They're not suggesting as many monetizable videos on PC because of the fact that because a lot of people have ad blocker.
So how about my Josh Drive Hayes MMORPG channel?
I love that he holds his mic in a mug. Yeah.
Analytics by device view.
Ad blockers,
type.
yeah.
And right there on August 10th.
I mean, who doesn't have, like, that's the thing that I don't think these companies want to like approach the discussion of and just talk about it openly. Like, people on average do their best to try to avoid watching advertisements. I don't want to watch an advertisement. I don't want to see it. Why do I not want to see it? Because the way that you do it interrupts my experience, and more times than not, you're showing me something I don't give a shit about. There are totally ads that I have watched in the past that were about something that I was interested in. You need to be able to fix your algorithm to make sure that you're actually sending me things that I might be interested in watching. Or find other ways to advertise and do it less intrusively. Like, one thing that and this is actually the thing that kind of makes me mad, because they don't really do it on mobile as much, but they were doing it on PC, and they didn't do enough of it, which is just banner ads, right? Like, I don't care if there's like a little pop-up banner at the bottom of the screen that's showing an advertisement, as long as I can still watch my video, right? But it's when you want to stop the momentum of the video that I'm watching, break my immersion from whatever I was watching, and throw me into an advertisement for something that I don't want.
We see the blue line, which represents desktop views, dip below mobile for the first time. And the first video I release after that dip is recorded as being watched on mobile more than desktop. Here are the analytics for that channel for the last 365 days. We see a strong correlation of all views from all devices.
Oh, wow,
with
that
desktop,
crossover
the
with
blue
mobile
line
is crazy.
consistent-
It's also kind of crazy. I mean, it makes sense that people like myself or Josh or anybody else that makes long-form content, anything 25 minutes or longer, we're going to have more people in more cases that are typically watching us on PC. And the reason why I say that is because it's more casual for people to listen to shit, or watch something while they're playing a game or whatever. 67% of people say they watch on PC. That's crazy. That's a lot of folks. I would imagine streams too, more than anything else. I would imagine streams are likely a big correlation there. Like if you're watching a streamer, I would guarantee there's a lot more people that are watching on PC than watching on mobile, right? And that actually, I think in a lot of cases has more to do with the apps themselves. Like I don't really watch a lot of like Asmongold when he was streaming if I'm at the gym, because if I accidentally hit the power button on my phone, it turns off the stream. If I want to back out of the stream to go do something else, it'll turn it off, right? So it's, yeah. Asmongold is taking a break. 80% of my feed is fucked. Yeah, no.
On every single video release.
My feed's been really weird, but also my the amount of content that I've been the content that I have been consuming lately is also different, and I'm wondering if that's actually YouTube doing it to me. I wonder if it's actually YouTube that's actually making me bounce around that much, or what it is. I honestly wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm covering Josh. I just realized that.
Higher mobile source views. But I can also check it by specific video too. The last video I released before August 10th was I Became the Most Efficient MMO Player Ever, which released on June 30th, which shows just over 70,000 views from a desktop source and 30,000 from a mobile source. Pretty expected. And the first video I released after August 10th was I Played the New MMO Ghost, which released on August 24th to 36,000 PC views and 42,000 mobile views.
I think his thesis on this is that YouTube's not counting PC views, and it might actually be. Ew! No. They're not counting ad blocker views. They're going to try to use the content creators to get their viewers to not use ad blockers. People in chat have been saying that the whole time. I didn't even see that. I think that they're going to try to leverage the content creators to get them to try to convince their audiences to not use ad blockers. That shit's not going to fucking pay. That's not going to happen. It's not going to fucking happen. I would tell you guys to go sign up to my fucking Patreon before I tell you to do that. If that ends up being the case, I would try to start moving more people to Patreon. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, we're not gonna we don't give it, people aren't gonna give a shit, right? Nothing. I'm not saying that you guys don't care, but you guys don't fucking care. You know what I mean? If a bunch of content creators start whining about how they're not making enough money, I'm sure there's gonna be a handful of people that are gonna care, but in most cases, I don't think people are gonna have a lot of pity, right? They're just gonna be like, oh, fuck, got to work a normal job like me. You know what I mean? LD has a Patreon, by the way. Consider supporting this guy. I don't advertise. I have a Patreon. It's linked on every single video that I have, but I never advertise it because it's just one of those things where it's if for whatever reason you want to donate to it, be the guy that goes and looks for it yourself because you want you're that motivated to do so. I don't like e-begging. That's really what it is. If I can earn the money on my own by just making good content and not trying to ask people for money, that's what I'd rather do. I'll be honest with you guys. If it ever got so bad to the point where I would have to resort to that, I'd probably just quit YouTube. I'm not even lying. I don't like asking people for nothing. I really don't. And if it got to the point where I had to start asking people for stuff, I just stop. I just be like, it is what it is. Do you still work full time? Fuck no. This takes all my time. I always forget YouTube has ads. I've had premium since 2017. Bro, you and me both. You and me both. I got grandfathered into a super cheap plan for premium a long time ago when they used to have Google Music. It was before I think it was before they bought YouTube.
This reduction in desktop-specific views doesn't match anything I have seen from the last several years of data. Here is the graph from Josh Strife Hayes, the MMO channel for all of 2024. The blue line, video views from a desktop source, are consistently the highest source. But the spikes and dips from all 4 device types follow a...
His videos being mostly watched on PC makes the most sense, because most of Josh's videos, like the vast majority of his videos, are like over an hour long.
Strong proportional range of each other. They correlate. But look at the 2025 data, and August 10th is the exact date the switch happens, and the desktop views drop lower than mobile views, but we see no drop in mobile, TV, or tablet views. What I believe this data is showing us is that August 10th was the day that YouTube started counting desktop views differently to how they counted them before. Whether this is engaged versus non-engaged, restricted versus non-restricted, or monetized versus not, I don't know. But we do have data showing the views from desktop sources specifically drop mid-August. To corroborate this data, and because I was honestly kind of excited at what I'd found, I reached out to 3 other channels with very different demographics, specifically different. Now, I'm not interested in total video views, I'm interested in the correlation relationship between the sources of those views before and after August 10th, for long-form videos only. The first channel was the Japanese lifestyle creator Adi Harajuku. This is a graph of a video of hers from before August 10th. This is another video from before August 10th, and we can see from these that most of her video views come from mobile first, then PC, then TV, then tablet, but the correlation in view source percentage is very stable. Then here is a video after August 10th, August 16th to be precise.
Yeah.
That was her first time the computer views actually dropped below TV views, falling out of sync with all previous correlation.
That's
I then
crazy.
had a chat with the editor from Healthy Gamer GG. You likely know the channel as Dr. K. Here are the launch day graphs of 2 long-form videos prior to August 10th. You can see mobile is more views, very closely followed by computer, then TV and tablet down the bottom, but the correlation is still stable. Here is a video after August 10th. Views from computer only fell sharply. Then I had a chat with the editor for Worst Pre-Made Ever. Here are the launch day graphics for 2 different videos released before August 10th. Once again, we see strong correlation with computer and mobile, almost similar at the top, trailed by TV and tablet. Then here is a video released after August 10th, showing a strong, noticeable drop for computer only. If you have a YouTube channel, please check this data for yourself on your own channel. Do you see a drop in views from desktop?
I wonder what he's gonna do.
It's
crazy, dude. I'm like, and you have to keep in mind, like, these are percentages, but when you're talking about like a spread of over like 3 million or 2 million views, that's a lot, man. That's a lot.
If your findings match.
And you have to keep in mind too, like, YouTube largely runs on the idea of like snowball effect, where like the bigger a video gets, the more popular a video gets, the more people end up seeing it, because the more YouTube, it's like a 2-part thing where like YouTube suggests it more, but then also at the same time, like, I think people, if you see a video that has a lot of views, you tend to like find it to be a little bit more credible and want to watch it, right?
Don't match, because this video is going to gather more data than I ever could alone. And I think this could be the reason we are seeing low view counts. Channels that historically get watched on desktop are counting desktop views lower than usual. Cheers for watching, and let's see what those comments end up saying.
What's the point of this? What's the point of this video? YouTube would just tell them to kick rocks? No, not necessarily. I mean, it may very well be that in their case, what may actually happen is they might not actually understand what the problem is, and they haven't figured out what the correlation or where views are bleeding from. And if it's something that YouTube isn't aware of and they haven't been able to figure out, and then content creators provide them the right analytics, or somebody provides them a theory, they might, and helping them be able to figure out what the issue is. I mean, you just kind of got to hope for the best. To be honest, when it comes to a lot of this stuff for any content creator, it's just for any content creator, it largely just comes down to the idea of just keep trucking. That's all you got to do. Just keep trucking. You're always going to go through waves like this. Shit like this is going to happen. It stressed me out for like a day or two when I saw like there was like weird dips and weird shit going on like with my YouTube. But then I largely came to the same conclusion that you did, which is that the only thing that I have two options, which is one, cry about it, or two, just keep making videos, and I chose two. In the reaction content of the Discord, I posted my response to Ubisoft removing my suit to the federal court. Will you react to it? People loved the petition. I think you will love that argument. It kind of depends on like how long it is. They removed your suit? What does that mean? This is so funny. These like weird like cross posts that happen in certain areas. People like make stuff up. Oh fuck! This is something that I'm going into next week. By the way, I think I'm going to look into this. I largely haven't discussed the entire Nintendo situation in a while. What is this? Bro, you keep sending me these goddamn documents that are like 15 pages long. I'm not going to read this whole damn thing. What is this? Motion to abstain or in the alteration demand in a whole part. Comes now plaintiff and through undersigned counsel and request to the court to abstain from exercising jurisdiction over this action. You know what I would do, man? Because the problem is like a lot of this stuff is legalese. What I would do is like if you're going to continue to pursue this. So for the background of the other people that are in the chat right now, there's somebody that's in the community that's actively in a lawsuit with Ubisoft, and they're trying to essentially say that Ubisoft is basically there's a lot of shit that they've done, a lot of false advertising, a lot of other bullshit, right? They sued them in the state of Louisiana. It says extension of the case is wanted. The Thibodeau abstention doctrine was established. See, like, I mean, this is a lot of legalese, my guy, and a lot of this is just going to go over my head and also the heads of my chat. This isn't really something I want to sit here and read right now. But what I would highly recommend is that I would essentially, if you're going to do this, I would find a way to document this like publicly for the gaming community, either using like something to be able to translate this through legal language, kind of like Legal Eagle. You know what I mean? Legal Mindset. Yeah. Like Legal Mindset or something like that. Like somebody that can translate this stuff a little bit more, make it more palatable, if that makes any sense. Because I'd make videos. I mean, if you're going to actively pursue this lawsuit with Ubisoft and, you know, say that they've been false advertising, say that, you know, these games should be permanent and all these different things, especially with a lot of the legislation that's already going on in the background, I highly recommend doing something to make it more palatable for people. TLDR it. Yeah. Because you have to keep in mind, like, I can sit here and read it, and it'll take me a fucking while to be able to read it. But I'm as much as I would want to discuss those things, I need to discuss those things in a way that is more easy to translate to an audience. I'm here to entertain, right? So I can't really take a stop to read something like that at the moment. ChatGPT can help you read it, so you don't need a lawyer. That is actually true. Legal mindset might know a decent lawyer. No. We actually have somebody that's in the community that is actively that is in law school that is going to be that is going to that is actually they're in law school and they're actively suing Ubisoft on the behalf of the state, if I'm not mistaken. License to practice, yeah. Let's see here. What else was there? Oh, Josh responded to me. Hold on. Let me see what he said. Okay. Damn right, about to break them brakes off. Get it, boy. Get it, boy. If the patent passed, the games industry will be frozen. Oh, yeah. I need to actually go into this. This patent already passed, by the way. This has already gone through. This is already accepted. It says Nintendo has secured a new patent for protects gameplay mechanic wherein the in-game character to be able to summon another sub-character to be able to support it in battle. And this just breaks down what the individual mechanics actually are. There must be a PC, console, or computing device, and the game is stored on a drive or a similar storage medium. You can move the character in a virtual space. You're able to summon a character. They call it a sub-character, by which in this they give the example of a Pokemon that they have at their disposal. Then the logic branches out with 4 to 5 being mutually exclusive scenarios. This is about summoning the sub character in a place where there is already another character, and then it will be instructed to do so. Fight. So essentially, it's saying any game where you're a character and you can summon another character, and then that character fights something. Do you know what game I'm talking about? Like almost all of them. like almost all of them. Like Path of Exile. I summon a character where other characters exist, and it fights within my vicinity at my direction. Shin Megami Tensei, who's actually the ones that created this battle system to begin with. Yet somehow Nintendo's the one that's patenting it. Digimon, Borderlands, yeah, Borderlands 4. Borderlands 4, I can summon characters and they fight other characters. The alternative scenario would be summoning a sub-character at the position where there is no other character to fight immediately. That's essentially summoning a pet. That's summoning a character to walk around and follow you. The final step is about sending the sub-character in a direction and letting it automatically battle with another character. So that's literally Path of Exile, Diablo, Borderlands 4, Dragon's Dogma 2. How could a company even patent this? Seems crazy. I have no idea. As Game Phrase stressed, the ramifications for the wider industry cannot be understated and may now prompt other developers and publishers in turn to file patents to protect their in-game mechanics. The 397 patent poses a fundamental threat to the creativity and innovation in the games industry, the report stated. The question is not specific to the existing copyright lawsuit with Palworld, but to a larger number of games that already have that mechanic, as well as future releases that will have it. So not only will this have a chilling effect on the games industry when it comes to like certain mechanics, summoning characters and things like that in the future, but also at the exact same time, I think what's going to end up happening, and this is just my theory on the situation, we have seen a critically low amount of creativity and innovation in the AAA industry. I think it's relatively safe for me to be able to say that. We've seen a lot of repetition. We've seen a lot of sequels and prequels and just remakes and remasters and a lot of just spinning their wheels. Not a whole lot of moving forward. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of these companies are just creatively robbed, right? So they're going to have to figure out something to be able to make more money. If they're not going to be able to make more creative games, what they're going to do instead, especially after seeing what Sony's doing right now, or seeing what Nintendo's doing right now, we're also seeing Sony do the same thing as well, as they're going after NetEase, right? We're going to see legal warfare, essentially. We're going to see legal warfare between these companies where they are going to patent every fucking thing under the sun. They're going to patent every single thing that they possibly can in every single game that they've ever made. You're going to see somebody try to patent first-person shooters. You're going to see people try to patent all kinds of different things. Character perspectives, weapons, all kinds of stuff. And they're going to do it because the reason why is because you can license patents. So it's not that nobody will ever be able to make another game that allows you to be able to summon a character. You just have to pay Nintendo first. And Nintendo also has to agree to let you use the patent. So if Nintendo doesn't like you, and they don't want you to use their game, and they don't want you to use their mechanics, well, then they just won't let you do it. You don't have a choice. So it effectively creates a patent cartel. That's where the games industry is going to be headed towards. That's at least what my prediction of this is. And by the way, this is absolutely detrimental to the indie sphere. Which, as you guys might know, fills me with unbound rage. So I'm going to be going through all of this. I'm going to be taking a look at it this weekend with some free time. I'm going to be sitting and boiling on it for a little while, and then I'm going to bring it to light next week. Or at least bring to light what my thoughts are on a lot of this stuff next week. And yeah. The other problem is too, and like I think the one thing that like really frustrates me with this is that like I can't believe that these other companies are essentially just like letting Nintendo run free. Like if I was EA, Activision, Blizzard, Xbox, Sony, I'd be like, whoa. What are you doing? You're patenting commonly used game mechanics, but these guys didn't stop them. They never filed any lawsuit. They never filed any litigation. This is like they're creating a pseudo monopoly out of patenting game mechanics, essentially. And none of these guys have stepped up to them. Nobody said anything to them. They can do the same thing and kill indie games. Yeah. Accomplices? No, that's not an accomplice, because the thing is that these guys are patenting things that these companies likely have or want to use in their own games. This is something that hurts them. Like, it's not like they're, oh yeah, we're buddies. I mean, like, obviously, I guess they could license shit from one another, but like, I don't think that's actually the case. I just don't think that they're paying attention. Is it filed in Japan? No, this is fucking America. They got it in both Japan and America. They patented it there and they patented it here. And you know what the crazy thing is that this is only going to drive us to want to play more. This is only going to drive us to want to play more Chinese games, because they're going to be the only ones to go patent. Why would we care about that? Why would we care about that? We don't care about your patent. This is our new game, Pushimon. And this is Bunkachu. And we don't give a fuck about you. We'll do whatever we want. Patents are for nerds. Get wrecked, dweeb. China's IP theft, the country. For real. For real. Here, I'll let you guys see the cat napping. I'll use the bathroom. Give me a second. What'd you guys do? Why'd you make him walk away? What'd they say? Oh, okay, makes sense. Why must the cat leave? I don't know. I guess you guys looked at him the wrong way. Yeah, I'll be looking at it. I'll be looking into this. All right, let me check one more thing real quick. Oh, somebody already posted a video on this. For Tingo Plays? I don't know who that is. How long is this? $14 minutes? Sure. Yeah, we'll watch this. Yeah, this will give us some background on it. I'm interested. Let's check it out. Hold on. This dude right here, bro. This dude right here. Somebody shared this video. It's another pirate software. Oh, it's already started. Wait a minute. No. I'm not watching Quasar. I'm not watching Quasar. I have seen this guy. He reacts to shit all the fucking time. And like more times than not, he's like arguing with the content creator. The dude is he's a fucking trip. It's always really funny. Have you guys ever seen the video where Asmongold react? What are those thumbnails? I don't know. Have you guys ever seen the video where Asmongold discovers Quasar for the first time? It's the funniest shit ever. It's the funniest shit ever. I would have to actually find the video, but it's so good. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I don't think I would be able to. No, it's gonna be it'd be too obscure of a react for me to be able to pull up. But I'm not gonna watch a react of a react. I'm not gonna react to a react of a react. You know, because that's essentially what it would be. That's not the kind of content that I'm doing. I'm not into reactception. I'm not into reactception. Sorry about that. Hopefully that's not too loud for you guys. All right, this is for Tinga Plays, and it's called Nintendo Pokemon Lawsuit. Got a new patent that could kill Pal World and Digimon. I think it could kill a lot more than that, to be honest. Frittata.
You know, the more I look at that upcoming Digimon game, the more I want to support it. Just like I supported Pal World. Why? Because
This is actually looking, the Digimon game is actually looking kind of really good, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you.
having
I've been
alternatives,
seeing some like videos and screenshots of it, and it looks really cool. I haven't played a Digimon game since, good lord, I don't know when.
having options.
It's really
rather than
good.
Everything just
The demo
being
is out. I might have to check that
Pokemon
out.
Is a much better world. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I've told anybody this, but when I was growing up, Pokemon was not my first monster taming game. My first monster taming game was Dragon Warrior Monsters for the Game Boy Color. And, you know,
Okay.
you might not believe me, but I actually enjoyed it quite a lot more than Pokemon Blue or Red. I don't know if I enjoyed it more than Crystal, but you could breed monsters in that game to hatch eggs and get a whole new monster that received its parents'
Steal my
movesets,
monster?
which was a fundamental mechanic of that title. And the music is burned into the
Straight up just fucking just jacking people's Pokemons? What the hell? What the hell?
back of my head.
Kobe's
I really
Journey
did
was
grow
so
up
good.
with this
I played,
title, and it made me realize
Monster Rancher.
how a lot of Pokemon's popularity
But I was
might
a
just come
Pokemon
from
kid.
hype,
Through and through, I
because
was a
the
Pokemon
options
kid.
out there are kind of better. Not all of them, but some are. And that is why I absolutely despise what the Pokemon Company has been trying to do with patenting game mechanics that could alter the landscape permanently for other developers.
Well, the problem is, and like, this is the thing that like probably pisses me off the most. I know why they're doing it. Everybody knows why they're doing it. The reason why Nintendo is trying to push away a lot of these creature collecting games or games that somehow in a way may mimic Pokemon, they're going after the ones that are popular because they're afraid that it's actually going to damage their bottom line. They think that there's a potential that their game could lose its popularity. They know that they have the winning formula. It's literally the most profitable entertainment IP in the entire world. It's worth more than anything. It's worth more than Marvel. It's insane how much money Pokemon makes. It's disgusting, is what it is. And they want to protect that money. And they know that their quality is slipped. They know that their games aren't as good. And the last thing that they would want to see is for somebody to be able to slide in there and make a game where people start liking their game more than Pokemon. And in the case of Pal World, that's the reason why that game was such a threat to them, was specifically because, well, the older generations of millennials that would normally line up and just, you know, buy their Pokemon game, all of a sudden they're like, well, this game actually suits me better. This game suits my tastes and my maturity and my humor today, where Pokemon, you know, largely represents for a younger demographic, which it should because that's who it's aimed at. Those games just don't suit their needs anymore. This more mature game and crazy, goofy game does. That's the game that they're going to go for. And they don't like that. They don't like that the adults have another option. They would rather them just continue to buy Pokemon over and over again. And they also would like to do that without anybody questioning the quality of their games, the flexibility of their games, and the amount of options you have when playing them. And in that, what they're effectively doing by going after Pal World, these changes and the things that they're patenting now and the kind of legal temperature that they're creating could very well destroy the idea of us ever even seeing any creature collecting competition at all. None. And if you think about it, it's crazy to say because, like, for the most part, they haven't really had to worry about anything. There has not been a single game that has even been able to sniff the boot of Pokemon. I think that we all can agree that. We all can agree on that. I don't think there's anybody here that's going to be like, oh, well, no, there's this other game that's just as popular. No, it's not even close. They're not even in the same neighborhood. They don't even compete on the same block. Don't get me wrong. I love Shin Megami Tensei, even though I played Nocturne. That was the last one that I played for SMT was Nocturne, which was a long time ago. But I played Temtem. It was all right, but that game was also like soft as fuck. That game. They really tried to lean into the whole like, I don't know. There was some shit in that game that I just wasn't a huge fan of. Nocturne is so good. Nocturne is fucking peak. But there really hasn't been anything like Coromon. Coromon doesn't even come close. Palworld is the only thing I think we've ever seen that is. They didn't sniff the boot. They put a shoe on. They put a whole shoe on. Keep in mind, I think people forget this. Palworld sold 25 million copies in like the matter of a month. That's Pokemon numbers. That's Pokemon numbers. That's the reason why Nintendo woke up. That's the reason why they jumped on them. And then now, as a result of them going after them, they want to make sure it never happens again.
I don't want to live in a world where we don't have titles like this, that yes, while they were niche, and I may have probably been the only kid in my town playing it, they still provided me an experience that was similar, but different enough to be its own thing.
Yeah.
I know people love catching their shinies in a lot of these titles, but I loved catching every single slime you could find.
The problem is, like, you need other games like this, because I would almost guarantee that even for how obscure this game was, there's a really good chance that at the time, the people at Game Freak probably looked at this game and said, oh, hey, I like this, and they take a couple of those things from their game and take it to the other. That's how this industry has grown to what it is. That competition, iron sharpening iron, and also, it's just how new game mechanics are discovered. Sometimes you see some game do something else, and then you try to figure out how that would work for your game, and then in doing that, you create something entirely new. It's so weird that an industry that's built on creativity is slowly becoming so fucking corporate. This industry is under an invasion. There are so many different parties that are out there right now that are doing their best to try to figure out all these different ways that they can control these games. It's not just Palworld and Pokemon. It's these corporate entities. It's lawmakers. It's governments, it's activists, it's all these different groups that all have their own purposes, and they're all trying to do something to control video games and ultimately control the people that are playing them.
And then breeding them with different monsters to get different types of slimes. I mean, come on, tell me that the Slime Knight isn't the cutest monster you have ever seen in your fucking life. You would be lying to yourself. I would choose this over a Raichu any day of the week. And that's the beauty of options. Which is why it really disappoints me that I don't see the Pokemon fan base actually speak out more against what this company is doing. As we have an update on how Nintendo's...
Pokemon fans and Nintendo fans are never going to speak up against anything Nintendo does. Because Nintendo cannot do any wrong. The only one... no, they're just never going to do anything. What am I saying? They're never going to do anything. Nintendo wants to raise their prices... Guys, you don't understand. It's just the quality of the experience, and Nintendo never misses. Meanwhile, Mario Kart World is outselling Mario Kart 8 is outselling Mario Kart World. Pokemon fans love eating shit. They do. They do. Nintendo has a Palworld clone, and it's on platform. I would almost guarantee.
Patent with the Pokemon franchise could disrupt all of that. But
I think that Nintendo is, for whatever reason, the only platform that still genuinely has real console warriors. The console war is so very alive there, but it's not alive in the same way that we saw before, where it used to be people bickering about, like, our games are better, our console is better. These guys are so indoctrinated, they don't even argue. They don't even think you're worth their time discussing because you don't understand how transformative of an experience the Nintendo Switch and a Nintendo Switch game is.
Before we get into the topic, I just want to remind all of you that we are so close to 110,000 subs. So close to me playing La Cucaracha on camera on my guitar for you. They say that with every 1,000 subs, Tenga becomes more and more Mexican. That's not true. I become more and more like a stereotypical Mexican. Well, the truth is, I just want you guys to smash the subscribe button because in spite of the fact that the channel producer Monly, who makes the thumbnails, was deadly sick today, that fool still got up and still made today's thumbnail. So, shout out to Monly. Anyway, let's begin. Palworld isn't the only target. Nintendo's latest patent could touch hundreds of games. Nintendo has been awarded a patent for summon and fight mechanics in the US, and here's why that's a problem. Who's that Pokemon? It's lawsuit!
I'ma sue y'all ass.
What do you mean the US said, yes, you can patent that? Really? The land of the free, the home of the brave, and the snipers? We really said, yes, go ahead, Nintendo. You can patent that. Are you kidding me? Last week, Nintendo quietly secured a...
What I don't understand here is like, well, no, I mean, I don't. Okay. The one thing that I can say is this: corporate America is a completely different beast than just like what America is supposed to stand for. And for whatever fucking reason, why, and we know the reason, it largely has to do with lobbying. And I think that in a lot of cases, legislators just take the side of bigger businesses. Oh.
US patent that
I think that's
on
really what this
paper
comes down to.
Gives it ownership over one of the most common mechanics in gaming, summoning a character and having it fight another.
I also think the other thing too, and I guarantee that like games journalists would probably criticize me for saying something like this. I think that lawmakers and patent offices have no idea what the fuck is going on here. I think they have no idea. And they don't have any experts on video games specifically, so when they see something like this, they're like, yeah, sure, patent approved.
This is my product. This is my formula. This is mine.
I don't understand. Does that now mean summons are taken completely out of Final Fantasy? Are we no longer going to be allowed to summon in certain JRPGs? Is Nintendo going to prohibit that? This is a game of
yes. Here's the thing. So how do I explain this the right way? It's all about the pursuant of a lawsuit, right? So it largely depends on if Nintendo wants to pursue a lawsuit based on a patent infringement. They can pick and choose. And I think the industry largely knows that they're not going to come after them for Final Fantasy and being able to summon a GF or a summoning Ifrit or whatever it might be. Likely they're not going to come after them for that. Grinding Gear Games knows that they're not going to come after them for being able to summon skeletons out of the ground, right? They largely know that this company is not going to come after them for that. But they could if they wanted to, because now they have the patent for it. You know, the people that approve the patent probably have never played a game. Maybe. Specters basically are Pokemon. That is actually true, yes. In Path of Exile, you are essentially capturing a creature and then summoning that creature to fight other creatures, right? Warframe will be as well? What would you... I wouldn't see Warframe. No.
Older than Pokemon. How in the fuck do they have a patent on this? Is Nintendo going to come after me when I summon Mexicans to do my yard and all my fighting and my groceries and clean my car? US patent number 12409-387, which was issued today, covers the smooth switching of riding objects, but Pocket Pair already worked around this feature in Palworld, so right now that acquisition is not much of a threat. However, as Games Fray reports in their thorough coverage of the case, patent number 1240339, which was granted over a week ago on September 2nd, how did we miss that? Is a much more significant concern, not just for Palworld. The patent 397 covers the fundamental mechanics of summoning a character to have it fight another. So yes, sounds like Pokemon, however, it also describes things that many other games do. You're goddamn right it does. Summons are common in a lot, and I mean a lot of games. I do not understand how you could patent this, unless it's being narrowed down to summoning through an object like a sphere. It would have to be very, very, very specific. because this patent is far too broad and it would disrupt the industry way too much. There's no way it would be allowed, so perhaps we're missing some info here. Unlike many patents, which...
No. The reason why they let it pass is mostly because they used like some circular logic, most likely. I would almost guarantee what they probably did in this case is it's because they used that breakdown that we talked about here, where they gave like specific actions that would have to be mirrored. But the funny thing is that even with these specific actions that have been mirrored, or the thing is with these specific actions that would have to be mirrored, even this is still too broad. But I guarantee they probably went in and they were like, anytime you summon a character to fight for you. And I know that originally their first patent that they tried to file got declined. They knocked it back. And then after they did that, now they went back and they went in with something a little bit more detailed. But this still describes way too many games that already exist right now that have nothing to do with Pokemon, that don't infringe on Pokemon, that don't even mirror it in any way. We're talking about very core game mechanics that are in just about every game out there.
Often face heavy scrutiny or rejections before they're approved. This one glided through the US Patent Office without objections. It was filed in March 2023 and granted just last week.
Oh, okay. March 2023. When did the lawsuit with Palworld begin? Do you guys remember that? That was in 2023, wasn't it? Was it a year ago? Okay, so Palworld came out in January 2024. Is that right? Yeah, it would have been January 2024. Yeah. Yep. It came out right after I lost my job. Came out right before I lost my job, or right after I lost my job. So that makes sense. So, but they already knew. So chances are, if I had to take a wild guess, when was Palworld first revealed? There it is. There it is. So they revealed the game in 2021. Nintendo saw it and then started litigating and trying to come up with patents. And then the patent that they filed in 2023, the year before Palworld released, is the one that finally got approved. Gotcha.
Now, I will leave a link down below to the specific patent so you guys can go through it. It's long, 45 pages. And yes, it is very specific. But the thing is, as specific as it is, lots of games still do exactly what the patent is aiming to protect for Pokemon. It's drawn out for you, and everything from the UI to the critter positioning to the summoning is eerily similar to hundreds of games you have played.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could even go as far as to say, not even Shibuya Tensei, you could even point to a game like, what was it? Metaphor. Metaphor also has an effective form of summoning, right? There's another one as well, even though like you personally transform, but that still could that still could translate into that as well. Persona is the same way.
It reads as follows. An example of
reading that, that's what you have me for.
Processing system moves a player character on a field based on a movement operation input. The information processing system causes a sub-character on the field based on a first operation input. When an enemy character is placed at a location where the sub-character is caused to appear, the information processing system controls a battle by a first mode, in which the battle proceeds based on an operation input. When the enemy character is not placed at the location, the information processing system starts automatic control of automatically moving the sub-character. The information processing system moves the sub-character based on a second operation input. And when the enemy character is placed at a location of designation, the information processing system controls a battle by a second mode in which the battle automatically proceeds. Yeah.
That's literally Path of Exile. They literally just described Witch in Path of Exile. They also described almost the exact same thing as Borderlands 4. An example of an information system that moves a player character on a field based on a movement operation input. So that's you moving a character in place. Once you've moved your character in place, the information processing system causes the sub character on a field to based on the first operation input. So you're controlling a character, a sub character that's not the main character, and you're directing it to an enemy location, enemy character, where it's going to get more information, and it's going to battle that character either in a battle which proceeds with operation input, which would be a game like Final Fantasy if I summoned a GF or something like that, or Shin Megami Tensei if I summon a monster, or and then the other one where it says the other, and because they have it in two sections, so they're basically not only patenting I summoned a monster and now I control that monster and I'm giving it directions to fight something through input, like Pokemon where I pick its moves, but they're also describing you fighting it automatically by just putting it near something that it can fight. And that's I still call them GFs from Final Fantasy VIII. I think they're just called summons. Icons. Well, icons is like Final Fantasy 14 and 16. I don't really know. So Nintendo basically just patented companions. Essentially, yeah. Aeons would be 10, right? Hunter pets and warlocks, demons, and WoW even. Yeah, it's all of them. Yeah. This also then would go to pet battles for World of Warcraft as well, right?
I don't see anything there about specifying it down to some type of sphere or circular object like a Pokeball, in which case this is absurd. Now, if only I had enough time to sit down with Florian Moeller on this, he could give a much more professional opinion, and I do talk to Florian Moeller, but not at length. Perhaps I could bring him onto a stream so we could look at this in more detail. But to me, what I'm gathering here is it's more to do with the sub-menus and how they're organized and the actions that come from those little sub-menus and the order that they are placed. The patent is very long and very descriptive, down to the button layouts and input prompts required to use it. And based on how long it is, my best guess is whoever looked at this in the United States probably didn't even want to read it or understood a single bit of it and how this could affect other video games.
No, I would almost guarantee that. I think, and you also have to keep in mind too, like reputation, I think also plays into effect with this, where they're probably looking at this and they're saying, oh, well, this is Nintendo, this is Pokemon, everybody knows Pokemans, everybody knows the Pokemans, right? Oh, they're just trying to make sure that they're protecting the Pokemans. I'm sure I've never seen anybody else make a Pokemans game, so that makes sense. And then it goes through. No, obviously, like I said before, they did initially have some pushback. So like the first time that they went to patent it actually failed. But then they came back with some more like dialed in language, which likely was something that came at the direction of the patent office, and then they approved it. They rushed it through. They don't care. Well, no, like I said, they denied the first claim, but then the next one they let through.
That's the scary part. The approval of this patent in the United States could have horrible ramifications for everyone else. I mean, we already saw the influence Pokemon Company has had on Pocket Pair and how much they are trying to desperately shut that project.
I think that there's also something to say, like, if for whatever reason Nintendo did want to try to step on the toes and go after Digimon, right? If they did, that would be the best case scenario for most, because not only like, I think that Digimon is still well tenured and recognized, and they could show and be like, these guys have never come after us before. They've never tried to sue us. They've never tried to do anything else. We've been making the same games for this many years. They've lost against Digimon before. Oh, no, they did try to sue them and they lost. That is right. That was a long time ago, though.
Down, up to the point that the game developers had to outright strip game mechanics to please them. And mind you, these are all patents that were formed within the last 2 to 3 years. Nintendo has big plans for Pokemon, and it would seem those plans are to ensure it is the only monster taming game of its kind. They don't want to risk another Pal World situation, so they're locking down their patents now as a way to future-proof their intellectual property. The amount of greed required for something like this is insane. Pokemon's success and brand
Muller,
recognition alone is not enough for Nintendo or this company. They want to basically own the concept itself.
Of
and
summoning,
the fact that it was approved in the United States is quite frightening. Now we can't expect any US developer.
This just goes back to exactly what I was talking about before, where I do think that, like, I brought this up in many videos in the past. You know, somebody said this recently. I forgot what I'd seen, and it was a clip of something. It was probably like Joe Rogan or something like that, most likely. But essentially, somebody was like, you know, do you know how old Donald Trump is? Do you know how old Bush is? Do you know how old Bill Clinton is? And then, you know, they point out Biden and whatnot like that. And then, like, you basically go through, like, all the presidents outside of one, which would have been Obama. But outside of Obama, these all like four of our last presidents are all, and our current one are all the same age. So we've been effectively ruled by the same generation for decades upon decades. Like, since most of us have been alive. It's been the same generation time after time after time. Gen X has not entered office. Gen Z is nowhere fucking close, right? So, like, we have a lot of people that just straight up do not understand. And, like, we're just talking about presidencies. Think about all the other roles in government. We have people that are so entrenched into our government that have no fucking idea. They don't understand social media. They don't understand the internet. They don't understand AI. They don't understand video games. They don't understand any of this. The only thing they understand is money. That's it.
To try and make their own Pokemon-like games, since this patent was approved. Now, I know that doesn't mean Nintendo would automatically seek out any game, but the hyperfixation they have on this tells me that it is just the beginning. They are going to roll out some serious legal
Democracy
consequences
is fun, right?
for anybody who even...
What's the other option? Like, the other option is, I mean, I guess we could have a king.
Attempts to...
A queen?
Provide an alternative to Pokemon. That is how much of an impact Pal
A god emperor
World has had, which is honestly quite necessary, because had they not done that, we wouldn't know exactly how greedy and evil this company is. Their success is simply not enough, because when you're as successful as Pokemon, you no longer have to win over people. You just have to fight for your spot on top, which is what led this franchise into being the laughing stock of all Nintendo IPs. Rather than seeking motivation by trying to be the best, they are motivated out of sheer jealousy and insecurity. Now, this article brings up a very good point. Summoning minions in Diablo...
It's not jealousy or insecurity. It's literally just money. This is all money motivated. This is all... They want to corner the market and keep it cornered and never have to worry about it again. Especially when you're looking at, like, the indie scene. Like, look at how explosively popular some of these indie games are getting. That is insanely threatening for these AAA companies, because as a result, like, let's say there was an indie game that made, like, a Pokemon competitor, and that shit was just fire. The character designs were peak, the gameplay was fantastic. It was just, nobody could put it down. It's too addictive to play. People keep playing it, they love it, and then they support it. And then all of a sudden it actually, like, outsells a Pokemon game. These guys would make so much money that they would essentially be able to scale up to be able to match the same might as Game Freak, if not more, because they would have a better like pulse on what gamers are looking for and what their audience want. And that's a major threat to them. The last thing they want to do is lose their position as a market leader with one of the most recognizable brands in the entire industry and in the entire world.
Nintendo could own this, please. At this,
I don't think that I've never met anyone in my entire life that doesn't know what Pikachu is. Think about that.
Point. If I wanted my girlfriend to ride me, Nintendo would bust down the door and seek legal action.
They might say its name wrong.
Now.
Might say its name wrong.
Yeah, I know. That was funny. And you can tell it was funny because it didn't come from me. It actually came from the top comment of the week, as you can see right here. Congrats to you, good sir, for the best joke I've heard in a while, actually. Patent 397 is potentially explosive for the gaming industry because it isn't just about Pal World. If a game does all of the following, it could be challenged, which is either there must be a PC, console, or other computing device and the game is stored on a drive or similar storage medium. You can move your main character in a virtual space.
Okay, so they're not patenting real life Pokemon yet.
You can summon a secondary character. If there's an enemy present, the summoned character fights it, either automatically or based on your input. If there isn't, the summoned character can still move and fight when it encounters an enemy later. My concerns are exactly the same as whoever wrote this article, and that is the patent war, where companies are now so big they can patent the most minute of things in order to remain unchallenged in the market. That is the goal. It's so obvious that they are trying to build the groundwork for a much bigger lawsuit to take down Pal World. This is going to be a long-term investment for them.
Oh yeah, no, their true aim is to destroy Pal World entirely. This is not something that's just going to end with like, oh, they lost a little bit of money, they had to remove a couple mechanics. No. Nintendo is out to completely remove this game from the market entirely. They want it gone, entirely gone. And they would also like to make sure that company goes out of business if they can.
And if it pays off, if they win,
it's a matter of survival
on every
for
other
Pal World.
monster taming
They
game
need to
like the
they need to
Hammer
figure
of
out some
Thor.
way to be able to get
I
through
know
this.
paints Nintendo as an almost cartoonishly evil company, but
They
this
are.
is really their true colors.
No. They literally are a villain of a company right now. Like all of their behaviors, they all match up with that of a villain. It's Yakuza behavior. Unironically, in some ways, probably yeah. I mean, dude, they've been suing modders. Like there was that one like modder that just got sued for like $2 million and just lost. Like they go after individual people, even if we're talking like they're not even doing anything. Like obviously if it's redistribution and pirating and they're like selling your shit, that's obviously go after the people, I guess. But like yeah, but Nintendo is not a company of like calm measure. Like they will destroy everything. Oh. You were selling our games on a piracy website? We're going to need to garnish your wages for the rest of your life. We're essentially going to put you in indentured servitude.
Tributed to their legal fees. And they have an endless pocket for that. No pun intended.
Fucking
How
crazy.
this was approved and allowed in the United States is absolutely tragic. It makes you question how much the US versions of games like this are going to be affected now.
And by the way, just to make this clear, I'm almost positive that like two of their biggest lawsuit cases that they had when they sued, people that were selling, whatever. It was almost always in the US. It was always in countries that like are not going, they're just going to like let the legal process fly out. They're going to let the corporation have their way. If you look at like some of these like Eastern European countries and shit that for a fact they're out there pirating the fuck and they're selling that shit, they're hawking that shit. You look anywhere in the East, to be honest with you, they're not fucking around over there because they know that nobody's going to let them through.
Because of fucking Nintendo. God, I hate them. I seriously wish this company would go through another Wii U phase so they could be humbled. Because as it is now, sometimes I feel like the love people have for...
I actually unironically think there's a really good chance that they are going to have a pretty big stumble with the Switch 2. It is far more underpowered than previously marketed, and the games that people are like, oh man, you know, play some Cyberpunks, play your, you know, these like AAA ported games, they're not working. They're not working, not the way that they thought.
Doesn't actually come from their products, but the very fact that they pay a lot of money to ensure they are the only option. And like I said, I don't want to live in a world where we don't have options like Digimon or Dragon Quest Monsters. I need titles like this because I don't want to be playing gay-ass fucking Pokemon. The designs of the Pokemon are ass. The graphics are ass. The gameplay is ass. The price is too high, and the quality of the franchise is at an all-time low. It's honestly embarrassing to see what Pokemon has become. At one point, maybe you could take a little bit of pride in this franchise, but it's just gay now. The last thing I want is for gameplay mechanics to be stripped from titles that could potentially serve as an alternative to Pokemon, because someone like me very much enjoys the alternative.
Yeah, I tried, which one, what was the one that I tried? I tried Sword and Shield, I think. I just couldn't get into it. It just wasn't very good. The frame rate on the Switch was garbage. The image quality looked terrible. The coloring was terrible. Like, everything about the game was just severely mid. It was not good. The last good Pokemon game that I had played, I think, was Black and White. And I only remember playing those games because my buddy and I were moving into we were going to move into a new apartment, and we gave each other 3 months to train Pokemon. And then we were going to Pokemon battle over who got the master bedroom. And I lost. And I was like, I'm never playing this ever again.
A lot more. And that's not...
It was the game's fault, not mine.
Because I naturally hate Pokemon or Nintendo. It's just that the franchise has become complete ass. And that is completely their fault. Why the fuck should other game developers be punished because they dared to provide an alternative? As it is, it's not looking good. Not just for Palworld, but a lot of other games. If there's a legal way of fighting this, please provide me all the details you can. Because when I was a kid, it was okay for alternatives to...
Has LD talked about his thoughts on Borderlands 4 yet? I have like a whole like hour-long conversation of, like earlier in the stream. We're gonna play it here in a little bit, and then I'll be talking more about it.
Exist. Now, Nintendo wants to ensure that isn't even possible. For that reason alone, you need to stop supporting this company. Stop buying the slop that they release to you. Every dime that goes their way will be used against your gaming tastes and preferences eventually. Like, comment, share, and subscribe if you so choose to. That being said, see you in the next video.
Congo sucks ass.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's not wrong. Here's the thing, man. I'm not gonna tell, like, the one thing that you guys know that I do, or I at least try not to do. I'll link you guys the video real quick. Give it a like. Watch it if you want. I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it myself. The one thing that I won't do, and I try to make sure that I don't do, is I don't advocate for people to spend their money or not spend their money on something, unless it's something that I like really enjoy, or like, I guess unless I'm sponsored, right? Like, I shouldn't say I won't advocate for people to spend their money. That I do. I don't advocate for people to not spend their money. Like, I'm never going to try to boycott any company or anything like that. If you enjoy something, enjoy something. But he's not wrong in saying that giving money to that company is likely at this point only going to fuel them being able to encroach upon your hobby and make it worse at some point later on down the line. Maybe it's not today. Maybe don't give a shit about summoning mechanics, but it's just going to be the next thing that they then find after that, right? And it just kind of goes on and on and on. I own every previous Pokemon game and a huge collection of Nintendo stuff. I did not buy a Switch 2. I won't be buying Z&A or any other products again. I don't blame you for that. I really don't. I don't like the actions of the company. I don't like the direction that they've gone in. And that makes me really sad because, like, they have some really good games, man. I'm like, I understand that people, no, is it the most revolutionary shit in the world? No. It's definitely not. Is the performance absolute shit? Yes. But at a fundamental level, at least with most of their other games, Nintendo still understands, at least their developers understand what fun is. And they treat their developers really well. The Game Freak, not so much. But everybody else, yeah. Like, I don't know about you guys. I really enjoyed Legend of Zelda and Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I had a blast at those games. I've been playing... what have I been playing lately? Do I have it in here? I've been playing Xenogears. Xeno Chronicles. I've been playing Xeno Chronicles X. I think the definitive edition. It's one of the earlier ones. Like, because I asked people if I should play the older ones first, and they said yes, I should. And that shit's it's fire. All right, give me a second. I gotta grab my food. It's being delivered. It's outside. I'll be right back. All right, we're chilling. I'm sorry, Borderlands 4? I'm sorry, what? Elevator music? Sorry, I left you guys in pure silence. Xeno Chronicles X is awesome. Okay, so I think that's the one that I'm playing right now. I'd have to like pop the cartridge out of my Switch to be able to see what I'm actually playing, but it's been pretty cool. Quick Google patent, you cannot patent something that has already been used publicly for a period of time. The fundamental part is new and not publicly disclosed. I wonder exactly how that works, because there's so many other companies that have essentially already been using the exact same thing, right? 10 years ago... Braun Perlman, sorry. Dyslexia. $5. 10 years ago, a Japanese developer could do things on the Wii U with XBC. Well, I don't know what that means. American devs insisted it was impossible, and Rockstar nonsense on PS5 today. What does that mean? XBC. Oh, Xenoblade Chronicles. I don't see. You guys. I don't understand the. I'm sorry. It took me a while for my brain to click into that. It's been really good though. I've been really enjoying it. Like I think the combat's really cool. It's very chill to play. Once you actually get in and you start understanding like how to combo stuff right and stuff like that, like there's still a little bit of a learning curve for me to be able to like trying to figure out like what characters I want to use and what abilities. The whole like heat mechanic is a little weird and something that I'm still trying to figure out. But yeah. Has anybody played Chronos yet? The Dead Space clone? If so, is it good? I've heard nothing but good things about that game. I want to play it, but right now it's Borderlands time. Right now is Borderlands time. Once I get through Borderlands, then I might go back and I'll play that game as well. You can patent it. Then when you go to sue, the defendant cites that as part of the defense, and then but Nintendo doesn't care about the law. They bully and then they just bankrupt people. You got a really good point. I didn't think about it from that perspective. Now that you say that, I realize that what they're doing is they're getting the patent, a patent that will not, in most cases, hold up in court, right? It's largely too broad, and too many games have used it in the past. So you're going to be able to point to other games that have already used it before and say like, well, they didn't, you know, what about this game? What about this game? This game predates Pokemon. I can point to that game showing that this wasn't even their mechanic to be able to use. This wasn't even their mechanic to be able to do anything with. But Nintendo largely isn't going to care about that because they just have the money to sue people into fucking oblivion. They just have they have the money. Like I order DoorDash when I stream, but I don't do it any other time of the week. I think it's a waste of money. What did we get? I got mac and cheese, mashed potatoes, and this like beef stew stuff. It's really good. This is clear abuse of patents, landing in monopoly territory. It is. That's why I said I'm really confused about how nobody has done anything about it. Like all these other companies that are out there, all these guys have access, right? Like they all have the ability to be able to step up to Nintendo. And Nintendo's now encroaching in a territory that they themselves also exist in. So like, how are you not gonna do? How are you not going to do anything about that? It's essentially like working for a car dealership, and the car dealership down the road just patented selling cars. And these guys are like, yeah, I don't think that's going to affect me. Yeah, it's not going to affect me. It breaches the law in America as it breaches the anti-monopoly. Well, here's the thing. Somebody has to sue them. I don't think that people understand, like, when it comes to, like, a lot of these, like, effective monopolies and shit, where people are trying to, like, point out and say, hey, you know, this is illegal or whatever. Somebody has to sue them, either a state or a country or another business. In most cases, it's another business is how that gets started. So the government just doesn't just automatically intervene. They have to see something happening. I think a really good example of this is Xbox, Microsoft, Activision Blizzard, right? They didn't try to come in to break them up until they tried to buy Activision Blizzard. That's when the FTC got involved. That's when they started saying they were an effective monopoly. That's when they started to try to break them apart. And then they had to come to some type of agreement, and they had to give up some of the rights of some of the shit that they were buying. I don't know if you guys remember this, but like Ubisoft got like streaming rights to World of Warcraft or something like that. I forgot what it was. We collectively sue Nintendo. Yeah, that sounds great. See if there's anything else that I wanted to point to today. I saw, so this is so fucking stupid. So I saw this whole thing, the Helldivers reference on the unfired case left by the Charlie Kirk shooter. So they put the 500 kg reference on the bullet casing, and I had seen, I think it was Grums actually. Oh, I put Gums. Germs. I think he was the one that posted it. Baskin locked her account. Helldiver sub has gone into lockdown, and the Helldivers community manager has locked her account. Worth noting that the Helldivers community, Reddit, Discord is incredibly left-leaning. See, this is some accusatory witch hunty fucking bullshit. This is like I said before, like sometimes folks like this can find some things and bring some things to light that actually matter. This is shit that makes you look like a fucking idiot. This is so stupid. Why are they going protected? I wonder why they're doing it. I wonder why. Probably because it literally just came out in the news that there was a Helldivers reference in this entire fucking thing, and they're like, we don't want to have to deal with the fallout of all these people trying to come to our fucking Discord and shit up the fucking place. And maybe they might now be included in part of an investigation, and they have to lock down their account to make sure that the fucking government can go through everything, and they don't want to have a bunch of extra messages bullshitting things up. I don't fucking know. What is this like? Oh, maybe they're part of it. Oh, I knew it. Oh, I knew it. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. You guys are so stupid. Dumbass fucking shit. Why'd they lock it down? Because it's exactly what the fuck I would do if I was caught in a situation like that unexpectedly. Like Helldivers has anything to fucking do with this. Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Thoughts on it being Israel? What? Take your fucking brain out of the oven, my guy. What are you doing? This is way too cut and dry? How? What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy shit. Unreal. That was like, that's some crazy shit, dog. That is some crazy shit. Political Andes? No, just straight up fucking racist Andes that like literally anything happens and they're like, well, that's the Jews. What the fuck, dude? Somebody's like, don't respond to it. No, I am of the mind to make sure that when you see dumb shit like that, you make fun of that shit. You make fun of that shit. I'm banning the fuck out of you. You're an absolute fucking retard. No, get your fucking retard ass out of here. No. Charlie Kirk was against Literally, shut the fuck up. I'm not even giving you the time of day on that bullshit. That's the same kind of mindset that winds up on a roof shooting somebody. I want you to make sure that you know that. That mindset that you're in right now. That's the same way you end up on a roof shooting somebody. Unbelievable. Shame is a powerful learning experience. I'd be fucking embarrassed to go and walk around and say shit like that in public. I'd be fucking embarrassed. I'd be embarrassed that I even believe shit like that. Mask off moments for leftists? Fuck, man. I don't like. That's why I don't even get into the conversation. It's not even leftist, bro. It's just people, just fucking hateful people in the world, man. It's hateful people all over the fucking place. They're always looking to blame somebody else for their fucking problems. There always has to be some fucking shadow figure. There always has to be some fucking demon pulling the strings in the background. It can never just be flat out good old corruption. It can't just be flat out good old fucking legacy media ramping people up, turning the fucking dial up every single day and making people more angry. It's the Illuminati. It's the lizard people. It's the fucking aliens. It's the Egyptians. They're back. That's a good goy. And another one. Holy fuck, bro. So what? I make a video saying, hold on. Tell me this right now. I make a video saying that it's bad to go out and wish death on somebody, and now all of a sudden, for some odd reason, I got like genuine fucking Nazis walking into my chat. Get the fuck out of here. What are you fucking doing? Unbelievable, dude. Sorry, I'm old. It's all good, man. It's all good. The crazies are out in force. The problem is that you say something which is which I think is relatively common sense, which is you shouldn't go around celebrating the death of somebody who got murdered in such a brutal fashion, right? Especially for political reasons, like for that situation specifically. Like it's disgusting, and these companies should not put up with their employees going out and doing those things. And then you have people that take that and say, "Oh, does that mean you agree with every single view that I have and also the person that was shot?" No, it doesn't. No, it's called me just having fucking common sense and being a normal human being. Jesus Christ, people are so amped up, man. People are so amped up over this shit. Charlie Kirk said some absolutely wild shit. Charlie Kirk said a lot of shit that I would never fucking agree with. But that doesn't mean anybody deserves to get put out like that. Fuck no. I second bringing back asylums. You know what the funny thing is? There's a lot of people that are out there that are saying that, and I fully agree with it. I fully agree with it. But there's also a lot of people that are out there that are saying that, not realizing that they themselves should be in those asylums too. There's a lot of people that say that shit. Normal ain't so normal anymore? I guess not, man. I guess not. Asthma enjoyers easy. I've always thought that. Every time I hear Asmongold say that, it's like, we need to make asylums great again and shit like that. And then his chat's like, true. I'm sitting here, I'm like, man, there's probably at least fucking 10% of you motherfuckers that should be in there too. We have asylums, they're useless because you have to ask for their help. It's like a catch-22. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, like, we had different standards for that kind of shit, like what people got locked up and shit. You also have to keep in mind, too, like, asylums in their heyday, there's shit people would be fucking put into an asylum for that normally today they wouldn't, right? Like, I mean, there was folks with, like, Down syndrome that would be in an asylum. Like, that's crazy. Obviously, I think the standards for something like that would have changed by now, but yeah. It's easy to diminish people's opinions when you are just chat bubbles. What does that mean? Not in person? I have no idea. I hope that's not in regards to the two people I just banned. I really hope that's not. I really hope that's not in regards to two people I just banned. 'Cause I can make that 3 real quick. I'll let you know. That means it's easy for you to dunk on someone you disagree with because you have a mic and they're the ones that have to sum up everything they mean. The dude in my chat was blaming Israel for homie getting shot. Do you think I need to let him fucking spell that all out? Please expand on that. I'll give you all the time in the world. If you need to write a book, go ahead. Debunk it. It's quite a popular belief. Is it? Is it? Is it a popular belief? Oh, I'm fucking real. I'm sorry, man. You're not gonna come in here and you're not gonna fucking convince me and you're not gonna change me over to your side to being a fucking racist. If that is the opinion that you have and that's the belief that you hold, good for fucking you. You're a retard. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. You ain't convincing me of shit. Ain't gonna fucking happen. I've been on this earth way too fucking long. Way too fucking long. I'm just defending different beliefs. I'm not. You're just. Yeah, but I keep in mind, and I guarantee there's probably a good chance that you watch a little bit of Asmongold too. There's something that really irritates the fuck. It's playing the devil's advocate shit. I don't like putting up with that either. I really don't. Because that's not a belief. Not in my eyes. That's just somebody that's completely lost their fucking mind. That's hate. That's all that is. It's blind hate. Based in nothing but based in nothing but a facsimile that they've created in their fucking mind. No. I think that's too lenient. Yeah, well, I know I am that way. Here you go with your assumptions. Dude, I don't need somebody around here that's acting like, get the fuck out of here. Don't ban. You're getting fucking banned anyway. Here you go again. Trying to make me out to look like a fucking villain because I don't want to have racists in my chat. Eat my fucking nuts. Eat my fucking nuts. What the fuck? What is up with the chat? We're playing video games, guys. We're playing video games. We need to do something. We need to fucking pivot real fast. What in the... Oh, man. Kill boss. Day since last ban on the wall. For real. I don't ban. Unreal, dude. What do you expect? You're fucking sitting here antagonizing the streamer. What did you think I was going to do? What do you think I was going to say? Soapy with the $5. Let those people advocate for their own downfall, bringing back asylums. We know better and should know people should be in asylum and for what reasons. For real. Politics are red hot right now. People are getting crazy. Dude, the amount of just wild fucking extremes that people have gone to. And the thing is that like most people used to be a hell of a lot more tolerant. This is also I want to tell you, are you not salty? Do you want to find out? No, I think people on average used to be a lot more tolerant, and then that tolerance was taken advantage of. And I understand why that's made more people more hateful, but I don't think that's necessarily an excuse to be more hateful, and nor do I think it's an excuse to run to these fucking lengths, right? Like this is shit that's just not in my fucking wheelhouse. I don't talk about those kind of things. I just don't fucking believe them. And I don't need to justify why I don't believe in something. Because I'm literally just a dude with a fucking microphone making videos talking about video games. And the fact that people want me to stretch that far, and they need people to stretch that far because they need to qualify them as people that can fit in their fucking groups and in their cliques. Nah. Sorry, dude. That is not, that's not daddy's place. I ain't in there. And remember, LD, a lot of people like that bozo you just banhammered. They're the same kooks in the games industry. Well, no, I mean, like, that's a little different. That's a little different. Those aren't, I don't think so. I don't think that's the kind of people in the games industry. Though, I mean, in a sense, I don't think you're necessarily wrong. The self-awareness, definitely not. The self-awareness, definitely not. Do you only play on PC? I have a PlayStation 5, but I largely don't play on the PlayStation 5. Like, I use it for a couple of games. If there's an exclusive that, like, I need to play, then I'll go ahead and play it. But... Okay, so I'll show you guys the build that I'm working on right now. So I'm using, this is fucking busted. I'm just gonna put this out there and just tell you guys right now, this ability for the Siren is absolutely broken. It is by far, bar none, the strongest, and it's not even close. Let me see here. Borderlands 4. Done. Okay. I changed my shit. So, like, because you can choose for the Siren, you can do Incarnate. Incarnate seems like it's strong, but the problem is like, you don't get enough immediate benefits that are worthwhile. Like, splash damage isn't going to give me a whole lot early on into the game. Kill skill restores my healing kits. Like, whatever, this isn't really going to be worthwhile. When I'm attuned to kinetic damage, that sucks. That means I'm not getting any, like, it gives me lifesteal and reload speed, which is cool. But that's kinetic damage, so if I'm not dealing... like, most of my weapons are all elemental. I'm not getting any value out of that. And then when you're using this, you basically transform. You get demon wings on your back, and you can throw, like, balls of energy, depending on what element you're in, right? You can Eldritch Blast, is what it's called. It's all right, but it seems like way down the line, things actually start to get kind of busted, especially when you're starting to see abilities that are like sacrifices health on use. Like if you're sacrificing health, you're getting major damage bonuses. 20% of your current health gets sacrificed. You're gonna get some major damage bonuses out of some of these like augment skills that you're gonna get. Like when you use a rep kit, so if I heal myself, I get my next gunshot as a bloody shot, converting damage dealt to kinetic damage and bonus damage based on current health. Like there's a ton of these ones down here where I think that you're probably going to see a lot more usability in the late game. But this early on, just this ability by itself, dropping 3 summonable characters is so good. It is so good. But I've largely just been sniping. Where's the other ones at? So I can basically, like, I can throw a Reaper down, which will seek people out. I can throw another guy right here, and then she'll shoot everybody. And their damage it's good enough. I think really the biggest thing is, I need to turn this down a little bit. I think the biggest thing is for me specifically is just the fact that I can, what am I looking for here? I need my sound mixer. Mixer options. There we go. We'll put it to like 50. That should be probably okay. The summons really is because I'm playing on hard mode. And like these guys hit hard. They hit hard on hard mode, but you get so many benefits for playing on hard mode because on hard mode you get more XP, you get more gold, you get better loot drops. So, I plan on playing a lot of Borderlands 4. This is not a game that I'm just gonna I'm gonna simply walk away from, you know, within a week or so. I'm gonna keep playing it. I'm gonna play its end game, so I'm going to want to make sure that I'm like setting myself up for success later on. Look out for that patent infringement. I know, dude. I'm gonna get myself in trouble already. Running a Peacemaker build on Exo. I've heard he's really good too. That's Exo. Is Exo the guy with the guns on his shoulders?
I didn't really peg you as a big reader.
I was wondering if he was any good.
Next time you'll know to think before you peg me.
Hey yo. Hey yo. Hey yo. What is this dialogue? Did you guys hear that?
I'm a manufacture your death.
You don't belong here.
By the way, this Jacob sniper rifle, very good. I missed. Got his ass. Game looks good. Yeah, man. I've actually really been enjoying it. It's one of those things, and you guys know, like, every time I ever talk shit about Borderlands, every single time I caveated with, I want this game to be good. Because I really did want this game to be good. I love Borderlands. I fucking love playing this game. I can't wait to do, like, bosses and shit. There's dungeons and stuff that they have, too. They put, like, dungeons into the game, more mini-bosses, just more bosses in general. Hard mode, basically, you take 10% more damage. Elements are more important, and cash and drops are more frequent. Yeah, like, there's too many benefits early on. And just in general, honestly. Not doing. I got them both, though. I think there's something over here, too. I'm looking for... There's a bonus thing. I have to find... Recover order contraband. It might be up here, maybe. Plus, on top of that, I think there has to be something... There has to be something instinctive, or how do I want to say this? These games tap into something inside me. The need to loot. The need to loot and build characters. I don't know what the next one... I'm going to start another character tomorrow, probably, and maybe play one with Scratch with my buddy. Maybe. Maybe not. The game scales pretty well, playing it like drop in, drop out, but yeah. And it's adjustable, right? So why not ramp it up early? Yeah, exactly. That's also the other point as well. It's just like, there's no reason for me not to. I'm trying to find this. I found one already.
Embrace the darkness.
Of course. We get one of you every so often.
What is that about? Oh, okay. That's just there. This dude is literally just like whispering sweet nothings into my mouth, or to my mouth. This guy just whispering sweet nothings into my ear as I'm running around killing his people. That's kind of nice. What a nice guy. In the box. So far, I have this Mollywan SMG. It's not very good. I need a replacement. I should be using this, because at least that burns through armor. You are absolutely right, though. Like whoever said before, like your elements definitely matter a lot more. I have to make sure that I match the shit up. Otherwise, it's going to take a lot more rounds to be able to put something down. I missed. Oh, I can just shoot that in 2 shots? Oh. I've been like trying to jump around behind them thinking that was like invisible. Oh my god, how am I missing that? Is that Keith David's voice? It might be. I'm sure they have a lot of famous voice actors. I don't feel safe. Guys, I think I'm in danger. This guy, whatever floats his boat, yeah, he's being very, he's being rough with me. Are the TDR weapons still?
Are the TDR weapons still wacky? Also do a favorite bands video.
Yes, they are. The TDR ones where you like throw the weapon and they do weird shit like run around and chase enemies and stuff. Yeah, they're still like that. Still like that. I'm looking for. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I was right to turn around and look this way. So it is marking them for me, but I have to get close enough for it to mark
Found some
it.
hair products here, Rush. Guessing these came from off-world?
Met a group once that were obsessed with anything hair care related. If this is their stash, I hope they're okay.
Embrace the darkness!
You ain't hitting shit. Oh, fuck. Okay, you are hitting
Another
shit.
fakie!
I don't like the barrel throws are a little weird. Like I always think it's going to hit, and I feel like it was a little bit more forgiving. Well, I guess you didn't really throw barrels before. It feels like it's supposed to be a little bit more forgiving than what it actually is. I don't see a way for me to get up there. At least not yet. So I could be blind. Oh, there it is. This shit kind of. I feel like this. I feel like this girl moans too much to the point that I could get demonetized. I think she's moaning to the point where like YouTube's gonna question the content of this video. Is she okay? No, she sounds like she's having a rough time.
Idolaters all will enjoy watching your lifeless body tossed at his feet. And it will be tossed from very high.
Okay, so it's not over here.
Sound of crunchy bones and splattered flesh almost as much as I do.
Okay, that was not necessary. That was not necessary. The like. At first, it's just like, okay, this is kind of disturbing, and then you hear the guy like breathe in the mic, and you're like, no, guy.
Hurry to me, please. I need to see you bleed. I need to hear you scream. I need to smell the warm fear running down your shivering legs.
I feel like I'm getting really close to the boss, though. Like I need the contraband. I guess I didn't find the other pieces. I'm not getting the bonus. I'm not gonna get the bonus. That's not good.
Wait. I'm sorry. Usually all that horny stuff scares people off. It was just a bed. I'll tell you anything you want. We can't have that.
The game saw you were streaming and decided to turn into a zest factor? Seriously, turn up the zest.
The game saw you were streaming and decided to turn up the zest factor.
Oh, actually, you know what the thing is? I didn't even think about this, and I could have probably tried to set it up or whatever, but I guess there actually is like a thing where like you guys can control my experience if I link my Borderlands game with my chat on, I think it's a Twitch integration. where you could like spawn enemies or like put in like wacky effects and stuff like that while I'm
Then
playing.
you can make something other than protein bars?
Ooh, red chest. Come on, big money, big money, big money. Boo! Thank you for the 10 bender. Boo! Oh, that was in Borderlands 3. It was in Borderlands 3. I do remember it being there. I think it's because I was like, who was I watching back then? Who did I watch back for Borderlands 3? Probably Mox. Probably Moxie. Yeah, this is a boss fight. I need the other fucking piece of contraband. Where's the other piece of contraband at? I don't want to finish the quest yet. I have to backtrack. I'm sorry, chat. You're gonna have to deal with me being a fucking completionist weirdo. Where the fuck is it at? I feel like it's supposed to be down this way, maybe. We're gonna ruin your experience if you link the chat. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna do that. That'd be the worst thing I could do.
We are going to ruin your experience if you
Thank you for the
link the
5.
chat.
Soap. No, we get to control a badass and we can increase its damage, heal it, and level it up. That's actually kind of fucking cool. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, so I need to think really quick. So I found the first one over here, right? Does it show on my minimap? It does. It's below me. Oh, I didn't realize this opened up. So there's enemies. I thought this was a enemy spawner in here.
My buddy
There we go.
Dice's dice. 6, 8, 10, and 20-sided. He bragged about a rare 2-sided one, but I think that's just a coin. Might seem silly, but even the smallest reminder of home makes each day here easier to bear.
Hold up. Did this guy start collecting
Oh,
dice
nice.
because it's his name, or did he get the nickname because he collects them?
That is a question I literally never thought to ask him until this very moment. That's all our confiscated stuff. We've hardly met, but you already helped us reclaim a bit of home. Thank you.
I was a nightmare when I got control of a badass. That's so cool, dude. I didn't realize that they had that. Borderlands 4 sitting at 63% on Steam right now. I think I think the overall reception of it is going to improve. I'll be honest with you. I think it will. Borderlands is one of those games where, like, as much as people hate it, they love it almost nearly as much. And, like, I think that's pretty. I think that's probably just the best way for me to say it. I think that people love it as much as they hate it, and I think that, like, performance issues are definitely going to play into it. I would almost guarantee, and I haven't checked, but I could, that I would imagine that the disparity in reviews on Steam are probably likely more weighted on Eastern audiences, like Chinese and stuff like that. I bet if it was not global and it was just limited to, like, North America, it would probably be like half and half. It's a love-hate relationship. Yeah, it is. But I think it's also going to be, I think it also will just kind of be like a Borderlands, like, not as bad as Borderlands 3. I don't think it's going to be a Borderlands 3 situation where people are like, boo, I hate that game, but I still bought it and played it a lot. Why is the map so empty? Because I killed everything and I had to backtrack. I forgot something and had to run back and get it.
Timekeeper! I wasn't... No!
Got your affairs in order?
I'm not interrupting anything important, am I?
I don't think I have. Do I have? I don't know. I don't think I do. Let me look. No, I don't have any fucking electric damage. Oh, no, I do. This is Vladoff. Yeah, we'll switch this out because that fucking shotgun is garbage. Okay, recoil is a little rough on this, but that's okay. It's actually really good.
Flip the switch. You got your lifetime.
Get them, my minions! What's going on here?
So many secrets inside this head. Let's see what spills out.
Damn it! He ripped his own bolt.
So now he's a psycho. Oh god. Whoa, holy shit. Okay, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. Back myself into a corner. Okay. Reaper will help me.
Hey, bestie!
Uh-oh. Get another Reaper.
Do you also find you boring?
So long as the boat's not damaged, we might be able
It's
to
really nice to be able to have a tank. Something to take away aggro is really nice. I'll tell you that right now. Borderlands 2 was peak, it was. That's why I love minion builds in games. I do too. It's very nice, especially early on. How you liking it so far? I've seen Burnt Peanut played it so far. I like it, man. I do. And I'm usually really critical on most games. Obviously, I'm going to be a little bit... I recognize I'm going to be softer on this game because I like Borderlands, right? Here, Amara is back in this one. Amara is back in this one, so I have concerns. Why? Amara was fucking cool. I didn't really have any problem with Amara in the first game. Or in the third, I mean.
This is a long shot, but a while back
Amara and Zane were largely the fucking high points of Borderlands 3.
Conway scouted some space wrecks that haven't been picked clean of usable
At least for me.
salvage yet. Sending you coordinates now. If we're right, whatever the spy master knows about Saul's weapon could still be on the boat.
Please tell me, are most of the guns overly alien and abstract looking? I mean, most of them can be. It just depends on what vendor you're using. But I mean, it is like a sci-fi fantasy game, so yeah, most weapons are not going to look necessarily conventional. There will be some that do, but yeah. Collect the bolt scanner parts. I should have been paying attention. I played Zane and Beastmaster, so you know I like pets. Yeah. I didn't really like Beastmaster that much. I don't know why. Okay, so this is way out. We got to go across. I got everything here already, though, it looks like. These are just vending machines. So I guess we'll go out this way towards these other quests. Is there faction-based gear design? It's not necessarily like faction-based. You have weapons that are made by different companies. I mean, I guess you actually could say it's faction-based because the companies are essentially factions. This game kind of shares a little bit of DNA of like Cyberpunk 2077, where like corporations largely are the ones that rule most planets, and corporations are largely the ones that go to war with one another. So like their weapon designs are going to be... I didn't mean to do that. I don't even know what I replaced that with. How could you even do that? That's still there. That's still there. Okay, they're all still there. Never mind. Okay. But they all have like, you know, depending on what manufacturer, they're gonna look a little bit. They're gonna look a little bit different. And then there's also a thing that they put into this game, which is new to this game specifically, which is that manufacturer parts can show up on different weapons. So somebody could, so you could find a gun that's like a Vladoff, or like I'm using a Jacobs sniper rifle, but I could get a Jacobs sniper rifle that has a Malawan scope, or a Vladoff underbarrel or something like that.
One's not enough for you. And you got the timekeeper involved. No, no, no. Stop ruining things, or else.
Borg, my beloved. Yes.
Heads up. Last time I scouted these wrecks.
Man, what was that really good pistol in 2? Held in Borderlands 2, there was a Torg pistol. The B? No, that was the shield.
One that says you're just a hungry boy in a hungry world.
You know what? I haven't seen it in a while. You should probably move on.
No, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. That's what I want. I like how Vladoff are supposed to be like the cheaply made ones, so on reload you have to like crank it to like get it to actually reload. I'm gonna go down. You bitch. You bitch. He ran. I am so mad about that. I would have had him if he didn't just run away. Double. Yes, there it is right there. Double penetrating, unkempt herald. Fuck yeah. You already know. God, dude, that thing was so fucking strong. Oh. What a fucking name of a gun, too. What a name for a gun.
Ready to see the unseen?
How'd I miss that? You son of a bitch. Where's my aim? Okay. We're getting shot from. I need to slow down the fine too, man. It moves around a little bit too much for me. Kuba Dwee Chewbacca. Thank you for the prime. Oh, that's not good. What happened to that badass that I was fighting over here? Is he not? What the fuck is going on over here? What the fuck? I should have reloaded all my guns before I came over here.
Nice try.
Where'd the floaty boy go? Did I kill him already? He run away. Hey! Who did that? Is there... There's two more over by that run over there. Unkept Herald was a reference to Dirty Harry.
アンケンプとハロルド was a reference to Dirty Harry.
Yeah, their wordplay has always been really good. There's always like there's a gang load of references in these games, and like that's kind of the thing. I think that's kind of like what makes Borderlands as a series so like it's one of the things that makes Borderlands as a series so like memorable, or something that like people always go back to, and it's always like looking for the references. It's kind of like a timepiece in some ways. Or a time capsule. There's always a lot of memories in these games. Evocarium. I still haven't learned like what most of this shit is. I think most of this is stuff for me to be able to unlock inventory space and stuff like that. So this is above me. I have to figure out a way to get up there. There we go. Ah, one of these. I'm gonna guess that I can climb this ladder. I do appreciate that they're what I would call like Ubisoft run around and do stuff mechanics largely aren't things you have to go looking for, and also are not something that take forever and a fucking year for you to get done. Like, this stuff is pretty simple, straightforward. Just go grab the things, go do the thing, and then get your reward. I appreciate that. I hate when games want to try to make shit like this. Shit like this simple. Well, how am I gonna get to that? When they make shit like this simple, like way more difficult than it needs to be. I guess I have to jump from this roof to that roof. As long as there's a little, as long as there is a little to no catch a ride references are cool. But they don't do catch a ride references anymore. You just have your own vehicle now. The memory of Scooter lives on through us. Only the OGs will remember the pimento taco. Pimentaco. Never forget. Poor Scooter. Yeah, they really did him fucking dirty. I can't believe, like, I think that's just like the dumbest and like cheapest shit to do, like as a game developer or a studio or even like film movies the same way, right? But I don't like, I hate when they, I really do not like when companies kill a character off screen. I think killing off screen just sucks. It sucks for everybody.
Nothing. If this planet is a prison, it's sorely lacking in prisoners.
Okay. We got that done. Now we gotta go down here. In the glove box. Yep, that's right. Long time viewer, first time chatter. How are you doing? Absolutely fantastic. How are you? God, I miss Scooter. Yeah, he was a funny character, dude. I always really liked Scooter. He would also say the most outrageous shit. And also, I guess, like, Homie was a straight-up playa, too, right?
Updating your Echo with the parts we need for the bolt scanner. Not sure what the Rippers think they'll do with spaceship wreckage, but we need it more than they do.
At least give me a challenge. And don't you guys get it.
Fucking scared me. scared me. What the fuck is that? Incinerator Psycho. Okay, so whatever I'm looking for, I'm close to, apparently. Oh, there it is. I wish the throwing animation was a little bit faster. I do. Hyperion? I don't think I've seen any Hyperion weapons yet. That sentence had too many syllables. I apologize. Fuck there. So I just remember just playing these games and just like every time they'd say something goofy, I just be like, man, I cannot fucking believe like these guys had to have a blast when they were making these games originally. I'm sure they still have fun making them now, but like they're just so stupid. They're fun games, but they're so stupid. I like how every weapon's an unpredictable surprise. That is the secret sauce. That is the secret sauce that I don't think any... Oh, these suck. I don't think there's anything you can do about these. You just get hit by them. I think that's the secret sauce that no other game studio or developer has really been able to understand and figure out and replicate yet. There is a certain level of, like, real RPG, power fantasy, like... game-breaking weapon, like random shit that you'll find and you're like, what the fuck? And in a lot of cases, sometimes that stuff is also like unique, one of a kind. I mean, kind of, but not really. There are things that are largely unique, but there are plenty of things that you can just farm. Is that sniper a pre-order bonus or something? No.
Well,
It's literally just a purple I found. Like I think I fought one of those sphere things, the events that you can drop in and fight a mini boss. If I see another one, I'll do another one. LD keeping it real for old school gamers, new and new tech nerds at the same time. Love your channel, man. We all win. Thank you. Yeah, no problem, man. Glad you enjoy the content.
Parts? Are you sure that...
Oh, I think they're turning me to the next thing.
Conway seems to think so. Head on back and we'll find out. Oh, we got our fast travel station working again, by the way. Great if you're in a hurry, but leg day's always gonna catch up to you.
True. True. Navigating the world is also a lot easier than I thought it would be as well. I've been really happy with this part of it.
Hey, Vault Hunter, we're topside. Come on up.
Okay. Is there a faster way for me to go up there? This is the long way. Or are they all the long way? Oh, right here.
Welcome back. Parts can go over there. Conway's whipping up something that, honestly, I don't understand. You sure this is gonna work?
Bolts collect and digitize all our thoughts and impulses. But we're running that data through a combination of repurposed order tech and rusted farm equipment. So... no. Okay, now put the Spy Master's bolt on the synth head.
All the ladies say scooters the fastest ride in town. Catch a man. I just realized that's an insult. Rip scooter.
Rip scooter. Good stuff. And the ladies say scooter is the fastest ride in town. Catch a ride. Man, I just realized that was an insult.
Make me look like a fool. A fool! I must return to the timekeeper's side. I want the locust ready. Now!
The most recent progress report says
Development continues, but such a volatile substance requires methodical testing. There's a bunch more science words, but the weapon is clearly not ready.
I don't care about science. I want my bioweapon. Prepare it immediately.
Locust.
Fine.
So Saul's got a bioweapon?
Damn. Synths are one thing, but a bio
Rubber guys and ladies,
is
everything in
serious
between.
sword attack. I don't know how we stand a chance against it.
Everything in between to also support GOG
if
so
it's
that
an
Nintendo
order
cannot
weapon,
control games you want to play.
maybe
That's actually
we
pretty
need
smart
order
to think
help.
away. There's a good way to think about it.
Hate to
How's
say it,
Borderlands? I
Conway's
like it,
right.
man. I really do.
We want to get ahead of Saul's weapon.
I'm gonna be
We need
jamming this
someone-
so fucking hard. It's not even funny. I can already tell. What is this? What do we got here? This is just one. Activate kill skills whenever Vex's minions die. That's really nice. Like, what the fuck? Why wouldn't I just go ahead and take that? Vex and her minions get increased damage. Oh, it's a kill skill. Kill skill. Vex gains increased action cooldown. Yeah, that's actually really good too. I'll just dump into this afterwards. Because these are basically triggering together. Because every time my minions die, my kill skills will activate, and then so when my minions die, it'll actually increase the time, or it'll actually decrease the time automatically for them to spawn them again.
Inside knowledge.
Cool.
You have friends in the Order?
Well, not a friend. More like a spooky woman who lives in the forest.
Honestly, we don't know much about her. But Saul's been hunting an escaped Order scientist for years. And she
Fatal
fits
as a
this
game
lady's
dev,
description.
watching Twitch, Asmund, etc. to
Very
figure out what
nice
gamers
coat.
actually wanted.
Order
Asmund led me
nice.
to LD, and I've been
Let's work the
watching
shot.
and
Head
taking
into the
notes ever
howl and
since.
see
Oh,
what
that's
you can
awesome,
find.
man. That's good to know.
Maybe I should make a special batch of protein bars to welcome her.
Did you try Nightmare
No, not
Reaper?
bars,
I don't know what that is.
stars. I'll get the cookie cutters.
Rush, you're fear baking again.
Oh, there's a little collectible for me to get on the way. I don't think I've unlocked these yet, have I? Are those the ones that I can't reach yet? Because there's like a door blocking me. Yeah, I can't go that way yet. But I can grab this echo log.
Don't love that!
Yeah, they essentially just destinied the open world with vehicles and shit. So you can just whip out your vehicle anytime you want to. It makes traveling the open world really nice. It just tickles enemies though. It's absolutely sucks as an actual like vehicle weapon. I'm sure I think there's upgrades and stuff for it. I saw that there was like different builds, and like the mounts are actually made by weapons manufacturers, so they'll fire different styles of weapons and fire rates and elements and shit like that. So I guess I can eventually get like a vehicle that will have like all-in-one parts and stuff. It's kind of cool. It's something that they'll probably expand upon, maybe in like future expansions or whatever, put in the ability to be able to actually like customize your vehicle further. Because like right now, if I go into customization, just so you guys can see, I mean this is all stuff that you can get. These are all cosmetics that you get for just doing the campaign and doing your combat, doing all your shit. Right? That's actually kind of sick looking. These are all just for doing missions and stuff. This is a challenge one. Oh, I kind of want that one. I don't like that, actually. Nah, I do like this one. Same thing goes for like all the cosmetics and skins. These are all, earnable in game. Colors, all the same way. You get colorings and stuff from that as well. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like these moving ones. Like, I get the point. I do. But like, I wish I could like pick and choose like where I want it to be. Like, I kind of would like it just to be on the clothing. Oh, that's a really cool looking skin. What? How weird is that? So like, these don't even have anything going on, right? It's just the coloring. But like, this one actually moves. Oh, I actually really like that. It looks sick. So you can do that. You can do primary color. Oh, I guess I can actually. I can actually change this. I didn't realize that. Okay. Sick. I'm not really going to worry about that right now. You can also change your robot. You can change the robot's colors and all that stuff. So you got full customization here. You can change your vehicles. You have vehicle select. So like there is a drift blade. This is probably like Molly-Wand or something. Oh, these are sick. What the fuck? I saw my buddy. He was flying around in a completely different one that I haven't even seen. This is the one that my buddy is running around in. The punchy whoopster. What is this here? Oh, that's kind of sick, actually. I really like that. The pulsar. Ooh, that's clean. That is clean. I do like that. You can also choose like what your hover driver is, I guess. Which is like your weapon, maybe. I don't know what that is. Your weapon? I would imagine. So this is for my, oh, okay, so yeah, this is just your engine. It's your engine. So speed, acceleration, or I go with the other one where I get more handle. I've just been using this one because it has better handling. And then you could also put skins on your weapons and stuff too. A lot of customization. A lot of customization. They didn't ease up on that. They did not ease up on that.
Get them away from me! Oh, really? Because I'm pretty sure I heard you say, sweetheart, there's no such thing as ghosts. And something about shooting my kneecaps. That was before I knew you were a witch! Oh, I'm nothing to be scared of. But these specters, hungry for kneecaps. They just love the crunch. I think the only thing that they'd like more is the combination to this safe. Take it! Just stop haunting me! Good boy. Oh, and when people come around asking who jacked your stuff and shot off your kneecap, you tell them it was Vex. But you didn't.
Damn, these look good. Yeah, yeah. There's actually, I think a lot of this, a lot of the cosmetic stuff looks really good. Plus, there's always going to be more like added to that later on, more customization and whatnot. The game's only been out a couple of days. They have a lot of content plans for this game. I would imagine that they plan on probably supporting this game much longer than they did Borderlands 3. And if they can keep it, if they can maintain like even just like some relevance or some like. If they can maintain some success, like, obviously this game is not going to have, like, let's be fucking real. We'll lay it out right now. This game is not going to have 200,000 players a month from now, right? I mean, a month from now, I don't even know if the game is going to have 20,000 players. Even that would probably be a pipe dream, to be honest with you. It's not a live service game. It's just a single-player game. They're going to add more content to it with DLC and stuff, and they're going to give people reasons to keep playing if they want to. Somebody like me, I'm just a fucking psychopath, so I'm literally going to play this character until this character's maxed, and then go play another one. Roadmap is insane. Yeah, they have a lot of content plans for this game. But yeah, I'm essentially going to try to get every single character built, right? You alright there, buddy? I'll put you out of your misery. It's okay. Oh, this is the place that I went to before. And I'd already gone like deep into this territory, and I was like, oh, you know, this it kind of feels like you know, there's probably some shit going on, some shit that would normally go on here.
Well, someone definitely lives here. Just have to deal with these barriers.
Okay. So I can get in from the roof? Yeah, I can.
Thought so. A bit of impact should do the trick.
Oh, this is like... How does this work again? Up, down? Yeah.
Whew. For being such a dump, this place sure has a lot of defenses.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Another ceasing.
Need to finish Silk Song first? Yeah, I really do need to go back and finish Silk Song. I'll play some of it this weekend probably, or next week maybe.
Countess?
But you guys gotta understand, this is like fucking LD turns off his brain game. This is lizard brain LD video game, and I have desperately needed a game like this for a while. Like one where I just turn my brain off and I don't have to think. I don't need to compute. You know what I mean? I just play. Give gun, shiny gun, shoot, funny guy. Like it makes my life so simple. Bought Silk Song half to spite
order.
Oh, in spite those complaining, yeah.
Ripper.
Fuck, I should have bought two of them if that was the case.
Shot me yet, so you need me alive. Curious. I'd hoped to have enough time to get this fast travel device ready, but plans fall apart. I can adapt.
You look smarter than to point a gun at a vault hunter.
A vault hunter? Things are worse than I thought.
Uh-oh. Why? You pointed a gun at me.
This time and I had no clue Sandra was here. Timekeeper, may he rule forever. Will be so pleased with me.
Back to the realm of wire.
As for you, Vault Hunter, you spoiled my conquest of the Outbounders. How does it feel to have your plan ruined? Try to escape all you like.
How did I miss that?
My forces will crush you.
Same as always.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh, shit. What am I doing? Bring out the summons.
Great news! These protein stars are a huge hit. How's everything on
took our order scientist away in an airship.
Okay, that is...
Oh wow, that's crazy. They boost your recharge a lot, actually. I got basically a second off of each one of them, which is pretty good.
Sending coordinates. It's quite a drive.
That's pretty good.
All the way on the other side of the power dam. Well, hey, at least it's not another prison. It might as well be. The Fade Fields supply Kairos' food, so the Order keeps that place locked down tight. I used to work the meat line before Saul decided synths were more efficient. If nothing's changed, I think I know your way in.
Okay. Where's this at now? There's some shit for me to grab. That first. Let's grab this shit first.
Hell yeah!
Oh no, Nintendo can't see. Oh my god. What? Why can't I go in here? What does this say? Survivalist cache? Okay. It said it was like, it sounded like it was gonna open for a second. Do I gotta go up here for something? Seems to be the case. Yeah, the Spectres are really good. They make like a hairy situation very simple very soon. It does not take them long to become useful. Okay. Ooh, we got here. Heal, but the heal is kind of slow, and then I get fire rate. I never use these things. I literally never heal. I never have to, because I'm a god, and I never take damage. Is this game with fight? Nintendo moments? What do you mean? This game has combat? Oh my god.
Hell yeah. Free stuff.
Oh shit. I didn't realize that was a whole ass thing there too. And a red box? God damn, son. Ooh, what we got here? Fully loaded Mad Hatter satchel. Grenade ordnance. Its fuse time is, or its cooldown is lower, or is that its fuse time? That's what I don't understand. How long does it take for this motherfucker to explode? Spring payload bounces in place, exploding 3 additional times. Bouncer augment. Each grenade bounces toward nearby enemies. That's nice. Overflow. Maximum grenade charge is increased by 1. Also nice. Tedior. Double tap G to detonate a thrown grenade. Ooh, yeah, let's give that one a shot. Does that mean it won't blow up on its own if I just throw it? Okay, that does have a timer. Yeah, it looks like it could be pretty good. What we got going on here? Oh, this is an order weapon. I wonder what those do. I haven't shot one of those yet. Healthy automatic. What does an order weapon look like? This is getting weak. I can just replace this for now. Oh, it's a charge weapon. I don't like that at all. I hate weapons like that. I hate them so much. We'll go back to the SMG. I do not like those like hold and charge weapons. Not unless it's like a heavy ordnance. It's like, you know, a big like energy cannon or something like that. Like that's a different story. I'll be all into that stuff, but I'm not a huge fan into the like hold and then let go. Grenade detonation sounds really good and punchy. Oh, I think the audio design is pretty good in the game. Overall impressed with it.
Awaiting answer. Is anyone out there producing anguish? I'm so tired of this place.
What? There are these are the drones you're looking for. Carried away. Okay.
Leave. Help me.
What?
There. You're free of your stink prison. Need anything else?
Expressing relief. That was both terrible and humiliating. Explanation. I was dispatched to survey a nearby area, but my propulsion battery ran out of power. Request. Please carry me to the region I indicate, and I will narrow down the exact survey location as we come closer.
Okay.
Sounds easy enough. Let's get moving.
Circumstance. I was placed in that small defecation chamber by someone who said, memory. I will put you...
Oh my god.
Shit goes!
Ugh. Well, don't let it get to you. Or do, and let it eat at you. Your call.
Making call. It will eat at me for eternity.
Fucking stupid. Will I drop this if I... Yeah, I will. Oh, wait.
Acknowledging progress. We are nearing the survey location. Update. Once you place me in the correct spot, I will be able to survey the area and complete my...
Oh, you're way off. So
If you had to summarize Borderlands 4 in one word, what would it be?
If, MT pockets. Thank you for the 5. If I had to summarize it in one word, what would it be? That's gonna take me a little while. Those like me summarizing a game in a word takes me a little bit. Takes me a couple of days for me to be able to figure it out. Pretty decent. I like the game, man. I mean, the problem is that like I have to keep in mind that like I like Borderlands. I've always liked Borderlands. I'm gonna be biased to this, even though I've like largely tried to do my best to like criticize them, and I've kept myself pretty balanced in that. I've criticized them pretty hard a couple times, right? But I like the game. All right. Sorry about that. So the performance issues of other games,
Sent you
yeah,
out
it's the
here
same
anyways.
stuff.
Searching.
I just want to make sure I'm on the right mission, right? Am I carried away? Yeah.
Database. Result found. Unable to access. Explaining. Information locked behind administrative access code.
Right. I'm just gonna tell myself I'm not helping the order then.
Reassurance. Access code not related to any current order members.
I bring death in stereo.
I kind of like, I mean, like, this is the one thing that I will say with some of these side activities.
Is she a vampire? How long are her fangs?
I don't like stuff like this where it's like, oh, you need to walk.
Just a human woman.
Like,
as
this
far as
is
I
like
can tell.
purposefully slowing
Her
me
name is
down for
Zadra.
like no fucking
You were right,
reason,
though.
and I don't like
Cool
when
jacket.
games do that. I don't like when they do that to me. I do not. I'm not a fan. Be like right here, yeah.
Verifying location. We made it! Request.
Wait, it's flying.
Analysis. Underground scan complete. Location suitable for digging. Confirmed possible option for relocation. Gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Please accept the forthcoming reward. Additional request. Scans from other drones are necessary to reach total survey completion. Other drones will likely suffer the same propulsion issue.
Underground scan, huh? Well, guess I'll look out for more survey drones.
But what I will say is that for these quests that drag me off into areas like this, where it's like, okay, like one thing that I've seen with some of these at the very least is they usually drop you in an area where there are like collectibles and shit for you to be able to find and get a hold of. So I do appreciate that it's not just a one-off. It's not just a one-off thing where it's like, oh, here we're gonna drag you out in the middle of nowhere and there's nothing else there for you. Like, this actually has other stuff.
Got myself into a bit of a thresher pickle, as you can see. They're just following their deep carnal instincts. Can't
Who got themselves into what? Oh, this guy. Okay. Where are you going? I'm not seeing any other enemies.
Trying to eat me again. Could use your help with that.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I do appreciate is that while the game will take you like out of your way and make you go somewhere, like usually it's going to take you where you're going to find a bunch of other stuff, like other side quests and stuff like that. It took me a while to get used to the Mollywan charge time, but now I swear by it for any elemental build. Oh, I mean, Mollywan is just the
I'm
elemental
out to
gun.
get myself a thresher with benefits, you might say. Help me tame one.
You want to tame what just tried killing you? I'm in.
Taming a wild thresher's a lost cause, as you just saw. But I spotted a nest nearby where some of these beautiful beasts spit out dormant eggs that ain't hatching quick like the rest. If you can bring me some, I wager I can overwhelm them with such love at the exact moment that they hatch that wildness will be the last thing on their minds.
Okay. Okay. I think this is for main quest. What is this? Breeding daisies. This should be close by, I would imagine. Yeah. I want to be able to get to this, but I don't know how to do that. I don't know how I would get up there. There's another one like right here too. I don't see a way up to the top of that. There's just like a cylinder. Oh, I think there's something underneath. Yep.
Always love free loot.
There's just a hideout down here.
It's better than chewing grass. The grass around here is pretty good.
Yep, here it is right here. Anything good? Throne double cream perforator. Ooh, what's this? A syringe. Scabber. So it's the same healing I have now. Well, no, it's a little bit more healing. Yeah, okay. But I'm not seeing any way for me to get to the top of that tower. I figured there's be something down here to get me up there, but I guess there's not. Huh. Gamer's instinct to find something on a hidden map, and there's a lot of that kind of shit in this game. So it's not hard for you to get distracted and try to figure out how the fuck to get up to something. It looks like I could maybe get up to there from there, but I'm not seeing a way to get up to that peak. And it doesn't also look like an area that you would go up to anyway, because a lot of this stuff is like invisible wall territory where you're not really going to see anything. The only other way is if there is... That might actually reach. Yeah, that'll reach. This'll work. I got it. God damn it, I fucking went the wrong way. These are kind of cool and super unexpected, but I really like it. This is kind of like, what? I can't get it to go in the direction I want to. It's trying to send me out that way, which is not the way that I want to go. It keeps sending me this way. I don't want to go this way. Can I not get it to send me that way? Because, like, that's where I need to go. Stop. I'll be able to make it. Got it.
I had the unfortunate experience of meeting an incredibly talkative bot today. Some trapezoidal one-wheeled contraption with a tool belt that no sensible inventor would design. I've already forgotten his name, which is surprising based on how many times he felt the need to say it. Whoever built and programmed him clearly had some manic, depressed. To be honest, I'm not sure how I feel about him, only that he was a lot. Still, meeting him did give me an idea or two about my own creations. Namely, always include a kill switch.
I like the way that she thinks. I like the way that she thinks. So another low rare gun that won't be used. Yeah. But that's the name of the game. The problem is that this game gave a lot of whiplash to people.
They're the only ones that can satisfy me.
You really don't hear how your words are coming out, huh?
What? I'm just raring to see him enter my fertile patch and get to work.
The problem is that there was whiplash from the first game where loot, I guess, or from the third game where like loot was just, loot was so plentiful and like especially legendaries that it just kind of became pointless and it just ruined the mood.
Look at those strong
Ruined the mood of actually getting something good.
Every bit of them was practically made for plowing. Before long, I'll have a thresher of my own that'll heed my every call and instruction. My spine shivering just thinking about it.
Ooh, boy. And I thought I had issues.
Now remember, I need them dormant eggs. They're the only ones that'll work. Like I always say, if the egg's gonna hatch, you're in for a thrashing.
Fucking playing whack-a-mole here.
You've got your lifetime.
Holy shit.
These things
That was
showed
one
up
of
at
the
the
eggs.
same time the moon did. It must be a sign. A moon sign. From the moon.
So easy.
Okay. Now what? I just keep going forward, I guess. Borderlands gives me 0 hype. Yeah, I could see why that would probably be the same. I could see how that could be for some people.
Like you had a chance.
I mean, largely so far, like, narratively, the game has been pretty forgettable for me. But I don't really play Borderlands for a narrative, right? me next. Why do UE5 games have bad optimization anyway? If I had to take a wild guess, and I don't understand exactly how the technology works myself, right? Like I've never used Unreal Engine 5. My knowledge of game dev is pretty limited, right? I fucking dropped out. So I only got so far and only know so much. So I can't talk on this like I'm an expert. However, from what I've seen of Unreal Engine 5, and one of the reasons why people seem to, like, at least on the developer side, be so like into it and think that it's such a great thing in the industry, is because it lowers the bar of accessibility for a lot of new developers, young developers, and inexperienced developers, because there are so many, like, essentially one-click solutions to problems that normally would take like an entire like team to be able to build. Like, where like environments, you know, building an environment like this would take you forever and ever and ever. It's very easy for these guys to essentially copy and paste and move around different assets to get them to, essentially they can, how do I fucking say this? It's all algorithmic. There's a lot of AI. AI is doing a lot of the work for the developers, which makes it easier and faster for them to be able to develop games. However, the problem is that as a result of that, they're also tapping into technologies, shadows, reflections, lighting, all kinds of things that normally they wouldn't have touched in standard development because they didn't have the resources for it. Now they're using tools and AI to be able to solve those problems for themselves. However, they don't have the experience or knowledge or the know-how to be able to optimize a game like that for PC. So then it's essentially turned into an arms race where both game developers, three parties are involved. Game developers, the people that make game engines. Get back here. The people that make game engines and what else? Who else? The game engine makers, the developers, and the hardware makers are essentially in an arms race where they're constantly pushing the envelope, pushing the progress of a lot of this shit forward. But the customer themselves, the reason why we are suffering is because we don't have the money to be able to keep up with their advancement.
Got all the eggs you wanted.
Does that make sense? That's the simplest answer. The reason why Unreal Engine 5 sucks is because we don't have the technology, we don't have the hardware to keep up with the advancements that they've made. And a lot of these developers are not optimizing these games for our hardware. These games are effectively being made for 50 series GPUs. That's it. Yeah, most people don't have a PC that can run it that well. Yeah. I don't think they're bothering to optimize games at all. They're leaving this to DLSS and frame gen. That's the other part too, is that keep in mind that even before... I guess you guys can't see that. Look at this. See that cave? I don't know if that's frame gen or what. It's like predictive lighting. Oh. 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 Game crashed. Speaking of the devil. Speaking of, yeah, it crashed. It's frozen. I'm still talking, but the game's frozen. Yeah. It's like, oh, there it goes. Okay. Came back. It came back. How's the game going, Mr. Drops? I like the game. I have my gripes, I have my issues, but I like the game. I think also at the exact same time, Unreal Engine 5. All right, hold on. Let me just get my thoughts straight on this, and I'll just say what I think. Optimization is always the last step in development. It is not something that is consistently and constantly happening throughout the entire development process. It used to be that way, however, as the industry moved forward, as these consumer goods became more in demand, as the industries become more industrialized, corporatized, and commoditized, the way in which, the speed in which games are made is constantly being pushed up against the line. And that line is the date that that game is going to drop, because these companies are spending hundreds of millions of dollars on marketing, and they can't back out and they can't delay the game. Otherwise, that is going to just freak out everybody, including their investors, which then will lose them even more money. Optimization, being the very last step of development, has constantly gotten less and less and less and less and less of it is being done. So in response to that, game engine companies like Unreal Engine 5 have tried to create solutions to make it where they could make the rest of the development process easier and faster so that more optimization could be done at the end. But that's not happening. Instead, they just do more of the things in all of the other areas, and then optimization is still at the end. But now you've introduced a lot of new tech, a lot of new lighting, a lot of new systems and things of that nature that are going to make it even more demanding on the hardware, which then makes optimization even more important. Instead of just looking at the way that games are made and taking a step back and saying, like, optimization needs to be our primary focus, it just doesn't happen. So a third party then steps into the ring and says, okay, well, we have a solution, and our solution is graphics cards, because we're making this to be able to serve the customer. Because these games are not releasing with good performance, we will make hardware that will make it where it doesn't even fucking matter. Which then gives developers the excuse to continue to use, to continue to basically, you know, not optimize their games. It's a circular logic. They basically just continue to make the problem worse and continue the problem along. Are you playing with frame gen on? I actually have no idea. I didn't really check any of my visual controls. Anti-aliasing, frame generation. No, frame gen is off. Oh, I was going to turn that on. How do I turn that on again? How do I turn on FPS? Game. Steam settings? Interface? In-game? Toolbar? No. I don't remember where it's at. Somebody would have to tell me where it is that's on Steam. So you can see how big it fails around the edges. Well, I mean, like, I can only see this if I angle my camera at this, right? Like, I'm not really going to see the problem. I just noticed the pink out of the corner of my eye, right? So, like, I'm not really going to shit, is it through the actual, like, overlay like this? DLC screenshots, web browser, controller settings, game record settings.
Hey man, here is my support. Keep fighting. You are making a difference.
Chris, thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Appreciate that. Settings in game. Okay, in game. Oh, show performance monitor. Top right hand corner. FPS value single. That's really all I want to see. Okay. Now I can see it. And then I guess I'll do this so you guys can see it as well for a second. So I'm getting like, I'm mostly averaging over 100 FPS. It's definitely not consistent. Xbox Series S is an issue. It is definitely a fucking problem. There's all like, I also think that like, I don't know how much damage that game did to the industry. Or that, oh my god, dude, what the fuck is up with this lighting in here? Never mind, the lighting transitions are weird. How many crashes have you got? None. We thought we were gonna have one, but then I didn't have one. God damn it. I don't want pistols. I'm gonna sell this shit. Looking for the good shit, man. Looking for the good shit, man. Oh, that's not even the right chest. It's over here.
Hell yeah. Free
This guy. Come on, baby. Really? I'm gonna use this one. I don't like the having to like detonate your own. I ain't finding shit. This game sucks. Deadbolt. There's a collectible over here. I want to go grab that. What is this for? Oh, that's me to take it over to his house, huh? Can I teleport? I can. Over here. My biggest problem with this game is that it's not giving me the loot that I want. That's probably, honestly, it just makes this game shit. If it gave me the loot that I wanted, then I feel like we'd actually be able to have a conversation about like whether or not this is actually a good game or not. But largely the loot situation that I'm in right now is going to affect my review for this game. Is that fair? No. Does that matter? No. Imagine senior directors make 20 different IP a year. Entry-level developers make 100 games per year. And AI turns it out. I have no idea. Where's the bolt at? I'm cold. Damn, the Reaper is flexible. That's crazy. I can't believe the Reaper can go all the way the fuck up there and just be like, yeah, I'm gonna fly up here, I'm gonna slash you. That's crazy. I was not expecting that. I see the bolt, though. I think that's the bolt, at the least. Right? It should be just above me. No, it should be right here. There it is. Do I have any idea what these collectibles do? No. I have no idea. Are they useful? Are they things that I actually want? I have no idea. Will I continue to collect them mindlessly? Yes. Yes, I will. Game good? I like the game. But my opinion, like, I have to, like, preface... I have to preface that this is my Call of Duty. You know, that slop game that you buy no matter what? This is my Call of Duty. So, like, I'm gonna have clouded vision on this. I'm just gonna be real with you guys. I'm gonna have clouded vision on this. I think everybody has their weakness game where they can't help it. They just have to buy it and they have to play it. This is that game for me. I don't know. I cannot tell. I honestly do not have the... I don't have the self-awareness with this game for me to be able to tell you guys whether or not you can trust my opinion on this game specifically. I'm gonna be honest. Night Forest is a vibe. Yeah, it actually is kind of nice. I like how kind of peaceful the game is for a little while, and then it gets crazy. It is pretty fun. I'm not a diehard Borderlands fan, but this one is fun. I think that it's a fun game. Obviously the difficult conversation to have.
For long. Soon they'll grow strong and hard and vigorous from my desperate fields. The moment they hatch, they'll need as much meat as they can handle. Mind finding some while I warm the eggs with my body heat? It's absolutely essential I bond with them skin to shell. Read any domestication textbook.
Okay. This is up here. Yeah, no, it's a fun game. It's even more fun when you're actually playing with friends. I think like that's probably the biggest thing. Is it $70 fun? I mean, bro. You can go buy fucking 3 indie games and have an absolute blast.
Bye.
Dang it! I incubated one of the eggs too hard. Oh, not again. I got distracted picturing a bit. Seeing how there's only
Right, like too early to tell, to be honest. Yeah, it's too. And like the thing is that I haven't even put 10 hours into this game yet. Like I can't give you like a, is it worth $70? I can't give you that opinion, to be honest, man. I mean, like if it continues to deliver on what it's delivered for me for, you know, as long as I played it so far, yeah, probably.
Eat now, Daisy. Eat, grow big and strong. Ready for that.
Put a bow on it.
Look at that. She's a plowing net.
Oh, wow. Talk about a growth spurt.
Dag nabbit, calm her down, but I can train those violent instincts right out of her. You just gotta be alive to do it.
Is this the one that has it? No, it's this one. probably don't need to attack it anymore because it's on fire. I'm just gonna kill it. Okay, well that works.
She's calm now, see? Not her fault. She was tantalized by the very sight of my flesh.
Pump hut?
Yes, I see. Primeval urges flow through you. And there's only one way to satisfy them. Vault Hunter, my thresher needs to mate.
My God.
I think I'm gonna call it here.
I just need you to lure an adequately virile male. A throaty thresher mating call should do the trick. I do it myself, but I gotta start setting the mood for his arrival.
So fucking stupid. It's so fucking
Here
dumb.
goes nothing.
It's so fucking dumb.
Guess I missed the mark on that one.
No good. Try deeper, throatier. Really put your thighs into it.
Ah! Reapers! Assemble!
In the afterlife.
Let's bring out this.
Sorry, not sorry. Let's give this another try. Round 2.
Okay.
Damn, really thought I nailed it that time.
That suitor won't do it all. This time, picture yourself as one built to till and mate and till again.
Oh god. Wait until I get another one up.
Oh, it
shit.
feels good. You go, cool.
That does the job. Ah! Is there more of them?
Gonna nail the call this time.
That's I'm still in combat. Where are they at? That's just fish. Oh, there it is.
Nice try. This is the last time. Third time's a charm.
Now he's a worthy one. Even I'm feeling a little something. Subdue him while I spread my scent everywhere. It'll be like I'm right there with them when they mate.
What? Hey, yo! I feel like this game is violating me. Oh my god.
Dominate him so that he can be dominated once more.
Ah! No. Oh, I'm gonna die. God damn it. He was too hard. Hard mode is kind of like this. Definitely some instant die moments. Yeah, that was rough.
Private time.
Wait, where the fuck am I now?
That could have been worse.
I'm here.
Somehow.
Okay.
Awful quiet in there. The males can sometimes get nervous under pressure. Happens to everyone. Mind fixing some mood music to set his mind at ease.
You're dead to begin with. That's all you got.
Okay, can I go in here now? I haven't even unlocked the ability to use these yet, I don't think. Right? Because I think your heavy ordnance goes in... It must go in like one of these slots. I must unlock it through the main quest, probably. I do actually like this, by the way. So as you complete quests, they brought this... They totally ripped this off of... what did they rip this off of? Division. Absolutely ripped this off of the Division. Where you would get... like reward chests after completing certain objectives, doing a bunch of other shit, right? Vault Hunter style. A new style has been unlocked. Ooh, okay. It's a grenade slot. Well, there's 2 slots that are open. Oh, is heavy ordnance the grenade slot? Itty bitty kitty. Looming Doulahan. I've been letting these stack up for a while. Radiation corrosive shotgun. That actually might be pretty good. Lurking Miyuki. Pistol, no element. Dentist approved pocket shot. Jesus. Some of the names of these weapons. Sniper's not going anywhere. I don't have another fire weapon that's worthwhile to replace this with. Those are snipers. I don't really want to use a sniper. This is my only electricity weapon at the moment. I can't get rid of these, man. The only one that I could maybe swap out is this, if this is any better, which it looks like it is. So sure, I guess I'll take this. The other ones I couldn't really do anything about, though, because I haven't been able to get... This was a shotgun? Oh, it's a Molly 1 shotgun. Yeah, these aren't too bad. Heavy ordnance goes in the grenade slot. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we'll give it a shot.
Jazz, really? Whatever floats their boats.
Listen now. Those soulful cries. That boat grinding a point. Glad I got a camera in there recording it. For research. I can tell they got a real knack for plowing. My topsoil's gonna be good and loose in no time. Thanks for the help, friend.
I feel different. Like, good different.
Holy fucking shit. Oh my god, dude. Have there been any game-breaking glitches? I haven't run into any, no. What a game. What a game. What's the customization I got? So I got a new style, which is coloring. Ooh, I kind of like that. I like the color there. Yeah. Okay. You convinced me. This is like the Vault Hunter one. I don't like that. I like this. What's this one? That's kind of plain Jane. It's kind of plain Janey, right? Actually, I like this. I like this. We'll change the coloring on this. It'll look real nice, I think. So head, I got a new head too. Do you like me when I put on the mask? Its eyes actually are like bobble eyes, so they actually like. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. This one, do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Gurren Lagann. Immediately when I saw this, it reminds me of Gurren Lagann. Googly eyes? Yes, googly eyes. Oh my god, fine. Let's see here. Primary color. Let's do like, yeah, okay. What we got here? What's secondary coloring? Okay, we'll do that. Primary. Honestly, we can keep the orange. Tertiary. Yeah, I'm good with that. I don't even see my character anyway, so it largely doesn't even matter. It's really not relevant. You're in first person all the time. Well, you know, I look at my character in the menu screen. So, shut up. Shut up. You don't know anything. Giraffe orange, yeah. Do the Reapers have it? I don't know if they do or not. No, because they usually show up in the color of like whatever your they show up in the color of like whatever your element is at the time, right? Real-time weather effects, huh? Interesting. Interesting. Never thought I'd see Borderlands weather effects, but okay. And then all of a sudden the lighting just like changed drastically for whatever reason.
Hey there, it's your friendly tour guide, RJ again, taking you on a delightful audio tour.
Okay, so now I don't have any fast travels, so I basically just need to go to whatever my next objective is going to be. There's a sub-quest going through this way. What is this here? Mission? I guess we do this, right? A lot of progress? Because ready to the other one's way further away.
Known as Lovely Fields. This place is alright, I guess, if you're into grass, and no, not the fun kind.
Like literal grass. The Fade Fields are sort of like Kairos' heartland. A lot of farms, a lot of people, grazers we call them, forced by the Order to work on these farms. The Order produces tons of power out of it, too. Also at gunpoint. Are you sensing a pattern? Until we kick Order bastards like Idolater Saul to the curb, none of us will be free.
Also, I do think that, like, Elpis being, like, shattered into their sky looks fucking sick as hell. That image in the sky is pretty fucking dope. Like, it's just really cool world building and design. The one thing that I will say with Borderlands is that, like, their, what is it? Their border, like, their, no, not, am I going the right fucking way? No. The underlying lore of Borderlands, I think, is some of the coolest in gaming. Just the idea of the vaults and sirens, like, it's very, very cool. It's very cool. The developers largely do not deliver on the promise of what that lore could be, but regardless, the concept of it is very cool. Which makes me, like, continue to be, like, hopeful and always, like, wanted to check the game out and play it and see what it looks like every single time they put out another game. I think this is one of those towers. Maybe. Didn't see that coming, did you, bitch? Oh, maybe it's not. Oh, no, it is. When Borderlands 1 and 2 came out, it was like art style, characters, humor, story, and the gun loot. Nobody does progression scaling well. Nobody does progression scaling as well. It's satisfying. I actually do agree with that. I think that Borderlands is probably one of the better balanced games in some cases. Obviously, that gets thrown out of fucking whack once the gamers get their hands on it and the gamers do the gamer things and we find the biggest loopholes possible. But I do think that the overall, like, the loop of progression in these games is consistently satisfying. I don't think I've ever played a Borderlands game where when I got a weapon, like a new weapon, like an impactful one, it didn't felt like almost the perfect, like the moment I needed it. I'm just like shooting right over their head. Oh, that's not good. What does Chain Master do? Do they share their health? Okay. Is it worth the $90 real fans would pay for? He's such a fucking idiot for saying that. God, he's so stupid for saying that. The biggest problem, Randy Pitchford's biggest problem is that he doesn't know when to shut his fucking mouth. That dude is a fucking chatter. And he will talk and talk, and then he will talk himself into a corner, and then players will be like, this guy sucks. Is the game good? Yes. Largely for me, yes. Yeah, I was right. It was one of these things. Nice. Got a fast travel point. Got a bunch of bounties, too.
To be honest, even if a creature is charging straight at me, I can't fire my weapon. We still need their parts. Any help you can give. Some creatures are pets. Others...
If killing the Order and pilfering their lifeless bodies is wrong, then I don't want you to be right.
Okay. And then these other quests should probably be... These other bounties and shit should be over here. Yep, they are. That's cool. Like, okay, I need you guys to pay... Like, I've been traveling a very large area over here. Look how big this fucking map is. All the running around and shit that I've been doing, that was happening like right here in this like little corner, like just to the north right here. That's a lot of fucking game, dude. I'll be real. That's a lot of game. I've enjoyed Borderlands damn near since I was 10 years old. Just have never been able to actually play the end game, like level 60 plus in Borderlands 2, past the DLCs in 3. So I'm waiting to see if it feels good before I pick it up, or I'm waiting to see if it's good to pick it up. Yeah, but is it filled with meaningful content? I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like, I tend to be pretty judgmental on this stuff, especially like with like Ubisoft as an example, right? Like with the Assassin's Creed Shadows, I was all over that game. Pointless activities and shit constantly in those games. It was annoying as shit. What the fuck is this? How do you get in there? Do I want to get in there? Oh, that is a weapons chest. Throw stuff at it? Deposit. Oh, this is fuel, right? It wants something. What does it want? This? No. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Is it filled with meaningful content? I think that no matter what, you're going to have a little bit of repetition. Everybody's going to admit that you're going to have some repetition in the open world anytime you have one, just because there's just so much shit in a game, right? But, and while this game is definitely filled with that repetition, I mean, like, here I am going to collect another log, right? One thing that I do appreciate that they did not do in... what the fuck is that stupid game? One thing that I appreciate that they did not do in Assassin's Creed is they didn't really keep a lot of this stuff close by. Okay, so I cannot make there to there. Which means that there has to be one of those... I thought there would be one of those things where, like, it shoots you up into the air, but I guess there's not one over here. They keep things close together in this game, which I appreciate. So, like, it makes it easier for you to be able to go from event to event or area to area and fight shit and do stuff. Like, this is an event right here, and I didn't even realize I've been walked into it. And for Borderlands, like, what is meaningful content in Borderlands? Meaningful content in Borderlands is when you... What the fuck? How the fuck do I fight this guy? Do I have to, like, jump just above his head and hit him here? Yep. That was goofy as fuck. Meaningful content in Borderlands is killing stuff. It's shooting stuff. It's getting guns and getting loot. That's all it is. The whole game, it's the whole loop of the whole game. It's killing stuff, explosions. So as long as everything serves for that purpose, then it's largely fine. And what I found that I appreciate is the fact that, like, a lot of these, like, usually what I'll see is I'll see a collectible on the map. That collectible on the map will then lead me to a quest. That quest will then lead me to another collectible. So, like, everything loops into one another, and you very rarely ever find yourself, like, going into, like, one direction pointlessly, getting to that place, and then realizing that, like, it was just that one thing that was there and nothing else was there. I have not had that happen to me yet. I'm not saying that it can't happen in this game. I'm sure it's definitely possible. But in most cases, anytime I go looking for one thing, I find, like, 3 other things while I'm there. And then I'll find something that, in some cases, will also lead me away from that place that I went to. Like, I'll find a quest or something like that. Okay, that's actually really cool. Okay, that thing was actually really strong. I was not expecting that. That's way better than a fucking grenade. Why would I use a grenade? Why? What are these? Oh, this is just like that. Does that make sense? I don't really know Assassin's Creed, but where the winds meet has fast character travel. Distant interest points sound viable. Yeah, there's a lot of fast travel in this game, too. So, important question. Can you kill small wildlife? I haven't even tried. My gamer brain has asked me to, and then I didn't. Why? Yeah, I saw birds earlier. I'm sure you probably can. It's fucking Borderlands. It's not like they pull punches in this game. I mean, you literally like fucking just turn everything into mush, right? As long as Borderlands makes Monkey Brain happy. Yeah, that's essentially what the game does. It has no other purpose beyond that. Make Monkey Brain happy. Okay, I need to just do the fucking quest. Oh, how do I get there?
Nice try.
There we go. And just being able to, like, pull out a vehicle and go do your thing does make all of this stuff, like, way easier. Like, it makes it a lot more palatable. I was worried when they said open world because I was afraid it was going to be, like, very empty and boring and there just wasn't going to be a whole lot of shit going on. But I've been pleasantly surprised by the fact that there's been a lot of things to do. I haven't come across any events while we've been playing, which is really surprising. I figured that I probably would have at least seen a couple of events. They're like these big, massive bubbles, and then once you enter into them, you will get like a mini boss and a bunch of other shit, and then you fight it and do that whole thing. What? That would have been cool. What's this place? Go up here or go down here? Down here. Reminds me of the BFG from Doom. Yeah, it kind of does. Yeah. What? What? How far away am I? Very. Why did I get off?
You know, I've always been curious what Vault Hunters were like. But you're a lot more... well...
Go on. Spit it out.
Anyone ever call you intense? Or scary? Or, like, dangerously intriguing, but in an I'd absolutely risk it all sort of way?
Yes, but not from anyone still alive. You can't fix me.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
tracks.
Like you had a chance. Ha! I will slobber all over your corpse.
What? Mr. Kitty Cat, what are you doing? Why are you sitting on my keyboard? Hi. Hi, buddy. You're obviously sleepy. What are you doing over here? Is it an actual open world, or do you have to group up with more players? No, it's fully open world. I mean, I literally have not been able to... I can go anywhere I want. Yeah, there's nothing stopping me from going. The only thing that like I've run into is like certain mountains will have like invisible walls, but that's because you're not supposed to climb certain mountains and areas. But outside of that, you have full freedom. You can go wherever you want. Fluffy. Yes, he is fluffy. No, it's fully open world. I can go anywhere in this game. And the map's, like I said, like I showed before, the map's fucking huge. It takes you a while to get from point A to point B. A lot more map to discover later on. Terminus Range, Arcadia. They're all, and obviously, like as they do expansions, they'll probably expand upon this with new areas. Wait, are those microtransaction packs in the bottom left? Huh? Where? Oh, down here? No, it's the different editions of the game. So like if you want to upgrade the game to like the Vault Hunter edition or the whatever the exclusive one is. What place would you put this game in the series? Probably second. I would say it'd probably go 2, then 4. I'd say 2, 4, 3. I guess pre-sequel wasn't that bad. Pre-sequel's better than 3. The classes, I think, were cooler. The best is 2. Yeah, but the problem is that like 2 hasn't aged all that well, though. It's not ads for microtransactions, it's ads for macro transactions. My disappointment still stands. Yeah, I don't blame you. You're going to see more stuff like that in the future. Right now, it's these companies that are advertising their own shit in their pause menus. But at one point in time, like, don't be surprised when this like flips over and there's just like a McDonald's logo. Hey, get 25% off. Get $2 off a Big Mac. Two is aged like fine wine. Maybe I'm thinking of 1. No, I take that back. I went back and I played 2 with a buddy of mine recently, now that I think about it. Well, not recently. It was like last year. What is a child? What is a child? Why don't you go to bed? Why don't you go to bed, child? If ads enter my video game, I'm going back to pirating. Oh, yeah, no. Players will find a solution to get around that kind of shit. 100. 100. What is this here? Another base?
Another.
Shut the fuck up. What are you looking at? How's that not hitting? What? What? What the fuck was that? I'm like I'm a little surprised by the hitboxes. They're the hitboxes in this game are not forgiving. This is actually, like, Borderlands is what I use to, like, train myself to use mouse and keyboard. Because I was a console gamer forever, right? And when I finally got a PC, like, I was like, oh, man, this is going to be so good. And then I, like, sat down to play, like, my first FPS game or something like that. I forgot what I had played at the time. And I was like, holy shit, this is so hard. I'm like, this shouldn't be that hard. I've always played video games. How do I not know how to play video games anymore? Like, what is going on? And then I just played Borderlands 2. And I, like, took it slow at first, so I got better as time went on. Oh, I got raiders. Thanks for the raid. Bro is giga locked in. I'm just not. Denise? Is it Denise? Dynamo, I'm sorry. My bad. Thank you for the raid. It's not that. Oh, I mean, I guess I am kind of giga locked in. I get trapped in my thoughts. Don't fucking judge me. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. You missed the cat. Now he's gone to bed. It's too bad. You're dodging bullets. Your bullets are dodging heads. It feels like it. It feels like they're dodging. Yeah. Let's go. So how do I get into here? Oh.
Excuse me. If you can help, I have a possible cure for Ripper madness that will end their pissy poor attitudes forever.
Oh, this reminds me of a lot of ex-girlfriends.
I only need a few more items for my researchable heroin.
Have you tried aiming? No, that's the part I gotta figure out.
For my research.
wait, you think you can cure the Rippers?
I do. My research is quite conclusive.
D nice. D's nice. I like how you guys are just giving your own.
You enjoy massive explosions in your face like I do.
I peeped the cat pre-raid and it's okay. yeah, sleepy baby. You know, he's very tired.
I can't risk leaving my machine, not with all those tasty basket cases running around.
Okay, so find iridium sample. Okay, so.
So you were a scientist before.
Let me track the quest really quick. I wish that it would pop up something asking if you want to track the quest. I think this is her right here, right? Yeah. All right, let's track this. First time making your stream. Love your videos. Keep being the voice for us gamers. Thank you. No problem, man. Thank you. Glad you enjoy the videos.
Incredible state is better than the alternative. I was already researching Ripper psychosis back when I still had my bolt. But a pack of them attacked my lab, ripping anyone they found. So I beat them to the spinal extraction trauma!
You mean you ripped yourself?
Good lord.
I did. Removing my bolt in a controlled environment allowed me to mitigate some ill effects. But still, my brain surges with delicious juices! It is a curse, but also a blessing. It gave me the final
That's the thing.
That's the thing.
I don't think... I'm trying to think if there's ever been an instance in which I thought a Borderlands game didn't have voice actors that delivered pretty much across the board. It's like almost every character, even side characters, that deliver so well in these games. It's crazy.
Which will sizzle like a hot meat parts.
Wow, that's actually pretty inspiring.
Powerful thrashing mandibles! Which is to say, thank you. I'm just doing what I think is right.
This Borderlands is the best Borderlands since 2. I think it is. I largely think it is. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. And while like some people are gonna be, honestly, I think there's gonna be some people that are probably in the position that they believe that even just saying that anything is close to Borderlands, they won't even like it. Like nothing else can exist other than Borderlands 2. I mean, let's be real. So like the other, like 3 wasn't a bad. It was a bad game. It was a good game. It was a good bad game. It was just really fucking cringe. Can you kill small wildlife? You can kill small wildlife. There you go. And I feel bad now. That was tragic. That was like a ferret creature. Now I feel like an absolute monster. Thank you, chatter, that asked me that earlier and then made the demon in my brain scratch and ask the question. Sometimes instead of asking can you, you need to ask the question should you. Okay, so how the fuck do I get up there? 3 was so cringe and it took away the good parts of the game. I've always said that 3 is a great game as long as you play it on mute. If you just jam music while you're playing that game, fantastic game. I mean, mechanically the game was really good. I think the gunplay had largely improved since 2. Oh, I think I just go around this backside here. Okay. Why don't I just hit the damn button? They need to do the Ghost of Tsushima thing. They need to just give me the blood petals that flow, and then I just follow the wind. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking over there. Talk about the most temporary. Talk about the most temporary thing ever. We're like, and that was like Borderlands, and maybe that's not going to be this game's problem as much as like it was for some of the earlier entries. Is that like their humor was so rooted in like topical humor, where it's like if you don't understand the times and the memes, then you're largely not going to like understand any of the jokes of the game. And then it makes the game a little bit more difficult for people to be able to resonate with years later. And can I hit the shot? Nope, I can't. I'm gonna die. Oh no, I gotta reload. No, 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 no. No, I missed! Damn it. Anyway, the point that I was trying to make is that the earlier games were so topical in their humor that if you weren't born in the right proximity of time, you wouldn't understand any of the shit that they were talking about. And damn, I didn't realize I didn't get that high. They hopefully have overcome that with this game, but there were like a lot of references and stuff like that like people just wouldn't get anymore. Like the younger you get, the less you would understand some of the references. I still haven't got a better fire weapon, and I need one. Oh, wrong one. I should have done this one. I keep getting purple stims, dude. Give me good loot. You Bogarting motherfuckers. I can't believe it. I'm gonna just put this thing up against your fucking head, and I still missed. Quit. I fucking quit. Ow, fuck off.
Here comes the pain.
You got this, bro. There you go.
Uh-oh, someone didn't kill me.
Can I switch weapons, please?
Unstoppable.
Another med kit. Bro, give me weapons. Wait, what did I come over here for? Borderlands 4 shows it's still funny without having to do modern trends. Yeah, I think largely they got away from some of that stuff, and I think it's working out a lot better for them. What do we think about the Ghost of Yote dev being fired, if true, but Sony not condoning that behavior at all? It was actually already confirmed. It was confirmed by Kotaku that the guy got fired. Or lady, or whatever, whoever. I don't really give a shit what they are. Yeah, that's already been confirmed that they lost their job. I don't think that, like, should Sony come out and grovel and make an apology? I don't know. They took care of the problem. I'm not really that bloodthirsty, to be honest. I think why is there a random bush there? Somebody just, like, forgot an asset? Unbelievable. I found the way that I needed to go. Yeah, I'm not that bloodthirsty. I'm not that demanding that I need them to also, like, kowtow and lay down in front of me and beg for my forgiveness. I don't, like... They got rid of the guy. Simple as that. Cool. That's all I needed. That's all I care about. You showed me that you don't want people like that working at your company. And you know what the funny thing is? is it's not even like, for me, it's not even the moral grandstanding of like, oh, don't say things like that. Like, I don't really give a shit what people say or what people think. It's just the fact that these folks are so unprofessional that they would say that on like using their company's name. That's the stuff that I don't like. It's like, if you're that messy, you also make really bad video games. I'm just gonna put that out there. If you're that messy professionally, there's a really good chance you don't know what you're doing, and you have the wrong priorities, and your games probably suck. And I don't want games made by you. I don't want to play games made by you. Let's do this. Let's do this. That does the job. And we get nothing. Again. Again. This is the house. How do I get in it? It's like a hobbit house. A house built in a hill. Hear a radio inside. How do I get in there? Well, how the fuck do I get in here? Safe house. Claim safe house to unlock fast travel. This is for sure it. But I have to figure out how to get in here. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's just a digi thing, right? Oh, that was the console command. Okay, now we can go open the door. I think if you're that unprofessional, your beliefs automatically drip into your games. I think the sad thing is that there are people still at Sucker Punch that share that dude's thought process, right? But you're not going to be able to just like detect who those people are. It's not like you can like pull out a divining rod and be like, we got another one. I mean, you can comb their social media, which I likely believe that I know for a fact that that Sony's HR is probably investigating right now. And they're probably doing their best to be able to avoid any other problems that they could come across as a result of, like, you know, employees saying dumb shit. I know that. I know that. I would guarantee, like, following an event like that and just, like, seeing the social and political climate of today, and seeing that Ghost of Yotai largely hasn't had like enough marketing. The release schedule has been so busy. The last thing that they need is some like anti-fandom campaign against their game weeks before release. Literally, Sony having actual World War II flashbacks of Concord. That's what happened. Sony literally having World War II flashbacks of Concord. It's just like, oh no, we've seen this before. They were like, call up Sucker Punch. Find out who that dev is. Tell them to get them the fuck out of there. Pack their shit up. Put out a press. Well, they didn't put out a presser, sadly, but. Which actually kind of, well, that's actually really interesting now that I think about it. No, actually that... You know what's funny? I almost feel bad for Sony, but it's Sony, so I don't. No. I think people misread this entirely. I just realized something. There are people right now that are crying and complaining that Sony didn't come out and directly condemn the person's words and fucking, you know, beg the crowd to be nice to them and you know, hey, I'm sorry, guys. But the funny thing is that I'm actually more happy that Sony didn't come out looking for public approval for them letting go of the employee. They did that shit quietly, and the only reason that we found out was because games journalists had reached out to them directly and asked them if the employees still worked there, to which they replied no. So I have more respect that they didn't do it just to seek public approval. It seems like, because without them coming out and doing some public statement and trying to make a big show of it, instead, by them not doing that, it makes them look like they did it because it was to preserve the image of the company and the company's values. You can, no. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I think that's why I believe that people are kind of missing the point here. If it was just damage control and they don't care what they said, well, then they would have made a show of it. If it was damage control, they would come out and say, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. And they fired the dev. They didn't do that. They let them go silently. And the only way that people found out was through that person's social media, and then later through Games Media, who emailed Sony directly asking for a comment whether or not that employee still worked there. If this was just damage control, it would be like, you know, guys, we're getting him out of here. We're so sorry. Blah, 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 blah. Please buy Ghost of Yote. You're not getting any of that. Bet they're busy investigating this whole thing instead of making fancy social media posts. Good point. Yeah, no. I think that's largely what the case is. They're probably actively investigating and looking at their employees' social media. They're starting to take some of this shit seriously. I'm being real with you guys. I think that there's some people that probably don't think that I'm right in saying this. And eventually you hit an apex where when developers and studios on such a massive scale that we've seen over the past couple of years stop listening to their audiences, at one point the ship has to be righted. The storm, right? Or not the storm. The ship has to change directions. You're gonna hit a cross where all of a sudden you're like, man, we're losing a lot of money. We're losing too much money. Okay, maybe we need to switch gears and try something different. And I think the first sign of that we've seen, I think the first sign that we saw of it was actually Lords of the Fallen. CI games, I think they're probably the first ones that I saw step forward. And I mean, these guys just straight out called out the bullshit. And they said, there's all this shit going on in game design right now, and we're not going to do it anymore. We're going to do our own thing. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, or whatever it's going to be. You know, they called it out and said there's too many activists in game development. We've had too many companies trying to push these different campaigns on us or whatever it is, or these different messages and stuff. And it's like, that's cool, man. Like that they do stuff like, or that they come out and they're being like that transparent about it. But I think at the largest scale, what we've seen, like the biggest change that I've seen so far is probably EA, because EA is like the first one to come out and say like, hey, I don't think you guys understand. EA coming out and saying that like we need to target low-end hardware is a way bigger deal than people understand. Literally not a single company has admitted that. Nobody has talked about how most players do not own insanely expensive most players don't own insanely expensive hardware to be able to play their games on, and these companies do not want to admit it, because then that means that they would have to change the way that they've been developing their games, and they're not going to want to do that. And it's just, it's also like the overall messaging. Like in a lot of cases, these AAA companies do not come out and take a stance against the position of their competition. Not publicly, not in a way that you would normally, not in a way that players probably would like them to.
You're so beautiful at fighting death. Bring it to me. Or you could go ahead and grab that iridium while you're out.
So, and like, what I mean by that is that, like, for them to come out and say, like, we're not going to do what they did with Call of Duty. Like, that is, those are fighting words. Usually, these companies don't mention each other like that. They don't go like, we're not going to do what Call of Duty's doing. You don't usually hear that from these guys. That tells me that they likely are in a position that they feel like they need to actually compete again, which is stunning. Which is stunning. I love to hear it personally. I'm so happy to hear it. Dude, we stack elemental damage so fast when I have the Reapers out. It is crazy. Like, we absolutely cook these fools. And then I healed them all so they stay out longer. We need another one. No, you guys left me at the wrong time. Whoa. Olay. Can I open the chest now? Can I open the chest now? Why can't I open the chest now? There's still an enemy. Where is he at? He's down here. Where are you? Stupid little buffalo. If you look back, it was something that affected the far left. They were quick to talk about it. If it was something that could be considered as bad, they always made a statement. Or someone close to them would? I'm not really too sure. I'll be honest, we're very far past critical thinking hours at this point on this stream. Where we've largely cooked far past those numbers. We have squeezed the juice. The juice has been squeezed. Now you're killing critters in cold blood. Well, maybe they should just give me the damn loot. Good morning, haha. Guess it's good. Yeah, I've been enjoying the game, man. I'm gonna play the fuck out of this thing. I don't know what else to tell you. I think people are gonna have their own opinions on it, and I think like the price, and it's so fucking valid. It's so valid.
We're good on the iridium too.
The price, like, people's issue with the price, as well as the what else? The price and the performance. So justified in not liking the game, being angry about the game, not liking Randy Pitchford. Totally 100% justified in all of it. I'm enjoying myself. Obviously, I have the benefit of higher end hardware that can take advantage of the band-aids that Nvidia uses to be able to make up for the fact that developers can't finish their games. But I think like just talking about the game as a video game, it's like they've done a really good job with it. I think they've done a solid job with it. I'm actually the thing I'm the most surprised is the fact that the game works so well in an open world environment. I guess that shouldn't surprise me all that much, since essentially like Borderlands has always effectively been an open world game, but just not on that scale that we're used to seeing. Like, it was largely an open world game. It's just like all the zones weren't connected. What's wrong, buddy? What's wrong, buddy? That's some fancy footwork? Yeah, did you see him? He was trying to dance around my bullets, man. What the hell? That's some crazy skill gap. That's some I'm surprised that they took it there, you know what I mean? And most games wouldn't try to make a game that difficult. If they just put the game out at a higher price and Randy had kept his mouth shut, if they had put the game out at a higher price and Randy kept his mouth shut, people would have been annoyed and angry, but they would not have gotten as bad of pushback as they did. They didn't increase the price though. That's the funny thing. They released the game at like industry standard AAA $70. They did not increase the price to $80. I mean, obviously it's more expensive in certain countries, but that's largely because of like exchange rates and shit. He was quivering in his boots. He was super scared.
And they're in. Safe and sound. What's next?
Switch flipification. Everything.
Yeah, that's the funny thing to me is that like a lot of folks are still walking around being like, I can't believe they charged $90 for the game, and I think it's actually like 90 in Europe, but in the US it's still 70, unless you want their like super premium editions and shit, right?
Just flip the switch. Wait, don't flip the switch! Catastrophe pre-void, and I nearly forgot something. Details scream in my dark void these days. We need a simple transmission, unsophisticated processing device to keep the iridium and ordinite from reacting under electric current.
Sure, why not? Where do we get one?
The chips can be found implanted in the cephalic region of meatheads. There's one raking the flesh leaves outside. Bring me his head, please.
I'm cool with that. One meathead head coming up. So, this cure, how's it gonna work?
It's a complicated termination of blood.
Hey, meathead! I need your meathead!
Holy shit. Get absolutely shredded. Thanks for the head.
Oh, what a stunner. And he smells as good as he looks, too.
Excellent. Sounds like you got the right guy. Bring me his head.
What's up, brother from another mother? What's up, man? Went to Green Man Gaming to get the game discounted down to a slightly more normal price. That's where I go to avoid the stupid $70+ pricing on these games. Yeah, I feel that.
What magnificent repellent.
It's €69.99 euro for a base in Lithuania. Then why do people keep saying the game's $90? I'm confused.
His hearkening stretched my mind. I'm sorry. I can't think with him talking. Can you stop him somehow?
Insult to injury. Sorry.
It boils with stupidity. The chip appears to be intact. The risk of gorgeous cataclysmic explosion should be mitigated. Let's begin. It's safe to flip the first switch.
If you say so.
God, sad goodbye, because I could not stop for death. Kindly stop for me.
Precious success! It's working! Just as my research predicted, I palpitate with neon excitement. Quickly, increase the power with the next switch.
No haste, and I had put away.
That's not a switch, girl. I thought you were supposed to be smart. That's a valve.
Working! My machine isn't only a success, it's turning this like genius! Ripper salvation is upon us! Thank you for your help. When I collect my rewards, I'll note your vital contribution. There's so much left to do. I'll cure them all. Cure them in blood!
Okay. Great doing science with you. No surprise here.
Oh my god, this guy won't stop. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Well, it is true. He's no longer crazy. You have a good point. He is no longer crazy. I don't know, like, I mean, dude, SMGs are so common. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, rifle ammo is probably a good idea to go to as well. 3s, 2, 2. I still have one more for sure. Inventory. We got rewards. Okay. Good gun, good gun, good gun. No. Vault Hunter skin. Vault Hunter style. Not what I want. Nope. T2 or shotgun. Also not what I'm looking for at the moment. Sorry to say. Missions. Where am I looking at right now? This is ready to blow. Okay, we'll go do this one. Missions. Ready to blow. Track missions. You know something really funny that I end up seeing in some of my... Something really funny that I see in some of my live stream like comments from like the VOD is that people will be like, how does somebody stream for 7 hours? How does somebody stream for 8 hours? And it's just like, bro, I used to have a job. Like, I used to work 8 to 10 hours a day. This is so much easier than the work that I did before. Of course I can sit here and stream for 8 to 10 hours. Easy. It's so easy to do. Came back from Coheed and Cambria concert tonight, ringing in my ears. All that Borderlands 4 dialogue sounds like gibberish. It did to me too. I actually didn't understand a thing they were talking about. What? Do you know what would be really nice right now, actually, now that I think about... Oh, is that... Oh, it's an event! This is the events I was talking about. So you'll come around and you'll see these bubbles that'll pop up. And when you step inside, you can't leave. You need to make sure you stay in, because if you leave, you're just gonna... It'll end the event. But inside of it is like a mini boss and a bunch of enemies. And you'll get some good loot. Should get good loot. I'm hoping I get good loot. I am praying that we get good loot out of this situation. We are in desperate need. I'm going to be real with you guys. We are in desperate need. Yeah, I have to go in here. All right, let's do it.
That's a big boy.
What's in here? Oh, God. Oh. Okay. Hi. Hi. Okay, we need our caustic gun. Where is it at? Right here, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, we got the armor off. Okay, I'm gonna heal up. Get some space real quick. Farm up some kills real fast so we get our skills up. There we go. That's what we're looking for. One here. One here. Alright, stack, 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 stack. What? And he transformed back into... ew. You suck. Oh, you really suck.
Nice try.
Okay, heal up. And then let's do like, oh my god. This splash damage is crazy. Splash damage is crazy. Reaper, help me out here, bud. Okay. Okay. Oh, he's just a badass. Alright, girls, let's do it. Oh no, that's not good. Got him. I got him. Oh, fuck off. Oh, it's a turret. That's why I'm getting fucked up. Oh my god. Come on. It's always in when I'm fucking down and out. And then they run away. I hate this game. I hate this game. Unbelievable.
Sorry, world. I'm still here.
Unbelievable. Is it worth it now or wait for later? I mean, it kind of largely depends. I would just watch other people play for a little bit, see if you like the way that it's looking. If it looks like it's fun and it's something that you want to play, give it a shot. If you're playing the game on Steam, you have 2 hours to check it out and make sure you like it, right? So that's an effective demo, at least you get for a couple of hours. Oh, here's this motherfucker. He's back. Okay, I need to bring out something where they can shred his shield first. Okay. Okay, we got rid of him. That guy sucked. That guy sucked. Alright, come on, baby. We need some fucking upgrades here. We got a pistol. Performative Lotus. A torque pistol. We got a Ripper sniper rifle with radioactivity. We got a AR, rocket launcher, nothing. I don't know what that is. An enhancement? What is an enhancement? How do you use enhancements? Oh, it just equipped automatically. It's my first one that I got. Piercer guns with... Oh, Piercer guns with Jacobs licensed parts have 20% chance to grant critical hit. Critical gun critical damage increased by 22%. Gun magazine size increased by 20. That's a big damage increase for this, at the very least. What I was gonna say, you know what I could really use right now? I could really use golden keys. Or like golden key. And then just pray I get something that has like good elemental, like either fire or lightning specifically would be the two best pulls. I'm sure they have keys out now, don't they? Rewards? I want to trust you with that shift code. Sick. Thank you. Is that the only one that they put out so far? How many keys is it? 1 or 2? One of the golden chests is still laying in that outpost, Lamau. Bottom right. What are you talking about? Did I miss something? You got another one? Fuck yeah. Twitch chat fucking delivering over here. Absolutely just dogging on YouTube chat. Bro, that was fake. That was fake.
We're such a good team.
Can't believe you do that to me.
Let me help you with that crazy. Work-life balance. I didn't see something warm to crawl inside. What a killer
And the funny thing is that, like, if one of these were like, that's towards it.
I need a breather. Why so twitchy? Whatever shall I do? You make questionable choices.
You know what? I feel like this one's getting to be largely useless. Shotgun, 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 pistol. Really? Okay, sure. Try the Torg. Oh, actually, that's not bad. Reload speed's pretty good too. 7 shots before reload? That's not bad at all.
Little shit! You're just wasting
It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. As much as I like Torg, it doesn't really make sense. I hate to say it, guys. I hate to say it. I really do.
I can feel your sense of high touch. The hell?
That's not good. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Damn, I can't get out of the zone here. Bro, can you unlock this damn thing? What is taking you so long, robot? Stupid ass robot. Taking forever. Where's this goober at? What?
Time to explode!
It says there's somebody over there, but I guess he's behind the truck. Don't tell me you're scared and not doing this. Oh my god, you're not. I can't do anything. It says this guy he's bugged out. Ah. God damn it, all that work. I think this stops the second I step out of here. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. He's not even doing it.
Rock and roll, you like?
What? Okay, he just disappeared. All right.
Much better. I'm so sick of that guy's voice.
Okay, I have no idea what happened. You can leave the circle? Oh, okay. I guess I don't know what the fuck happened there. How's the movement? Movement feels pretty good. You have a lot of flexibility because like you have the dash, or sorry, you have like, you know, running with no stop on the movement speed, or so like no exhaustion, which is nice. You can slide, you can dash, you can side dash, you can grapple hook. Yeah, there's a lot of movement, a lot of options, a lot of freedom. There's also a thing over here. What's this? Some clutch shots there, mate. I had to fucking lock in there for a second. That shit was actually kind of tough. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, at first I was like, ah, yeah, we got this, and all of a sudden it got fucking sketchy real quick, and I'm like, I don't want to. Up here? Here's something. We got. Electricity, dude. Wait. Sick. Sick. Not bad. Okay. Okay. I don't have a problem with that. Here I am again with fucking 3 SMG. I'm gonna have 3 SMGs again. I need a good fire weapon. All right, let's go rip that key. Wait, I gotta find out where this item is. Oh, it's a vault key. How the fuck do I get in there? Ooh, red chest. Bobblehead.
That's it.
Vault
The
key.
last fragment. Time to open a vault.
Excuse me? Time to do what? Time to do a what? Now initially I was thinking about getting ready to go to bed. But now I've been tantalized by a potential opportunity. Are we going to beat the game tonight? No, we're not going to beat the fucking game tonight. We're not even close. We're not even close. I've been doing nothing but fucking side missions this entire time. You out of your mind? Ugh. This is the quest. All right, let's go do this side mission. I'm a side quest Andy. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, I can't even go. Let's go grab this real quick. I never found this either, the survivalist cache. I didn't even look for it, to be fair. I can get to that easily though, because there's the thingy. What are you doing? Oh! Equal opportunity.
I left Malawan so I could own my ideas. Every new device, every upgrade, every law of physics I broke for them, that's all theirs now. So coming to the Coalition felt like a scientist's dream. Free exchange of knowledge, co-development of bleeding-edge technology with no concern for patent ownership. I've had this side project going.
Turned into pudding, yeah.
The Happy Helper.
You're gonna do it? Might solve your loot issue. The vault would probably solve my loot issue. You are right. It would.
Cool, right?
Maybe, if I'm lucky, right?
Today I was looking at the upcoming
God damn, I'm
Coalition
going around.
production pipeline. And then I see it. The HH2. Cute little orb. Scans for low vibe.
Why can't anyone understand me? How much of a dud am I?
What?
Did I do something wrong, or am I just broken? I need to know.
Is that the bomb being upset that it didn't? The rocket is upset it didn't explode?
A talking missile? Sweet. Sure, I'll help.
Oh my god.
You can understand me? Nobody else can. Oh, you have an echo device. No wonder. Will you really help? See, I was launched, but I didn't explode like the others. I just fell here.
Sad.
I need to know if there was a technical malfunction, or if I'm only, well,
My YouTube suddenly getting bombarded with
So,
Warframe
you wanna see
content
if you
from
can
LD a
explode?
year ago. What's happening here?
risky.
I don't know, dude.
Oh,
It's YouTube's been weird.
people here. We can try rebuilding me somewhere safe. Start with the launch system. I think the vendor here has a spare. I can't express how nice it is to truly talk to someone. It's been lonely.
I'm not in a mood to discuss my past.
Okay, you're the one that what a weirdo. Dude just like walks up, just stands in front of my fucking face.
Welcome! What you buying?
I'm not here to
Got
discuss
sharp
my
scrap,
past.
Smooth scrap, scrap with holes, scrap with no holes, scrap that had holes but no longer has holes.
Hello, Kid Cat.
Just
Hello,
a
Kit
missile
Kat.
launch system.
Oh, you're looking for a more potent item. The secret twisted. Yeah, I'm joking. I got a launch system, but I can't sell nothing that dangerous without good reason.
This is gonna sound weird, but there's a missile nearby that asked me to get it.
That missile talked to you? Wow.
Hi, buddy.
You know, I always felt it was listening, even though all I ever got back was beeps and boops. It may sound crazy, but I talked some real deep stuff to it. Just felt good to get some stuff off my chest. Part's yours, free of charge. My way of saying thanks for listening.
I'm gonna take a wild guess. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that this bomb wants me to blow it up because it's sick of hearing this guy come and vent to it. I'm just taking a stab in the dark.
Good news. I got the launch system.
Perfect. Then it's onto my casing. Structural defects in my original one may be the reason I didn't explode before. I hope so, at least. Otherwise... There's a crashed ship not far away. It should have...
Wouldn't be the wildest guess, no.
On my way.
Hi, cat. Okay, so you just want to climb on me?
The
You're
guy
gonna
said
slide
to tell
on.
you thanks for listening to him. Even if he couldn't understand you, you helped him.
Really? That is wonderful. It's strange, but he helped me as well.
Can't we install you in something more permanent? Maybe you could stay and get to know these people.
Unfortunately, it's not a hardware problem. My code was made to
This way? Okay.
I've learned so much listening to humans,
Is there another vault fragment here? There's a vault symbol.
but I'm not one of you. My life is the blink of an eye.
Up top? Hi. Oh, okay. You have something to say to the people? No?
So easy.
Is he trying to get comfy? Yeah, he should be going to bed. It's either that or he's over here trying to beg me for a treat. It's one of the two, and I can't really pick which one it is. Okay. I gotta get him out. You want a treat? Is that what you want? Yeah. That's exactly what you want. Yeah. Okay, come on. Yeah, he was over here for a purpose. Overlords don't beg, they demand. Yeah. Question for your cat. What do you think of the recent drop rates and treats in your house? They're pretty legendary for him, I'm sure. Did you watch the Resident Evil trailer from yesterday? No, I didn't realize there was another one. I'm hoping that game is good. I'm sure it's going to be... I'm sure we're going to be in a better place than Monster Hunter Wilds, surely, right? Surely.
Never gets old.
Okay, where am I going? Straight across, looks like. You would think the vault would be in here. What's all this down here? Oh, that probably means I left a bunch of them outside too. Okay, so I guess this isn't where I'm supposed to be for this quest that I'm doing. Huh. Interesting. They keep advertising in banners, game UI, Gearbox, so poor and greedily sacrificed art design to promote sales. What do you mean? Oh, you're just talking about like all over the place, like seeing the banner for the game everywhere. Is it mean, or do they pick sound effects straight from Apex? That I wouldn't be able to tell you. I haven't played Apex since fucking it released. Okay, so that does not seem like that is the direction I need to go in. However, do you guys drop the items I need? Yes, you do. Get that bounty done real quick. Okay, 4 more. That's 1, 2. How do I guess I gotta go up. How though? I don't fuck. Don't these drilling stations open up the what is this thing? Oh yeah, don't these drilling stations open up like the thing for you to be able to, like the jumper? Gotta bring it all the way up there.
You wish you could control me.
Oh, that's not good. That's definitely not good. Where's the thing? I gotta launch myself up there somehow. I guess that does the job. Where did the thing go? There's no way I got it all the way up here. Did it go all the way back down to where it was at? It did. I was away from it for too long and it spawned back over here. Lame. What up, LD? What up? What up, what up? Cat, please not in front of the screen, bud. thought there'd be an easier way for me to get up to this place. I don't think there's one. I think ultimately my best option is just throw that up there. Okay, but how do I get up to the next level, though? Oh, right. There's a ladder right here. Oh, but I dropped the item when I go up the ladder. That's cool. No. God damn it. No! You son of a bitch. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Fuck off. Stay. Nice. No. Wait, where'd it go? What? Oh, thank God. I thought I got it stuck up at the top there. The UI has some the UI has some aesthetics. I like the techie look. Yeah, it's a little bit more busier than I would like personally, but that's it's not necessarily the fault of the game. It's just because I'm the one tracking a bunch of quests, and also I'm in an area where I'm supposed to be trying to find a vault. Okay, now what do I do? Wait, was that it? Oh, I did. I got what I needed. Oh, okay. I thought there was going to be one of those, like, jump things here. I guess not. Well, shit. Huh. I guess let's go see if we can, if there's a, if the vault is nearby or not. If it's in this middle area over here. Says I'm getting closer. Oh, daddy. Oh, daddy. Get to reaping. Get to reaping. I'm glad they toned down the damage values a little bit. Yeah, I think they kind of brought them in line a little bit.
Made it to the processing plant. What's my way in?
There's a path inside they used to walk the wild horns in for processing. Follow it, and then we'll get you past... security.
It looks like it's. It looks like the vault's probably gonna be in this place somewhere. No. Yes. There's a lot on the screen all of 2010 compass. Well, I mean, like if I stopped tracking the quests like I was, and I wasn't also doing a vault at the or like looking for a vault at the same time, then I don't think it would be an issue. I think most people probably wouldn't give a shit. Actually, need these two. Guys back here.
I was expecting these creature bits to be more damaged, but they're in great shape. You never stop impressing me.
It says I'm right on top of it. Where is it? Where is it? Is it down here? No. I'm fucking blind. You think it's up top, maybe? What am I doing? Orcasaurus. Thank you for the $5.99. Appreciate that. Yo, okay. Okay. All right.
Here's hoping this vault gives me some peace of mind. Failing that, treasure would be cool.
Okay, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty sick. This is essentially like, I can't believe it took them 4 games to deliver on this. Like, I think for a lot of players, when they thought of like Borderlands, the idea was like, oh, we're gonna be vault hunters, and like I remember, I think it was Borderlands 2. When was it Borderlands 1 or Borderlands 2, where they put the key in and then the key showed the map, and the map showed like the universe full of like vaults, and it was like, holy shit. We're going to be able to just go, like, vault hunting. Like, actually be vault hunters. Actually, vault hunting in Borderlands feels strong, man. That's what I'm saying. It was Borderlands 2. This was, like, the fucking thing that everybody thought we were going to be doing in Borderlands 3. Like, it was just going to be, like, oh, there's going to be dungeons. There's going to be this. And, like, now the game actually has all of those things. It's just cool, man. It's just cool. Oblivion had those things in 06, just saying. I mean, like, well, those are Oblivion gates. That's a different story, right? Survive the Gauntlet, Vault Hunter, and you will gain a piece of the Timekeeper's own power. Okay.
So, another hunter seeks the power of the vaults. This shall suffice, if you're so eager for the end.
You that'll keep
Not sure what'll do with this. Wait. Not sure what'll do. Fuck. You're telling you drive a hard bargain. That'll keep the bodies just sucker. Wait. If you can. That'll keep. Not sure what'll do with it. Maybe sell it to Claptrap for double. I'll miss our little chat.
What is this thing? So?
For sale, baby. Thanks for stopping by.
It's kind of wild. Yeah, it is kind of sick.
Like you had a chance. Your existence has been revoked.
God damn it. Oh, that's not good. Also not good. I'm in trouble. This guy's a motherfucker, okay. I need my fucking electricity gun, and I can't find it. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I think my guns might even be too weak for me to do this. That sucks. I should be able to come back to it though, obviously. How do you like this character? I like it. I like it a lot, actually. If I used it better, it would probably be better than what it is.
Please, just 5
I'm
more
gonna go.
minutes.
I'm gonna go and see if I can find, or I'm gonna go use the. I'm gonna go try to use the. Whatchamacallit. Where's it at? Here it is. I'm gonna go try to use the golden key. Use your words? I'm fucking tired, dude. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. I'm gonna rip this golden key and then I'm gonna see what's up with it. Alright. With my luck, in Borderlands, it's literally just gonna pop out shields. Believe. Okay, there are guns. There are guns. What? Fuck you. That's a big fucking... That's a big upgrade. That's a big upgrade. Holy shit. That's more than double. Like, it's just all around a better shield. That's huge. I don't understand. What is the, is that heal over, like 99 heal over time? Is that what it is? I don't understand what the, because mine says 402 healing. 402 over 10 seconds. Huh. Alright. This is, we got a pistol here. TDR pistol. What's its fire rate look like? Not bad. Fire SMG. That is fucking huge. That is fucking huge. I needed that so bad. I needed a good fire weapon. I'm out like this whole class is elemental stacking damage, right? So like I need to. It's the difference between hots and heals. Yeah. I need one of these to be either lightning or corrosive.
It's only fair. I like a clean work surface too.
This isn't beneath me.
Wow. Yo. Well, you like what you saw? And this is ice and radiation. It's a submachine gun, though, and I already have submachine guns. And I kind of need this for armor. Even though I hate the fire rate on this thing. So I might just say fuck it. Yeah, I will. That's just a better gun in general. Rapid binary. Sure. Yeah, it's a pretty big come up. I think I'm going to switch the ordering of these, though. What? How? Perfect. Right, so that way it's like... Reload speed on is really good too. That's gonna be really good for shields. I forgot, what does Torg Sticky do? Is it like homing missiles? Is that what it is? Streamer client? I wish it was streamer client. That's what I need is streamer client. Anyway, I think I'm smoked out for the night, guys. I think I'm toasted. You stick them, and then when you reload, it sets them off, I think. Oh, okay. Maybe I might give that a shot then. Yeah, this went good. It was a good stream. Thank you guys for hanging out so long. Thank you guys for the subs. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the donations. And most of all, thank you guys for the views. I really appreciate it. Keep in mind, like we were talking about earlier in stream, we were watching Josh's video. Just keep an eye on your subscriptions tab. Just because for whatever reason, videos aren't getting suggested the way that they should. And videos matter to me a lot. The more people that see them, the more people that then see them. It just kind of snowballs and stuff like that. But I thank you guys for all the support. I will have videos next week as normal. More things to talk about. A lot of things that I was planning on talking about this week that I ended up having to push to next week just because of everything that was going on. But anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. I will catch you guys next week. I hope you guys have a very safe weekend. I hope you guys have a great weekend. And I will catch you guys on Tuesday's video. Tuesday stream. I might, just because I'll be playing Borderlands anyway. Like, I'll be real. I'll just be playing Borderlands anyway. So I might actually stream on Tuesday. Yeah, I might try to. I'll let you guys know. You'll see it if I do.